All right, lock in because today I'm going to be giving my thoughts and a recap on Australian Survivor, Brains versus Brawn II, Week 1. It's been a long wait. I've very publicly been saying that Survivor 46 made me quit watching the US version of Survivor, and I skipped out on 47 entirely. So after about a year drought, I'm glad to be back covering the superior version of Survivor and being able to put that stuff behind me. So yeah, it's time to get in here. Let's go. Episode 1 started with a reward challenge. I didn't find it to be too amazing, especially for Australian Survivor standards. It was just moving these bags and standing on them and tying these sticks together to try and get a key. The challenge was whatever, but the cast made the challenge. Like, they weren't given much, but they made something of this challenge. The moment that I'm talking about is when Rich suggested throwing the bags up there to knock the key down. Then they got the bag stuck. That was a fun moment, and actually it was a really impactful moment for how this first week played out. Anyways, Braun won the reward challenge. Before getting to the main chaos, I have to say a few things. I liked Miles on the Brain Tribe saying that he was a freaking sheets, the spreadsheets, and it just set him up to be a fun character. Also, I have to mention that on the Brains Tribe, the Witches Coven was a thing for women. Karen, Laura, Logan, and Zara made a Witches Coven alliance, and that'll definitely come into play. But I've got to say, episode 1 was carried mainly by Nash's chaos. He found an idol 5 minutes into the game, which was useful because the Brawn Tribe lost immunity after this. But instead of keeping it a secret, Nash told everyone and even wore it to the immunity challenge and got clowned on when they lost. Put it around your neck now. But yeah, Nash was trying to strong arm people and show that he had power, and hopefully people would align with him because, hey, he's safe at this tribal council. He's not going anywhere. But that's only for one tribal council. The way that he was acting was like a big brother head of household, but he didn't have that much power. He didn't have the ability to pick nominations, but he played like he did by not necessarily strong arming, but the only name that he was saying was Candy. That was it. Nash banked his whole game on being able to set up a power structure for this first vote that would last him a couple of votes, when that just wasn't good gameplay, because when he doesn't have the idol anymore, people are going to remember how he treated them and caused all of this chaos in episode 1. Bad gameplay for sure, but bad gameplay doesn't always necessarily equate to bad TV. It actually created some really good chaos, and like Noonan said, it forced everyone to play the game right away. I liked Noonan being this big counter to Nash, the Nash Rash, and not going down easily and letting Nash get his way because he had an idol. That was much needed, having those opposing sides and her trying to get the votes on Ursula, Nash's supposed #1 ally, I guess, which caused a scramble and an idol search. It was funny because Ursula was mad that Nash got her name on the chopping block, and while trying to find an idol, Nash was like, they're hard to find, and Ursula was like, thanks for that. I love that Noonan stepped up and didn't get walked all over by Nash, but she didn't get her way because Morgan and Kate flipped. They were big swing votes at the Candy vote. I don't like that they somewhat got scared into going with Nash's plan, mainly Kate, because Nash implied that she would be next, or that's what she thought. I don't like that they got scared into this when, based on how the votes played out, they could have did their own thing. They were the deciding votes in this 5-4-3 vote. 5 Candy, 4 Ursula, 3 Nash. They didn't have to go with Nash if they didn't want to. It probably wasn't the best move, probably just voted themselves into the minority if the 6 remaining Ursula and Nash votes stayed together when they said that they wanted to go with the numbers. That could be a thing, but honestly, there's just not enough information out there. Like, at this moment, not much is known about their relationships around the tribe to even know if they made the right move or not. But yeah, like I was going to say, regardless of if it was a good move or a bad move, I like their personalities and their partnership that I'm assuming they have. I'll just say it here. Brawn didn't go back to tribal council this week, so they didn't get a lot of important content or really much of any content at all. Didn't really get to fully explain their votes. But when there were like these B-roll shots, Kate and Morgan were shown to be together a lot, so I'm assuming they're a pair. I like them, and I think that they can be dangerous in the game, so hopefully they go far and maybe get another tribal council to show what they're made of after going quiet since episode 1. I actually made a story post on Instagram saying something like Team Kate for sure, and she actually responded, which was unexpected but nice. Definitely love the season where the players engage with the fans. It just added to this amazing experience, especially for someone like me. I feel like I've been ignored a lot in my life, so I appreciated this, and it just shows that it doesn't take much. Like, it doesn't cost anything to make someone's day. So I appreciated that, and even though I blurred the message, because at the end of the day, a private message is a private message. Like, gotta respect that. I'm not gonna let that go unnoticed because she didn't have to respond, but that was so nice. But yeah, to wrap up most of the talk about the Brawn tribe, Kandi got eliminated, which I didn't really care for her. They didn't really set her up to be a special character or a rootable character because it's only one episode. But yeah, on one hand, it's unfortunate that she got caught up in the crossfire of Nash's chaos and he had an idol which got flushed here. But on the other hand, no one was really willing to fight for Kandi, so she didn't make strong connections out there. Kandi's elimination had a hint of shakiness, but she also could have played better, I've got to say. So that was episode 1 for the Brawn tribe mainly. Now I'm going to go over to the Brain tribe and talk about their episode 1 and 2, as I don't really have much to say about the Brawn tribe in episode 2 because they won immunity. So on the Brains tribe, I've got to talk about Kent. For some reason, he decided to get up in the middle of the night and burn Max's hat because he lost a challenge, which I didn't like. Very extreme for losing a challenge, I've got to say. But Max, yeah, he got the bag stuck, but it wasn't even his idea to throw the bags up there. That was Rich. So yeah, I didn't like the hat burning, destroying someone's personal property. Same thing that happened to George in Heroes vs. Villains. Like, maybe there should be a policy against that. But I will say, I liked how Kent made a show of it by trying to pin the hat burning on Miles and talking about how he's a Komodo dragon and a praying mantis and something about like toxins and poison and stuff. Like in one of his confessionals, he said, "'Cause the poison's already in, remember?" with this smug smile. And I was like, what is bro talking about? This stuff reminded me of this show that I used to watch, Beyblade Metal Fusion, where there was this guy named Reggie with the poison serpent Beyblade, and his thing was that he slowly broke people's Beyblades while he was battling them, and he said stuff like serpent's poison has taken over and stuff like that. Kent is an anime villain and I love it, but not only that, like, he's not finished. Now getting over to episode 2, when the Brains tribe went to tribal council, he revealed to everyone that he burned Max's hat and said his plan was to pin it on Miles because he knew that Miles was going to be a good player or whatever. It was so funny because mostly everyone laughed, but he didn't get the response that he was probably hoping for from some of the women in the Witches Coven calling him delusional and such. And it was funny because, okay, the poison is in. He poisoned Miles in episode 1, and to his credit, the poison was working in this episode until he fell asleep and the plan got changed. But the thing is, he was trying to get Miles out at this tribal council, but he told everyone that Miles didn't burn the hat, which basically cleared his name somewhat, and it was just so funny and confusing. Like, what was the strategy here, if there was even any strategy? It's funny how it came out of nowhere. Kent made a big show of it, but then after the hat talk, no one really cared, and the women started talking about Indy flipping on the Women's Alliance. That's so funny. Like, bro's a side plot, a filler plot, after the official Survivor AU Instagram really hyped this episode up to be Kent versus Miles, which basically spoiled that they were going to tribal council, by the way. But that was funny how the hat burning got brushed off so quickly when Kent was going for glory. That really could have blown up Kent's game, but he got lucky that Indy self-destructed her game more, and like the plan was already in place basically. For Indy, I've got to say that this was a really big fumble. She wasn't one of the original members of the Coven, but she got entry. Like, okay, that's nice, you're in the majority. But she didn't like that she was the last one in, so she told Max and Rich that Rich was the next target and tried to strong arm him and say that she's putting her game on the line, and if he screws her over, that she's gonna come for Rich next. I don't know why she would want to flip. On one hand, she was part of a cohesive majority and was the last one in, so she probably wouldn't be seen as a leader and someone that they should take out. But on the other hand, she was the last one into that alliance and probably wouldn't have that much sway. Tough call, but regardless, no matter which way she went, she had it made. She had everything she needed to either ride with the Coven or flip the game on its head, and in both scenarios, she would have been safe. She had it made, but she ruined it because of the way that she talked to Rich, and that social aspect is what's going to separate good players from bad players. Indy was probably in a better position than Candy, but she did way more to ruin her game. So if I ever made some player rankings, Indy might be in last place, maybe because there's still another episode to talk about. For the third episode, all of these episodes were good, but this was the weakest episode of the week, almost by default, which is still an 8 out of 10 episode, I've got to say, but it is sad. Zen got medevaced because he fractured his finger in one of Australian Survivor's signature physical wrestling type challenges. When Zen kept on harping on it, I would say like the second time he brought it up, that's when I knew it was serious and that he was getting medevaced because it got a decent amount of mention. The physical challenges are definitely something that Australian Survivor has over the US version. It's fun, it's different. In a way, it feels like back to basics or something that I'd see on an actual survival show, like willpower challenges, gotta want it more. But this is one of the downsides to having those physical challenges, like players are gonna get injured. Really unfortunate because I liked Zen. Also, I've got to say, more was needed from him to fill in the story of the season. Like, I didn't mention this in episode 1, but Zen was the first person that Nash told about his idol, and throughout the episode, it seemed like they were close, just for Zen to write Nash's name down at Tribal Council. So, what happened? There was no real explanation other than Zen admitting to Nash that he flipped in episode 2. Also, I don't know if Zen was really a contender to win, but he probably had a bit more to give to the game because in his before and after tribute type of thing in the extras, he said that the moves that he and Nash were going to be making were going to be catastrophic. So I guess that they repaired their relationship. There's just a lot of questions gameplay wise, but I'm glad that they decided to prioritize Zen's health over the show. Fun character for the first week, and yeah, stay stoic. Hopefully he gets another chance if he wants it. So that was sad. Other than that, last thing for the Brawn tribe, Paulie got a napkin map to an idol and found it. And he didn't tell Noonan that he found it, but he said that he found the clue. It didn't come into play in this episode, but I thought that that was an interesting bit of strategy, not revealing the idol, but saying that he had a clue to the idol, which is meeting Noonan halfway. Don't want to be like Nash and have a public idol that people want to flush, so I like that strategy from Paulie. Then for the Brain Tribe, I've got to say, the vote was somewhat of a letdown considering all of the scrambling that went on. The scrambling was fun, the chaos was fun, but the end result was boring. AJ realized that there was this coven even though there was nothing to really realize or discover because the women basically said that they were working together at the previous tribal council. So he tried to make this plan to get Logan out, probably the most social person within the coven, but the numbers just weren't there because Kent was hyper focused on voting for Miles and Max seemed to be in with the women and the guys just didn't have the togetherness that the women had. So he needed a woman, but he misread the fact that Allie had a good relationship with Logan, even though that probably was the best case scenario because Allie wasn't even in the initial coven. At first, it was funny because AJ was talking to Allie in this cryptic way, talking about the plan, but then Allie assumed that the plan was Rich and ran that plan back to Logan, and Logan just started trashing Rich when she was AJ's plan. But AJ blew up his game by telling Allie that the actual plan was Logan and this got back to her. It's a misplay, but honestly, I've got to say, the women were just faster solidifying trust earlier and they're outplaying the guys. Good that AJ knows what needs to happen, but the women were just light years ahead of the guys. Like Rich and Kent weren't even playing strategically. So there's a lot of names out there: Logan, Miles, Kent, AJ, and Rich. Like a lot of chaos, a lot of scrambling. But like AJ said, he went with the boring vote, as Kent was voted out very decisively because of the hat tricks and being weird and stuff. I was kind of expecting a non-elimination to save Kent because Zin left, and I actually thought that the rest of the episode was going to be filler and they're going to go to tribal council and JLP is going to call off the vote or give them an opportunity to cancel the vote or not vote at all. But no, so I guess this means that there might be an extra non-elimination round, or if they were planning a final 3, maybe they need an extra elimination and it'll be a final 2. But yeah, really unfortunate that Kent went out. He was a bad player, but he brought a lot of chaos and comedy to the game with that toxic venom stuff or whatever, and he always got his plans ruined. I didn't like the hat burning, but he turned it into a whole story arc. I just like that he was ambitious and willing to start stuff, start conflict. Honestly, it's hard to believe that he was playing an actual game of Survivor out there. Like, he was just playing for screen time or second chance, something like that. He was an entertaining villain that US Survivor just wouldn't cast anymore, so I appreciate that. Like, it was good casting. He was a very nice week 1 villain. I wanted him to stay, but that wasn't the case, so hopefully someone else can fill that void, entertainment-wise. I already have my favorites, but also there's some characters that haven't really been explored that much that could have a big week, so I'm interested to see what happens. I'm not really a player rankings type of guy, especially when the season is going on. Like, I'm not an intense edit reader, like I'm just trying to watch a show. But I have 1 or 2 notes before I leave. The Witch, Laura, is a way better player than I was expecting. Like, she has a coven and she's actually a logical thinker. The Witch is locked in with Rich, and while Logan was trashing him, didn't like living with him and such, Laura pushed back on voting him out because he was so willing to bring them the information that Indy wanted to flip. So she's playing a good and rational game right now. Lastly, something important to remember is that since Zin got medevac, that brings the Brawn tribe down to 10 members, and that means that there's now an even split of people that voted for Candy and people that voted for Nash and Ursula. So this right here might have just saved Kate and Morgan's game, and now they can really pick which side they're going to align with. So I'm interested to see how this stuff plays out, since Brawn hasn't gotten much since episode 1. If the groups somehow stay together, then it's 5 versus 5, so anything can happen. But yeah, week 1 of Brains versus Brawn 2 was a massive success, and I'm hoping that they can carry that momentum into week 2. But yeah, that is all for now. Stay strong, stay brutal, because above all else, it's anything to win.
I won't let you down, Bruce. I'll keep fighting. Always.
Alright, lock in, because today I'm going to be giving my thoughts and recap of Australian Survivor Brains vs. Brawn 2 Week 2. But before I get in here, I've just got to say, I've made it clear with my previous content and last week's video that I don't like US Survivor. So despite US Survivor airing right now, no videos will be made on it. I'm probably not going to make a full dedicated video on this topic, so I'm just throwing this in here. US Survivor is like the NBA 2K of reality competition shows. They're going to keep on cranking out the same copy and paste garbage every single season and will never change because they get a serviceable amount of views. I was originally a US Survivor type of guy before I found Australian Survivor. Like, it was a big part of my life. I loved the show back then, and I want the show to be great now. That's why I won't be supporting US Survivor until they change. And from this point on, I won't be mentioning anything about the show. Give them attention, give them notoriety, like me bringing them up right now, then they're never going to change. So that show is going to be like a Voldemort type of figure on my channel. So in a time like this, while I'm boycotting, I'm really thankful to still have some Survivor to watch. Australian Survivor, which is just better. Really, Australian Survivor should call itself Survivor, and the US version should be called American Survivor, because Australian Survivor snatched its chain, and right now it's just the definitive version. Something unfortunate about 48 coming out is that a lot of the Survivor channels that I watch are American based, so Australian Survivors probably going to get treated like a sideshow, which is unfortunate because I like watching other people's content. I don't really engage, but it is very nice to have one in the background while playing games or going on walks and such. It's unfortunate that this year, AU and US are lining up at relatively similar times when in previous years, this would be like the merge time for Australian Survivor, the most exciting part of the game, but they just completed week 2. Also unfortunate that US Survivor is like the Mufasa to Australian Survivor's Sonic 3. Like Sonic 3 was way better, but Mufasa outsold because it's Disney, it's legacy. But yeah, all of that to say, I could see Australian Survivor coverage dying down and the show getting buried a bit because it just doesn't have that backing. Like it just doesn't have the notoriety or widespread accessibility. But that won't be the case for me. It's the main show that I'm focused on and I'm dedicated. Like I'm not splitting my attention between anything. I love this season so far and it gets my undivided attention. I have to take this into my own hands and be that change that I want to see. And that change would be Australian Survivor rising to the top and being the premier version of the game and getting more coverage, getting more prioritized and widespread coverage. So with that being said, I'm going to play my part, play my role in that to the best of my abilities. And yeah, it's time to get in here. Week 2 was a crazy week. Time to unpack it all. Getting into episode 4, I thought that the season could potentially lose some comedy without Kent, but Rich picked it up. It was funny how when AJ told him about the Coven wanting him out, he went on this dramatic monologue about Logan having an ego and how she couldn't control him, the leader of the VBs, and there was this like dramatic montage of the VBs falling apart. It's funny because they both have egos, and that wasn't even the reason why Logan wanted him out. She wanted Rich out because it was tough living with him. It's just funny how Rich is so off in his own world and sort of disconnected from what's happening around him. This betrayal got him to form an elite bomb squad, an all-guy alliance, which is going to be a big storyline, a funny storyline for this week. Getting over to the reward challenge, I've been vocal about how much I like Kate and Morgan, so it was upsetting to see them lose at the end when it seemed like they were really solid and were going to come through clutch for their tribe. Speaking of Kate and Morgan, last week at the first vote, there was some confusion about why Kate and Morgan flipped and voted out Candy when it was a 5-4-3 vote. They could have gone their own way, but they seemingly voted themselves into the minority because the 4 and 3, the 7 were all anti-Nash, anti-Ursula votes. Like those votes were cut from the same cloth. But by the end of it all, since Candy got eliminated and Zen got medevac, hypothetically, it was 5-5 and kind of like a reset playing field, I would say. So while that situation at the first tribal council still didn't get cleared up and probably won't until exit press, I can say that Kate and Morgan managed to sneak their way over into the majority somehow and completely abandon Nash. All of a sudden, they're on that Noonan, Polly, Ben, and Jesse side, I guess, if you say so. And all of a sudden, PD is on that Nash, Kristen, and Ursula side, I guess. The fact that there was like no explanation for any of this makes me question their winning chances a bit. I've got to say, literally had to try and piece together what happened through exit press. By now, I have a good feeling for who the real contenders are, and I think it's kind of obvious based on who's getting content, who's not, like who's getting to explain themselves, stuff like that. But yeah, after losing the immunity challenge, which by the way was a fun challenge, soccer type challenge, nice seeing Miles get his moment as the star kicker, but after Brawn lost the challenge, all eyes were on Nash because of the idol shenanigans from episode 1, and in this episode, he decided to take a page out of Kent's book, or he took a page out of his own book by telling people things that they didn't need to know, by telling his alliance, Ursula, PD, and Kristen, that he threw the first immunity challenge. Why? What is the benefit? When this information got out and got around camp, it was a pretty clear Nash elimination, with him scrambling and trying everything he could, trying to get in good with Jesse, trying to find idols, trying to get Morgan out because apparently she and Kate have the other side wrapped around their fingers somehow, even though it seems like they're just numbers and Noonan was running things. But I guess on the island, it's not that obvious, or Nash is just out of touch with the dynamics of the tribe, I guess. It was so funny how they were dunking on Nash, like when he tried to convince Paulie and Noonan that he had a good social game, and Paulie said he loves how much he believes in himself. Paulie is bringing some very good comedy this season. There was a bit of intrigue when Nash found something, a potential idol, but he didn't want to show it to anyone, which made me think that it was the advantage that Raymond got in the previous season, Titans vs. Rebels. For a short rundown of what it was, basically, if you get all the votes onto yourself, then all of the votes get nullified and your vote is the only one that counts. But if there's even one vote that's not on you, then the advantage doesn't matter. Back to Brains versus Brawn II, I thought that it was that advantage because, yeah, that's different than an idol. Makes sense why Nash wouldn't want to broadcast it to the tribe like last time. Got to keep that a secret. Like, that's the easiest vote split ever. And at Tribal, he said put all the votes on him. Or I thought that Nash stole Paulie's idol because Paulie came running to Nash when Nash found something. The prospect of Nash having an idol stirred up some chaos, but by the end of it all, Nash got eliminated because he didn't actually have an idol. It turns out what Nash quote unquote found was his paperwork from his original idol, which was revealed in his farewell confessional, and he was just trying to bluff it. Good editing choice to keep that a secret for what was a very straightforward Nash vote. I think that it was a solid idea to try and bluff that he found an idol, but that was just never going to work. It was wildly different from what he did when he got his first idol, which probably made his act unbelievable to everyone. I think Nash might have been on his way out anyways, but he probably could have mustered up a small chance at staying if he didn't reveal that he threw the first challenge, which he got flamed for at this tribal council. He's on a tribe with an Olympic athlete and a coach. Also, because of that challenge throw, he put Ursula at risk, so that was just never going to go well with all of these hyper-competitive people on his tribe. No one likes losing, and his explanation of wanting to test his alliance or something along those lines, it just wasn't going to vibe with everyone because he was safe and he put everyone else at risk. The one thing, however, that I can give Nash is that there's an element of Nash possibly getting screwed over by the Zen medevac, because in Zen's before and after, like, exit interview type of thing on 10 play, he said that he was going to be working with Nash and they were going to be making some catastrophic moves. If the dynamics stay the same for this episode and it's just adding Zen in, then that's still a 6-5 minority. But with Zen there's always a possibility for the game to play out differently. And from what I heard Nash say in an exit interview, Zen was like this connector or something along those lines. And it was shown that everyone liked him, so I believe that. It's something that I'll take into account when it comes time for player rankings, but Nash is still a bottom tier player for sure. But yeah, Nash leaves here, and it's unfortunate to lose two big characters back to back. Like, Nash and Kent were the main characters of week 1. Finding the idol 5 minutes into the game was hyped up so much in the promos, and now that's just gone. But I appreciate what he brought to the show, and now I'm looking at someone like Ursula. Like, this is really good for her. She got grouped in with Nash so early. Morgan even dunked on her in this episode, calling her a Nash puppet, which was so funny. But yeah, hopefully this gives Ursula a chance to find her way in the game. Not necessarily one of my favorites, but maybe she can be because she's free from the Nash rash and the game can finally open up for her. But yeah, that was episode 4, and just like episode 1 last week, this episode is going to be just about the end for the Brawn tribe for this week. They get 1 episode of content for the week, then devolve into side characters, recurring characters for the next 2 episodes. And it worked out better that way because episodes 5 and 6 are kind of like a package. Getting into episode 5 right off the bat, I have to say that I like the episode 5 and episode 6 package, but I'm not the biggest fan of episode 5 as a standalone episode. It's not a bad overall episode. Actually, it had some funny moments, most notably seeing Allie get dunked on. It was funny how Allie thought that she was so soft and warm and went over to comfort AJ because he was on the bottom, but she just ended up sort of bragging about her position in the game and justifying why AJ's on the bottom. She also went on a reward with the Brawn tribe and spilled the tribe dynamics, which she told the Coven about, and that made them question her. Allie was the catalyst for some fun chaos in this episode. Keeping it on the good, I like that AJ found an idol to combat this Coven alliance that's really been getting propped up in the edit and just seems like they have no opposition. He's really being set up as this underdog that's going to take down the Coven, which is much needed to have those opposing sides. And speaking of the Coven, I like how there was finally some substantial conflict within the Coven with Karen, Zara, and Allie wanting Rich out, and Laura and Logan wanting to save Rich and get AJ out, which forced Zara to look for smart strategic players like AJ and Miles to secure votes. I like how there was all of this chaos going around. Maybe Rich's bomb squad, this all guys alliance, takes out a member from the dominant Coven alliance. Maybe Miles and AJ turn on the bomb squad for their new sort of partnership with Zara and Karen. Maybe the Coven flips and takes out Allie for spilling the tribe layout. Maybe Laura flips on the Coven to save Rich. A lot of possibilities going into this tribal council just for it to be a non-elimination tribe swap where they sent Rich to the Brawn tribe. I just didn't like this at all. It felt like the Coven was falling apart, or at the very least, a big decision was going to have to be made here, but they got saved. My main concern was when Laura, in her voting confessional, said something along the lines of, "Go to the Brawn tribe and make connections," and meanwhile, he's out of the Coven's hair. This was like the best case scenario for Laura. Like, she keeps Rich in the game and the Coven stays together, when this vote right here was supposed to draw a line in the sand. I don't like it, and I feel like this twist took away from a game-defining vote, which is what I have to say about this singular episode on its own. It's a really nice episode, but the ending sours it some. But I have to say, episode 6 makes up for it, for sure. I'm going to recap it, then give my thoughts at the end, because there's just a lot of important stuff that I just want to document. I thought that the non-elims set up the Coven perfectly to just stay together, but to my surprise, the cracks that formed in the previous episode carried over and the Coven disbanded. Karen and Zara tried to get in with Miles and AJ because they were aligned in wanting Max out, and Logan and Laura tried to work with Kaylin and Max, and later Allie to get AJ out. I like this setup because basically with how the votes played out, it left Kaylin as this big swing vote, but the drama didn't stop there. Allie overheard Miles saying that he wanted Max out, which made Max want to switch the plan from AJ to Miles. Also, at the challenge, Rich not so subtly handed Max the advantage and said bomb squad, which most people saw. So there was a decent amount of factors impacting the vote. That Logan, Laura, Max, and Allie side seemed less aligned because Max got a short-sighted idea to target Miles, and they tried to compromise by going for Zara. That Karen, Zara, AJ, and Miles side wanted Allie out because she ruined some of the Coven's plans. Also, the advantage that Rich gave Max was basically a safety without power advantage for two people that had to be used at this tribal council. That's how long it was good for. So with how tight the numbers were, that literally could decide the vote. There was just so many plans going on and dynamics at play, like it was crazy. So they got to tribal council and Max decided to send Karen and Laura out, one of his own numbers, and he tried to strong arm people into voting for Miles, but he was outvoted 4-3 by the remaining Graduates Alliance. Miles, Kaylin, AJ, and Zara voted out Allie and saved Miles, and they somewhat solidified their alliance in this crazy vote. And this all happened because Miles won the Kaylin sweepstakes. They had a nice relationship. I like that the vote was Allie. She provided some good comedy after Nash and Kent got eliminated. They basically decided to dunk on her all week and show her being somewhat delusional, which was fun. She was a really fun character this week that might potentially have an outside chance at being the worst player on the season. I wouldn't rank her there, like at least she made it through some tribal councils, but wow. absolutely horrendous week for her. But yeah, with that being said, I like that it was her that left because the coven still gets disbanded, but the show set up Laura and Logan and Karin and Zara to be the main pair. So the main coven members are still in the game and have to deal with the fallout of what just happened at this vote where they drew a line in the sand. I've got to say, while I wasn't necessarily following along with everything and had to watch this episode like 3 separate times to get a feel for what was going on, I've got to say, I like it. It's dynamic, it's self-interested gameplay, and I'll take this messy scramble any day over the straightforward gendered divides. I never got behind the Coven Alliance because with the way they went about it, it felt like the game never actually started. On day one, they just decided that the women were going to work together, and that was that. And they didn't really try their hardest to make connections outside of the Coven from what was being shown on the TV edit. But like what was talked about in this episode, the most important part of an alliance is that they're aligned, to which they weren't aligned. The rich vote revealed conflicting interests. So with the Coven breaking up, it feels like the game has finally started, and the Coven members can finally find their true place in the game now instead of just staying in one alliance. So I like it. This played out perfectly. Everyone played self-interested and aligned with people that had similar interests. Also, I can't forget about the Max factor, adding a lot of chaos to this episode. He blindsided his alliance with his picks and sent one of his numbers out when he probably wins the day with better picks, like if he sent Karin and Zara out. He overplayed with the Miles plan, but he probably could have potentially got his way if he wasn't so wishy-washy with the advantage and throwing out all these fake plans until it was finally time. Whereas if he told his alliance the real plan, he probably wouldn't have ended up with egg on his face. And it's funny because Allie thought that this was the work of the bomb squad, and when they see Rich again, he's probably going to think that it was the work of the bomb squad when this wasn't even what Max wanted, and the dynamics are completely different now. Even before they see Rich, what's Laura going to think of this? Is she going to think that Max flipped on the alliance? So there's many possibilities, so much chaos that can unfold, so I'm interested to see what happens. But the question is, will this chaotic vote really impact anything? Because the next episode is advertised to be a tribe swap, so it seems like it was just a 1 episode tribe swap for Rich until the real actual tribe swap. I don't want this drama to get scrapped because based on the tribe configurations, none of this could matter or all of it could matter. But at the very least, Brawn is going to be in the show more, which is nice. Potentially, I gotta say potentially because I don't even know what could happen, but this opens up the door for them to be in the show more. I've been giving some Brawn members somewhat of a pass for not getting content because they weren't really going to tribal council like that. But if they don't get content now, then they're probably not really winning. It's a really good opportunity next week for someone other than Paulie and Noonan on the Brawn tribe to emerge into winner contention. I don't really make numbered power rankings while a season is airing because that's a lot. But I will say that the players that I feel like have the most win potential are just Paulie and Noonan for Brawn. Like, I can't really say otherwise until they set someone else up. Like, they're the only ones getting substantial content over there. Then for Brains, I'll say that Karin, Miles, and Kaylin had good weeks in that Graduates Alliance, and Laura went down because she tanked her Coven Alliance trying to protect Rich. Then she lost Allie, one of her allies, and is in the minority before going into this tribe swap. Most of the same stuff can be said for Logan as well. That's what it looks like right now, but I'm not committing to this hardcore because it's only week 2, and I also think of someone like Liz winning Heroes versus Villains. She had a relatively small edit, especially when compared to the massive screen hogging of George and Simon, but she ended up winning, so anything can happen with Australian Survivor edit. So I'm just interested to see what happens and if more players will emerge next week because it'll make the game more interesting. But yeah, this was a very chaotic week. It didn't have anything explosive like hat burning and finding an idol 5 minutes into the game, but the whole bomb squad and Coven saga and watching that get disbanded and seeing Allie's week-long downfall was really fun and equal to the events of last week. Also, there was some miscellaneous stuff that I didn't find a way to work in naturally, like Jesse's Zen rap probably being better than Zen's original rap. Then there was the sausage sizzle saga where the Brain tribe took the sausages for reward. Then at the next reward, when the Brawn tribe was trying to figure out who from the Brain tribe they're going to bring with them, Morgan didn't want to bring Logan when she was crying because Logan didn't give them the snacks. Then there was this sumo at sea round between Karen and Ursula that lasted 20 minutes, in which Karen used that time to tell Ursula not to trust Rich. But yeah, that was a good fight. Like, they had to call it a draw. Then there were the innuendos, like Polly telling Nash to flop it out and let's see what we're playing with. And at the challenge, JLP said give it a good yank to release that nutsack. It's not the first time in Australian Survivor that he said something like that. Like, he's just having fun, not taking this stuff too seriously. And I love it. Such a fun week, such a great weekend. I'm just hoping for the best tribe swap configurations that lead to some dynamic gameplay, some content for the quieter characters, and just the most chaos possible is what I want. But yeah, that is all for now. Stay strong, stay brutal, because above all else, it's anything to win.
I won't let you down, Bruce. I'll keep fighting. Always.
Alright, lock in, because today I'm going to be giving my thoughts and recap on Australian Survivor, Brains vs. Brawn II, Week 3, and I've got to say, it was another solid week. Like, there's a lot to unpack. There's a decent amount to recap, but I have a lot of thoughts, so that's why this video is so long. Also, because of the length of this video, in the interest of saving time and getting this out there as fast as possible, I'm going to go light with the pictures this time and not have one for like every single action that happens, which at this point it should be okay because like it's week 3. That's enough time to know everybody. But yeah, that's enough wasting time. It's time to get in here. Starting with episode 7, it shows the fallout after the Alley Tribal Council, where Mad Max messed up his picks for who was going to leave Tribal Council and the graduates took over. I thought that this could be really funny where Laura would think that Max flipped and voted out Allie for the bomb squad, and maybe that ruins their relationship for a while. And it was kind of discussed that Max flipped until Zara revealed that she voted for Allie, relieving Max of potential long-term consequences. It's so funny how everyone on this season has the loosest lips and just can't keep a secret for anything. It's bad gameplay, but it's making for some good TV so far. But yeah, right now, the Coven and the Bomb Squad saga are done. Everyone found their place in the game, and I was happy for the graduates in Miles, Kaylin, Zara, Karen, and AJ because I like most of them as characters, and they were set up really nicely to dominate for a couple of tribal councils here. But there was a swap immediately after this, so unfortunately, this graduates alliance never got tested to see if it was a really real, like, locked in type of alliance. At least they didn't get tested this week, I'll say that. There's always potential for them to regroup at the merge, but a swap is like a unique opportunity to meet new people and form new bonds. And as shown in this week, some people are going to take full advantage of this opportunity, and some people are going to completely ignore it and stick to tribal lines. And I'll just say this here, I think that the edit is siding with the people that want to mix and mingle, like flip the game and be adventurous, because the editors probably see that as entertaining, whereas it's vice versa for the people that stuck to these pre-established tribal lines. And with the editing choices in one of these episodes, I think that's clear. Anyways, before the swap, the funniest thing was when Rich reacted to the bomb squad taking out Allie, even though he had no idea what went on. He really thought that his bomb squad was a success and that he was the mastermind. Anyways, for the tribe swap, the Brawn are going to be Noonan, Polly, Ursula, Kristen, then Rich, Logan, AJ, Kaylin, and Karen. So the OG Brains have the majority. Sort of, because Rich got to be a Brawn for a few days. Also, after the Coven fallout, Logan and Rich are sort of excluded from this AJ, Kaylin, and Karen deal, so it might not be a simple majority. There's a lot of opportunity for dynamic gameplay on this tribe. Then, on the new Brains tribe, it's Miles, Zara, Laura, and Max, then Morgan, Kate, Ben, PD, and Jesse as the majority OG Bronze. Not the best swap for the OG Brains on that tribe because of how the OG Bronze tribal councils have played out. First off, they barely went to tribal council, and both times they went, they all sort of had like a common enemy in Nash or Ursula somewhat. So they never really had to like be tested and will most likely stay together. Whereas if they got someone like Ursula in this tribe, someone that clearly didn't like being on the bottom because of Noonan, then maybe the Brains are in business. Maybe there's some potential for some flip action. But as is, it's a terrible configuration for the OG Brains, especially with no idols as of right now. But speaking of idols, Max found an idol, which gave the OG Brains some hope, and I like that Max gets a second chance here. He fumbled the Mad Max Tribal Council, and now he gets a makeup chance to play an advantage right. I like it. I skipped over the reward challenge and will skip over the immunity challenge because they were nice. Really nice, I've got to say, but that's all I can really say about them. Brain won the immunity challenge, sending Brawn to tribal council, and I thought that this could get really interesting. OG Brains had the majority, but it wasn't outright because it all hinged on Rich, someone that had been on the Brawn tribe and was talking about how good the culture was over there. So he probably could have made connections and been this like really interesting swing vote, which he was the swing vote, but he was never really going to swing or like try to play the middle because he always wanted Logan out. Ever since AJ revealed to him that Laura and Logan were planning to vote him out over Kent, and he went on that monologue about how Logan had an ego because she couldn't control him, the leader of the VBs. And this Logan plan was working out well because the OG Brawn were seemingly staying together, and AJ didn't have any reason to care about Logan because she wasn't part of the graduates. But this plan came crashing down for two reasons. One of them was because Rich was so locked in on this Logan plan and wanted AJ as a vote, but he got mad at AJ and gave him an ultimatum because Rich got mad at AJ trying to have this like perfect middleman type of position where AJ's vote wasn't needed. So Rich will vote along with the 4 Bronze, and then he'll be known as a flipper while AJ can play the middle. Rich was making some good points about even though he hypothetically didn't need AJ's vote to make it work, he needed some backing in this, and AJ's trying to go to a party without blowing up any balloons, trying to get the best of both worlds here. The only place where Rich went wrong was giving AJ an ultimatum and saying that he's coming for him if AJ says that he's on board but doesn't vote with him, which is like the theme of this season of players just saying stuff that doesn't need to be known. Like, you don't need to be saying this out in the open. I don't know if this was edited out of the show or whatever, but I feel like AJ right here had a really good idea, but he misplayed by not telling Rich the importance of going this route, where Rich would be in good with the OG Bronze and can share their information, and AJ would be in good with the OG Brains and can relay their information, like if idols get found and such. It could be a nice partnership, and they'd both sort of be playing the middle collectively. AJ has amazing ideas, but they're not fully baked, which is why he can't get his primary outcome most of the time. Another reason why this wasn't working was because AJ's vote was going to be required because the Brawn tribe wasn't fully together. He would have to join in to make 5 because Ursula didn't want to stay Brawn strong because of the Noonan drama where she organized for Ursula to be the backup plan at those first 2 tribal councils that Brawn went to. There was a lot more of this drama, like some eye rolling, and like they kind of wasted one of their unseen on TV scenes on more of this Ursula versus Noonan drama when I just didn't care about it at all, really. It had such a small impact on how the game was playing out. I think that Noonan was being rude to Ursula, rolling her eyes and like talking for her, but I also believe that Ursula was holding on to this way too much and playing illogically, while Paulie was playing logically. Like, the best way for them to make it through that tribal council in the minority was to stay together and look for cracks, which he correctly identified in Rich. But yeah, because Ursula wasn't on board, this meant that AJ's master plan wouldn't work because he would have to vote for Logan if he wanted her out, because he would be the 5th vote. And the last time he was trying to get Logan out, things didn't go well for him, and he got demoted all the way to the bottom of the tribe and sort of got made fun of by Allie. Could be a cold feet moment, kind of like when the Lakers went back on the Mark Williams deal, but yeah, AJ might have got cold feet here and didn't stand on the business, but I think that he was reasonable, because if this didn't go through, then Logan's going to be out for him, which it had a very real chance of not going through. 5 is the majority, but you have to completely trust those other 4, and it's only the first swap tribal council, and like, you're susceptible to flips and potential idle plays and such. So he backed out of the Logan plan and flipped the script on Rich, because he was so easy to throw under the bus, and he already got in good with Paulie and Noonan and expressed that he wanted to work with them. Just vote out a brain and the trust is built. So Rich gets voted out here in a very decisive vote as probably the best position, maybe most advantaged player in the game at this point, because he got to be on both tribes. But yeah, I've got to say, it's sad seeing the guy go. He was a big character and brought some good drama. No matter what, a big character was leaving here, because mostly all of them on this tribe, except for like Kristen and maybe Ursula, were big characters. But yeah, I talked through the strategy of this round, and I think that it's a net positive for AJ, because he got in with Paulie and Noonan, gave them a brain name to vote out, and Rich was easy for everyone to vote out, so no bridges were burned. But I just look back at that conversation. Maybe the Rich vote might work out better, but he could have had a stronger chance at getting his preferred target out in Logan if he just told Rich why it was important for them to play both sides, why it was important for both of them to be in good with the different groups. But then again, that was never happening how AJ wanted, because Ursula threw a wrench into that plan and made it so that if AJ wanted Logan out, he was going to have to actually vote her out. But yeah, I think this works out great for AJ, and I think that everyone kind of got what they wanted somewhat, because while the brains might have wanted to take over the majority, at the end of the day, it's still 4-4, so like, anything can happen. But yeah, I've got to say, this was a solid episode. Getting over to episode 8, AJ confirmed what I thought and said that his plan worked out perfectly, because everyone loves him, and he spent the beginning of this episode trying to exploit the cracks in the Brawn quote-unquote alliance that they have over at this tribe, because Kristen and Ursula were working together since the Nash days, and he knew that Paulie and Noonan were tight, so he had conversations with these Brawns that were aiming at each other, and he put himself in such a great position where the original brains weren't targeting him and the original Brawn weren't targeting him, because Ursula and Noonan wanted each other out and Kristen was kind of going for Paulie. Everyone wants to get in good with AJ. Both of the Brawn factions want his vote, so while this may not have been his initial plan, it's actually working out perfectly for AJ, because he's exploiting those cracks. But what's going to happen next just takes his plan to a whole nother level, potentially. At the immunity challenge, no reward challenge by the way, shorter episode, but yeah, at immunity, which was a nice challenge, it was one where most of the tribe was standing on numbered pegs. Then 2 of the other tribe members were throwing sandbags at numbered coconuts to remove the pegs. First tribe to get completely decimated takes a loss. Just have to give the challenge its flowers here, because it's nice, but there's something way more important going on. At this challenge, AJ floated this idea to Ben for them to throw the challenge, because they're 4-4, anything can happen. They can vote out one of the OG Brawns that they care about, like Noonan or Paulie. But if the brains lose the challenge, then they'll just vote out an OG brain and stay safe, because the OG Brawn had the majority over there, 5-4. It didn't work out in AJ's favor as brains won the challenge, but at least he got the ball rolling here, and after the challenge, he explained his strategy to Karin in full. Operation Take Hostages. They agreed that Paulie and Noonan were the power players and the most connected to those other 5 Brawns, so they'll just vote out Ursula, a bit of a non-factor, then threaten the Brain Tribe like, hey, if you don't throw this challenge, it could be Noonan or Paulie leaving next, people that you really want to work with. If the Brains throw the challenges, then AJ, Yeah, he could lose Miles, he could lose Zara, some of his graduates, but he's making it to the merge, and he's been making some solid connections on this tribe. And if the Brains keep on winning, then it shows players like Paulie, Noonan, and Kristen that the OG Bronze don't care about what happens to them, and that could break apart the alliance and bring them closer to AJ. I like it somewhat, but there's a scenario where the 5 OG Bronze keep on losing, vote out Brains, and go into the merge with the numbers if they can realign with Noonan, Paulie, and Kristen, who they would clearly want to work with if they're throwing challenges. Then they could just decide to gang up on AJ because of the way that he went about the hostage situation. I kind of question if this should be in reverse, if AJ should be throwing challenges to save the OG Brains on the other side so the Brawn can't have the numbers when they go into the merge and he won't be in the minority, because with this plan he's kind of banking on finding cracks and like being able to integrate with those Bronze or bring the Brains together, which seems unlikely because the Bronze seem rock solid and the Brains just can't stop going after each other. It's an idea for sure, it's inventive, like there's definitely a bit of upside in the short term if played right, like staying safe and all, but is it really viable in the long term? And AJ is going to have to manage it right and make sure he's still in the middle of this tribe for it to work. Also, at first, people like Kaylin, Karin, and Logan weren't down for this. Like Kaylin said it's too early and just wanted to get Paulie out. But what flipped them was this situation where Paulie tried to gather up the OG Bronze to vote 4 strong and catch the OG Brains off guard if they split the vote, and Ursula threw out Karin's name, which Noonan told people about. When this got to AJ, he knew that Ursula didn't throw out Karin's name, it was Paulie, which wasn't true, but the general message was like, yeah, Paulie is the head of the snake. Like he was steering that conversation. He was trying to get the OG Bronze together to make a move on the OG Brains. So that flipped Karin and the other Brains into going for the hostage plan. And basically while this was happening, since Ursula found out, this caused Ursula and Kristen and Paulie and Noonan to campaign for AJ's vote. So this just speaks to the position that he's in. Like he created such a good spot for himself. However, one thing that I don't know was a good idea was when he revealed this hostage plan at Tribal Council, which hypothetically could have backfired on him. Maybe like the OG Bronze wouldn't like being called hostages and they wouldn't like him being in control, but it had a low chance of backfiring because the fractures were already there and the OG Bronze didn't care about that. Like they just wanted either Noonan or Ursula out. Ursula gets eliminated here, and it's unfortunate because I was just starting to like her and definitely take her side in the Noonan drama. Noonan was a big reason why Ursula's game never took off, even when Ursula tried to ditch Nash. Then Noonan gets upset at Ursula for expressing that she's on the bottom, which isn't smart to let the Brain Tribe know that there's fractures, but Noonan put her on the bottom. She didn't manage the Ursula relationship the best. I didn't really care about their drama all that much, but I sided with Ursula. Also, I want to say something that was very savvy that there was like no follow-up on. AJ told Noonan and Paulie that he knows that they have an idol, which they denied, but yeah, like he said that if the plan is changing, he'll signal for them to play the idol. At this tribal council, I don't know if it was editing, like it could have been a completely different moment, but before the votes were read, Paulie looked at AJ looking for the signal. This wasn't talked about in the next episode, but AJ possibly knows that Paulie has an idol now. I can't give him credit for it yet until he like reveals that he knows about Paulie's idol, but that was potentially a smart move. Now getting to episode 9. Since AJ was shown following through with telling everyone about the hostage plan in the Next Time on Survivor promo, the question was, how will the Brain Tribe react to it? It wasn't positive, I'll say that. The OG Bronze didn't like the strong arming, the OG Brains didn't like that AJ didn't care about them, and no one on the Brawn Tribe was willing to publicly support this madness and tried to say that it's an AJ exclusive. No one liked this stuff. It's tough because he's probably got to let the Brains know about his plan if he wants them to throw it, but could this have been more subtle because no one liked this? Even if it was more subtle, that is a big ask to ask the other tribe to throw challenges, because even though the 5 OG Brawns on the Brain tribe are Brawn strong, anything can happen at tribal council. So it's not nice for AJ that he's seen as the head of this strategy that no one really likes. It's also not good that before this challenge, players like Logan and Kristen didn't like the hostage stuff and the chaos and kind of just wanted to tell AJ what he wanted to hear until they can vote him out. With this new layer, it's tough to really know if this hostage stuff is a positive or a negative move. Anyways, getting to the immunity challenge, no reward challenge again by the way, but yeah, they had to unload these sandbags off these rafts or canoes, then bring these rafts up and make a puzzle. Then everyone had to throw and land one ball on top of this thing to win. Kate and Zara sat out for this challenge, and I'll just say, might not want to sit out for this challenge. So what happened was the Brawn tribe was trying to win, but the Brain tribe, mainly Ben, wasn't trying to win, and he got Jesse and Morgan on board with throwing the challenge. So for all of the negativity, AJ's plan was working. However, the challenge just got so much more chaotic when the Brawn tribe built their puzzle and it said like there's an idol in the sandbags. And when the OG Brawn on Brain saw this, most of them just took off looking for the idol because they were clearly throwing and they don't want anyone in the minority to get it. Then as the Brawn tribe finished throwing their ball up, they went looking for the idol. It was just so funny how these guys quit mid-challenge just for a casual idol search. Max was like, "Get back here, there's no idol." And Morgan was like, "Well, if it says it on there." It was funny, but at the same time, I was also really feeling for Miles. He was like one of the only ones working on the challenge and telling his tribe to get back there and just like finish the challenge so they can all be safe, which is logical to him. But when the OG Brawn have a 5-4 majority and clearly wanted to save players like Noonan and Paulie, then there was just no incentive for them to win this challenge. Like there's seemingly no risk. It was such a wacky, funny, like chaotic situation, but just hearing that helplessness and desperation in Miles's voice, like I felt that. He was getting so screwed over here by no fault of his own. It was advantageous for the Brawns to throw because they had this big alliance that's never really been tested before, and they had every incentive in the world to stay together. Also, it can be seen as a bit of a betrayal because AJ, one of his graduates, put this hostage plan into motion. Luckily for Miles, he and Kristen found idols. Kristen tried to hide it, but like she didn't really have a good place for it, so Noonan called it out. And Miles, while looking through bags and telling everyone to get back to the challenge, he just found the idol floating there by random chance and he got it and told them to get back to the challenge. So these are public idols that everyone knows about. But yeah, like that stuff was so funny. The Brains tribe ended up losing the challenge, clearly, but at the end, it kind of seemed like they were trying to win a bit and were on their way if they had a bit more time. I think that they tried a bit harder because Miles having that idol could throw a wrench in plans and such. Like the vote wouldn't be as simple as they thought it was when they were originally throwing the challenge. They probably wouldn't have even tried for real at the end if one of them, the OG Brawns, got the idol. But yeah, before leaving the challenge, I have to say a few things. One is maybe there should be some dividers on these challenges because it felt like the Brains got so much benefit, more than they bargained for, without having to put in the work, and got a golden reason, a golden excuse to not even participate in the challenge and just search for the idol. But dividers potentially wouldn't matter. Like it wouldn't cover up the whole area, and they could probably see the Brawn tribe looking through sandbags and get suspicious and stuff like that. Next, on one hand, I was going to complain about Kate and Zara seemingly not being able to join in on this idol search, but this makes complete sense actually. They're sitting out. They're not supposed to impact the challenge. If they looked for the idol and helped find it, then that would have impacted how the challenge went because these guys' strategy kind of changed based on who found the idol. Like they had more pep in their step when Miles got it. Unfortunate for Kate and Zara, but I agree with the call. And yeah, like I like how much more the challenges matter in Australian Survivor than in other versions. Like having stuff like this and cross tribal chats, stuff like that. Like with all of the strategy going on, these are unskippable and there's like incentive to play in these challenges. Next, just a bit of a question that never got answered. I wonder if they could still look for the idol when the challenge got done. Karn was so bad at the end of the challenge, but there's a scenario where she gets the ball up there earlier, and I guess JLP just calls off the idol search. It didn't come into play, but while the challenge was going on, I was wondering about these rules and if there was a possibility that they would just have to like leave an idol out there. Lastly, I just want to point out the irony, like how Nash got flamed for throwing a challenge, but right now, each and every single one of these original Brawns are okay with throwing the challenge. Situations matter, and it's not an apples to apples comparison because there were more benefits here for sure and more risk when Nash threw the challenge when they hadn't even swapped yet. Like there's no minority to pick off on their side and there's no one on the other tribe that they're trying to protect, so it's not hypocritical, but it is funny how this all worked out. 1 minute, they're flaming Nash for throwing a challenge. The next, they're tanking like it was the Victor Wembanyama sweepstakes. Now, I'm going to go on sort of a recap, then give my thoughts at the end of this section. So getting back to the Brains camp, Kate just says majority on Max and flush Miles' idol. Ben says 4 on Max, 1 on Miles, and they barely wavered from that. That's their strategy for this episode. Meanwhile, with the OG Brains, they were trying to string together a plan to vote together and play their idol for the right person, and Miles wanted Kate out because she's social and is probably going to be good at those late game type of challenges, which is a solid idea considering how Kate and Morgan have been performing in these like balance on something type of challenges. Max, however, didn't like that the plan was being dictated to him, and Zara gave him an ultimatum. She said she's going to put him in the dirt if he flips. So that's what happened. Max tried to get Jesse and Ben in on this like 3-3-3 plan, 3 on Zara, 3 on Miles, then Zara, Miles, and Laura's random 3 probably on Kate. Then, depending on who Miles plays the idol for, the other person goes home, either Zara or Miles, because Max is still on that Jungle Rat Miles stuff because he said his name that one time, like a week ago in the show and in the game. Like 6 or 7 days in the game went by since Miles said Max's name and he didn't even vote against Max. Like I'm shocked that Max is still on this stuff, man. Like it's so unserious. Anyways, because Max wanted to take a vote away from Miles, he got Laura in on the plan, and since Max wasn't in on the Brains plan, Laura and Zara had to go into self-preservation mode and vote for Miles and hope that he played the idol for Zara and that Miles would go home. They really got screwed over by Max here, but also I'm surprised that they seemingly didn't try harder to find a crack on the OG Brawn. While on the OG Brawn side of things, when Jesse and Ben consulted with players like Kate, Morgan, and PD about the 3-3-3 split plan, Jesse seemed to like it somewhat, but Kate and Ben told him to stick to the original Max plan. So they went to tribal council and Max boasted about how he was a swing vote because he probably thought that he had this like 4-3-2 plan going and he could hitch onto whatever side he wanted. But that wasn't the case. Miles played his idol and Max didn't play his idol. The Brawn stuck to the original plan and Mad Max the Jungle Cat got packed up with an idol in his pocket, his Jezebel. Max brought some fun to the show, but he was just way in over his head. I've got to say, his obsession with being the swing vote is on par with Adam Silver's obsession with tournaments in the NBA. In his previous 2 tribal councils, he tried to play so big by blindsiding his allies and trying to position himself as the swing vote. For what reason? It's never anything simple with Max. He just has to be the swing vote. Like he just has to make this complicated 3-3-3 plan, 4-3-2 plan, and where he can pivot if needed instead of just locking into something solid. Also, I'm not sure if this factored into the OG Brawn's decision making, but when the 3-3-3 was proposed, they had to be thinking that Max can just flip over to the Brains and they win on a plurality because 3 and 2 of the Brawn's 5 votes are going to separate places, and all 4 of the Brains can team up and win the day. That was never Max's plan, but it's good that they protected themselves against that. So Max can never have a simple plan. Also, I've got to say that he clearly overestimated his relationships. Maybe there's some extra footage that wasn't shown, but if he only talked to Jesse and Ben about moving forward with the OG Bronze, then that's a misplay. I don't necessarily think it's the case that they weren't the leaders of the tribe and they didn't have the power to make things happen, like Max talked to the wrong person. I don't really think that's the case. I just think that he should have tried to secure the majority of the Brawn tribe, just one more person, because then that would kind of strong arm the other two into going with the majority. But since he only talked to Jesse and Ben about this, and Jesse was the only one kind of feeling this, then he easily got shut down. He made the right play to get Jesse, but he just shouldn't have stopped there at just Jesse and Ben. Maybe get PD on board as well. Lastly, all-time blunder not playing his idol there. He saw Miles play his idol, so none of those votes were going to count, and they had this rivalry or whatever, so he's at least getting 1 vote thrown his way, maybe 2 if he thinks that Miles and Zara are voting together. Play the idol, but he really thought that he was in good with the OG Bronze and just overestimated his relationships. Glad that he didn't play his idol, because that means that Kate goes home here with 1 vote and not even having a chance to look for that idol. Also, one last thing. Why is Max writing Jungle Rat on his Miles vote? It's just letting Miles know that he voted for him and ruining any potential ability to work with him going forward. But Max didn't care about that. He was so blinded by the rivalry and thought that he was in good with the Bronze. Despite making it through some tribal councils, everyone that's been eliminated so far, except for Zen, has a decent case to be the worst player on this season. When it comes time for player rankings, I'll probably be nicer to the players that made it past multiple tribal councils, but wow, most of these players are in a similar tier of bad, and it's really going to come down to splitting hairs, like making it through an extra tribal council or so. But yeah, that's the week. Very solid week. In the moment, I said that episode 8 was bad because of the lack of a reward challenge and me probably being conditioned to wanting to see a reward challenge in every episode. But after a rewatch, I came around on that episode. It's a fun episode. Episode 9 won't get that tax as well. A reward challenge isn't required to have a good episode. However, something that episode 9 could have got taxed for was the challenge throwing, which I made clear that I didn't like it in Australian Survivor Heroes versus Villains. But I think that here the idol search added a bit of chaos to the challenge, and I like that. But I am aware that it's probably not going to be like that every time. And the reason why I didn't like the Heroes versus Villains challenge throwing was because George was going to get his way. And even here, even though it was a chaotic and fun episode, the OG Bronze still got their way relatively easily and can continue to if they like. There's even going to be some challenge throwing next week, so I'm interested to see how that plays out. Maybe this might be the season that incentivizes throwing challenges in the future, like maybe having immunity and reward, or taking away flint or something along those lines. Throwing is definitely strategic, so it probably shouldn't be punished, but it can make for some bad TV sometimes, I've got to say. But yeah, this week was hilarious. It's like everyone that went home this week got eliminated because of some petty rivalry. And these rivalries weren't necessarily one-sided, but in 2 of them, there was one person that cared way more than the other person, in Rich and Max. Rich couldn't let go of the Logan stuff from episode 3, episode 4, which led to him self-destructing his game over that. Max couldn't let go of the Miles stuff from a week ago, which led to him self-destructing his game. Then Ursula didn't necessarily self-destruct her game as much, but she and Noonan couldn't get on the same page, which led to Noonan leading the charge to get Ursula out when they were supposed to be working together in this round. And it's crazy that every one of these people probably played illogically and should have just stuck with their originals, like those 5 OG Brawns on the Brain Tribe. Like, they're the most logical players of this week. Might be boring, but at least you'll still be in the game rather than at home or at the bottom of someone else's alliance. Like, why won't Rich just take advantage of the 5-4 majority and get out these savvy, well-connected players in Paulie and Noonan that he got to see up close how close they were and how the tribe dynamics were on that original Brawn tribe? Like, they're coming with some solid numbers, man. Why couldn't Noonan put the Ursula drama aside to take out one of the brains and get the majority when Ursula was willing to work with her? Was she really done with tribal lines and trusting in her alliance with AJ? Why couldn't Max put the Miles stuff aside and use his idol in conjunction with Miles's idol to take out an OG Brawn and tie it? Then tied 4-4, you're closer to being that swing vote that you so desperately wanted to be. What made Max think that he ingratiated himself with the OG Brawn group when they literally just got done throwing a challenge to protect Noonan, Paulie, and potentially Kristen? So when it comes to the merge time, he's at the bottom of that, like Laura was trying to say. Additionally, still keeping on the topic of aggressive gameplay, why are Rich, Zara, and AJ handing out ultimatums and expecting people to work with them? It's even more egregious for Rich because in the first week, he got handed an ultimatum by Indy and didn't like it. So having experienced that feeling, why is he handing out ultimatums and expecting different results? It was just a crazy, like, unhinged week, and I love it. Subtlety is not in their vocabulary, and it's making for some fun TV. Most of these players might end up being bad players in the end of season player rankings, but they are fun. Before I talk about some standout players, I just have to talk about episode 9 and what it made clear. My biggest takeaway from this whole week is kind of what I thought from the beginning, from the end of week 1. These 5 OG Brawns probably aren't winning. Never say never like Justin Bieber, but I definitely wouldn't bet on them winning. And up to this point, I have very little reason to. These OG Brawns control the strategy of episode 9. They threw the challenge. Kate and Ben came up with the max plan. Jesse could have potentially gone with the 3-3-3 plan, but Kate and Ben shut it down. And at the end of the day, they got their way and played an amazing round of gameplay considering their circumstances. Also, Kate was a potential target for being social, so it seems like she's playing a solid game. Would have been nice to see this in the edit. Despite all of that, despite the big role that the OG Brawns played in this episode, the OG Brawns got buried in the edit. There's barely any confessionals explaining their strategy, and the ones that they get are mainly from Ben talking for everyone, even though someone like Kate seemed to be just as instrumental in dictating the vote, and she got nothing. Hasn't got a confessional since episode 1. Hasn't even got an intro package yet. Where's the confessionals about Jesse explaining his thoughts on the 3-3-3 plan that he was at least considering? The plan was actually very straightforward, I've got to say. These guys clearly weren't flipping and playing like a Survivor Borneo style game with tribal lines and such, which from a TV point of view, that is somewhat boring because I look at tribe swaps in the same way that I look at like crossover episodes. Like, hey, it's a chance for my favorite characters to mix and mingle and create some iconic moments together. It's boring TV that they decided to stay together and not really consider working with the others outside of like Jesse's pitch, but it is smart gameplay to an extent. I don't know if shutting the brains out of the game is good for the jury, so I have to give Jesse some credit there. He always seems to be the guy that's connecting with the people on the outs right before they leave. Like, he's the person that Nash and Max were trying to either flip, in Nash's case, or get in good with as like a gateway entrance into an alliance in Max's case, which could be a good or bad thing that people kind of see him and Ben to an extent as either the weakest links that can make their flip happen or the most powerful players that can guarantee them safety in their alliance. But yeah, I like how Jesse is shown to make the people on the outs feel somewhat included. Like he's willing to at least attempt to play the game with them, and maybe that could be important. Like maybe not, but I just wanted to point that out, and it could potentially be something that he has over these other bronze in like a merge or like jury scenario. Like the fact that he's willing to branch out somewhat and secure other connections could be a good thing. Like it could save his game in certain situations, could open him up to receiving some more jury votes. Like never know, but it is just a thought. But yeah, getting back to the bronze, shutting the brains out and throwing challenges, like that might not be the best jury management. I don't think they're mean at all, like from the little information that I know about them, but I question the strategy. Also, they could be socializing with the brains and like it's just not shown. But yeah, debatable strategy, but I understand it because it's like, whatever, they have the numbers, take advantage. Like this isn't about creating exciting TV. This is about winning the game, and barring any twists, they're set up perfectly to make it to the merge. But yeah, speaking of their strategy in this episode being straightforward and like barely wavering from it, maybe because of that, that's why a bunch of confessionals weren't really needed, which may very well be the case, but I just don't see it like that, especially for Australian Survivor. I feel like in an episode that they completely dominated, the editors should have gone all out for them, but they didn't. They'd rather show off the dilemma of the OG brains because they're the main characters of the show. Like they're possibly making deep runs somehow, and these OG bronze might just get pagonged in a row, or like they're not important to the story, so the editors don't want people to care about them. They haven't even properly set up the Kate and Morgan friendship for real, which they clearly have. Like they're always together. They were celebrating when they got to be on the same tribe. But there's no confessionals to confirm that they're number ones as far as I can remember. Like they've never said anything about each other in confessionals, barely even had confessionals. It's only an implied partnership that's shown through stuff like B-roll and the lenses of other people's stories, like Nash. They're not set up to be their own characters that can like stand on their own. Usually, I don't require certain like specific confessionals. Like when people talk about winners, that is, they would say something like, this person should have said this line here after this big event if they were the winner. I think they would show the confessionals if they had them. But with Kate and Morgan, I think that it's clear that like they have the confessionals, they have the Kate and Morgan cut. They have the Ben, Jesse, and PD cut, but they're not building them up because they're not important to the story. This is backed up because they didn't really show or explain why Morgan and Kate voted for Candy as big swing votes that hinged on their decision. Even if I gave them the out that they had these like vague one sentence reasons explaining why in the voting confessionals, it's still not explained how all of a sudden they just ditched Nash for Noonan. Like it just happened out of nowhere. Nash explained what happened in Exit Press, but the show never really explained why. And if this Brawn faction is going to be a major group, maybe vital to the story, then why didn't they show Kate and Morgan joining this superpower? Also, why did PD switch to Nash's side for the next round when he voted in the majority prior to that round? When did PD become good with these guys again, good enough to be in a 5-person alliance? Are these 5 Brawn even a real alliance, or are they like good with each other, good enough because they hadn't really had to burn bridges and are just staying together because it's convenient? So many unanswered questions about these guys. Kate and Morgan probably should have been the main characters, at least for the Candy vote, because of their crucial role in that. But they're not building these characters up. They're not crafting their stories because it's probably not significant in the grand scheme of things. Now, if my Pagong theory is right, well, first off, that means that the early merge could be boring because they're going to pick off a bunch of people with no setup and like no story that the audience isn't made to care for. But also, if they end up getting pagonged, I don't know how exactly that would happen because they have the numbers. But it is important to remember that there's possibly going to be an idol in play because Max got voted out with an idol. And even though I think that this was kind of like a one-time thing, maybe Miles's idol goes back into circulation. But they split the votes here and they really have no incentive not to split the votes going forward. So another thing to consider, probably the thing to look out for the most, is the tribal twist that they've had for the past 2 seasons. This is where they basically compete for immunity at tribal council. This twist screwed over Fraser and Charles when they were not going home had it been a regular tribal council. Now, if they go with the heroes versus villains model, just an immunity challenge, then that's amazing for the OG Bronze. They just vote out the person that doesn't win immunity if a brain wins. But if it's like the Titans versus Rebels model, that could be a problem because they weren't competing for immunity. They were competing for the right to vote, and there were only like 3 votes up for grabs. I believe that one of these OG Bronze gets screwed over in whatever potential tribal twist they have this season, which leads to them not having the numbers at the merge, which leads to a pagonging, and that's why they're purple, because the same exact thing happened to Fraser and Charles. If I were a betting man, I'd say that one of these 5 gets screwed over at the twist, then they probably just get picked off in a row. And that's my take on it. Like, that's why they decided to edit them like that, I believe. If not, then it's just a weird editing choice. Speaking of editing, I was chopping it up with one of my Australian friends one day, and he was talking about why he wasn't the biggest fan of Australian Survivor because of the edit and people spending so much time out there just to get purpled. I've got to say, Australian Survivor gets a lot of things right. Editing, however, is an area that definitely could get better. I ultimately prefer the Australian Survivor editing because there's less filler than some other versions, but they're over editing people like Kent and Nash. Had to use a spreadsheet off of Reddit, so I'm going to link that down below, but Kent, a week 1 exit, has more confessionals than all of these 5 bronze individually at 9 confessionals. The closest person to him is Jesse with 7 confessionals, and it just goes downhill from there. Now, these characters were funny for sure, but did I really need 24 Nash confessionals, a 4th exit, over setting up the Kate and Morgan dynamic, players that are probably like at least making it to the merge potentially? I like them because of vibes, like they have a good online outside of the game presence, like their friendship is nice, and like they were good at that one challenge, but that's it. There's barely any reason to root for those 5 because the editors didn't set them up. And I can feel what my guy was saying. Imagine going out there and like surviving all those days and turning on your TV every Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday to barely get anything for all of your hard work. That's gotta hurt a bit, especially for someone like, I know I've been talking about her a lot, but someone like Kate that's really active and engaging with the show, engaging with fans. And I would assume that she has an interesting story to tell, but she gets nothing. So I can definitely understand his frustrations with the Australian Survivor edit, because in the other versions of the show, everyone at least gets something, even if it means adding some filler in there. But yeah, that's all I really have to say about that situation. Those 5 purpled Brawn players are probably not winning the game. Now for standout players that I want to highlight, I've sort of gone up on AJ because he was the main character of this week and he got the OG Bronze to throw a challenge for him. That's good, but I just don't like his position because he's the leader of this hostage stuff that no one really likes, which could be problematic for his jury management. Actually, speaking of jury management, before I get to the next point, with the AJ factor and the challenge throwing, this could potentially be a bitter jury, which isn't necessarily like a good or bad thing. Like, it just depends. Like, I have to see how it potentially plays out. I have to see if there's even a bitter jury, but I'm just like saying, like, there could potentially be a bitter jury with all of this stuff going on. But yeah, speaking of not loving AJ's position, if he gets what he proposed to the OG Bronze, they enter the merge with the majority. But it seems like he's planning for this and thinking about the numbers because in the next time on, he's trying to throw a challenge along with Benso. This could get interesting, but if he's trying to throw a challenge, then that means that he probably realizes that making the Brains throw a challenge last episode was somewhat of a mistake because he's letting the OG Brawn have the numbers and now they truly realize it. So it seems like AJ might be backtracking and it could be like a stalemate. And I'm interested to see how the next immunity challenge plays out and how maybe JLP or production is going to react to this challenge throwing. If AJ recognizes his predicament that he's going to be outnumbered by the Bronze, then I'll give him less credit. If it's like a reactionary thing, I'll give him less credit. But if he can say that this was all a part of his plan to get the Bronze to throw a challenge and expose how important Paulie and Noonan are to them, then he takes one of them out, which will fracture the Brawn alliance, then I'll give him more credit. But I'm not going to speak for him. I'm just going to let it happen. Big week for AJ. He could flame out, but he's making the game interesting. Really, I think that this hostage stuff works out better for people like Kaylin, Karin, and Logan because they're not the face of it if it goes wrong, and if it goes right, they're going to get the benefits, most likely. I didn't necessarily want to highlight them as standout players this week, like they didn't really get a whole ton of content, but it is true that they can probably benefit from this stuff more than AJ, and it's looking like that could happen because no one likes the hostage strong arm. Then I have to say that Kristen had a good week. She was on the wrong side of the Ursula and Noonan stuff, but at least she's making connections with Logan and she's after AJ and she's getting a slightly bigger edit than before, so that's nice. I went from not even knowing her name in episode 1, like when people were asking why Kristen flipped, I was like, who is Kristen? But now she's possibly the third most important Brawn or one of the Brawns that I know the most about. And she has an idol along with Paulie, so they should possibly make it through this hostage stuff in case AJ actually throws the challenge. Could be rough for Noonan though. But yeah, I see Kristen in sort of a Kaylin-esque spot. Not as much win equity as him, not as important as him, but they're similar in the sense that they're not these big, loud characters, but their perspectives are being shown and like they get to chime in and like have confessionals about big decisions. And this just recently started happening to Kristen, so she's solid. But yeah, that is all I have to say for another amazing week of Australian Survivor. Stay strong, stay brutal, because above all else, it's anything to win.
I won't let you down, Bruce. I'll keep fighting. Always.
Alright, lock in because today I'm going to be giving my thoughts and recap on Australian Survivor, Brains vs. Brawn II, week 4. So yeah, it's time to get in here. Let's go. So episode 10 starts off with Jesse talking about how Miles won the war against Max, and then Jesse started downplaying Miles' idol play. Like, was it really a big idol play? I've just got to say, I don't know if Jesse was just messing around or if he was salty because he lost Max, but if it was the latter, then I feel like that was Jesse's misplay. In the previous episode, despite not getting the confessionals that I wanted to see, he clearly wanted to work with Max and even reinforced that in his voting confessional. I've got to say, like, although there were hints of strategy like splitting the vote and flushing Miles' idol, it seemed like there wasn't like a ton of strategy at the same time, and those 5 Brawns just wanted to get rid of a brain no matter what. So Jesse could have fought harder for Max and tried to flip the vote on Zara or Laura because it's all the same, seemingly, like as long as they keep the Brawn numbers and get rid of a brain. But for some reason, he just let Kate say vote for Max, he let Ben say what the split was going to be, and that was that. If that was Jesse being upset about Max leaving, then I understand because he could have been a number for him. But yeah, anyways, like on that camp, the Brains were talking about being on the bottom, whatever. Then on the Brawn tribe, AJ tried to lock in with Noonan and say that the next vote is either Paulie or Logan because Laura's playing the best game and her and Logan are going to reconnect and run the game or whatever. This Logan and Laura dynamic was talked about so much within this 3-episode span, and I've got to ask, like, why? Everyone thinks that they're so dangerous, which they could, like, become dangerous. Anyone has the potential to be dangerous in the game, but just looking at everything that they've done up to this point in terms of vote outs, the Indy and Kent votes were sort of these like all hands on deck type of votes that were in everyone's best interest, but the good stops there. Laura blew up the Coven trying to save Rich, and in the Mad Max Tribal Council, Laura got sent out of there and the graduates got their way, putting Laura and Logan into the minority prior to the swap. Laura and Logan have done barely anything of significance together, so it makes very little sense why everyone's acting like they're gonna dominate the game once they get back together. Like, they can't just vote them out of the game, especially since they were in the minority group. It's not annoying, but like, it was just funny to hear. One thing that I wanted to comment on was when Paulie was talking to Kristen about having to potentially ditch Noonan and use Kristen's idol to their benefit. I like how Kristen said in the confessional that it's her idol, not Paulie's, and she's not using it for the least likely people that she will work with. I like this because her edit is kind of one of a goat, sort of like she's not the most aware of what's going on, it seems, and always seems to find herself in these positions where she's in the minority. But I like that bit of strategy from her. If she were truly a goat, she would have just let Paulie take control of her idol, but that's not the case, and she's going to try and use the idol more strategically, which I like. Kristen's becoming one of my favorite players after I didn't even know her name in the first episode. Next is the reward challenge where they're holding these idols and like they have to try and knock off the other person's idol, but this time around they added a second like stationary idol behind where they're standing. It didn't really add much because almost everyone just went for the stationary idol first, but yeah, I like this challenge. Like, this doesn't need to be retired. It should be a staple. It's fun. It's unique. I like it. Brains won the reward, and while at the reward, when Kate was asked who they were looking forward to reuniting with, right when Kate was in the middle of her sentence talking about wanting to make new relationships and probably going to say more, Miles cut her off talking about how the only person he was close to was AJ, and look how that turned out. First off, I gotta say that's so funny and tragic at the same time. Kate has barely been on the show, and right when she finally gets to say something interesting or something at all, Miles cuts her off. Secondly, I've gotta say, all of these people that have been saying that Miles talks too much, like he's strategizing too much, like they're getting vindication right now because he spent this whole time at the reward challenge telling the OG Bronze everything about the brains and their dynamic. So I understand how that could be frustrating. But the question is, like, is this actually genius gameplay? When they got back at night, Laura, but mainly Zara, scolded Miles about giving away all of those secrets and ruining their games. But you know what I have to say? Welcome to Survivor, Zara. I like this gameplay from Miles because at this point, those 5 OG Brawn players are solid and show no sign of cracking. It's going to be a brain next, so Miles just has to make his case for why he should stay around. He has no allies on brains, so he says. AJ burned him. Who's he going to work with? Yes, the Coven was running the tribe, so vote out Laura or Zara because they're coming with some allies. He's downplaying his threat level just to survive another day, all while planning to get back with AJ at the merge. This is perfect. Also, I like how Miles just told Zara that he got left out of their plan, so clearly all of this tribe strong and blowing up their game stuff didn't matter. It's actually okay for Laura and Zara to be upset because Miles is blowing up their games. But hey, it's an individual Survivor game and Miles is seizing the opportunity to look out for himself. Laura and Zara have the same exact opportunity to try the same thing, but Miles is beating them to the punch and trying to guarantee his safety. So that's a W for Miles. Next, getting to the immunity challenge, I've got to say, it's funny how on the last leg, like the basketball type of section, AJ and Ben looked like the Spider-Man meme because like AJ asked Ben, "Are you throwing?" And Ben was like, "Are you throwing?" Usually I don't like throwing challenges, but it was such a funny stalemate. JLP even got mad and suggested that they could both go to tribal council, which was never going to happen, especially with the Zen medevac like already having to make up for that. But it makes me wonder, like, what actually happens if both tribes refuse to win? Like draw rocks or something? I don't know. But yeah, basically why they were throwing challenges was because they both wanted to protect their OG tribe members on the other side. I came up with an idea to try and prevent this stuff. Maybe have another swap somewhere in there before the merge so people can mix and mingle more, but that's not guaranteed to get rid of original tribe lines. Also, it's a little bit unfair because on one hand, it's good because people barely get time to know each other and create these big alliances. But on the other hand, it's bad for that exact same reason, and someone could potentially get screwed over by this. I don't have a solution to this. The only thing I could really think of is that in this show, based on Survivor, Total Drama Island, specifically Total Drama World Tour, in some of the challenges, the host didn't tell them if it was for reward or immunity until the end of the challenge. But that could also lead to some unfairness, so I'm out of ideas. But yeah, because the OG Brawn on Brains made it clear that they were sticking together, this set up one of Noonan or Paulie to leave, so the Brawn would have less options. Unfortunately for Noonan, she injured her ankle going all out for the challenge, so her mobility was limited and she wasn't able to strategize like how she wanted to. Basically, this vote came down to either the Brains staying brain strong and taking advantage of their numbers, or Noonan and Paulie being able to find that crack, find that fracture in those OG brains, which was Logan, because AJ tried to get her out twice and even told Paulie and Noonan about wanting her out. So they had ammunition to throw at AJ and fought it out at Tribal Council. Also, Paulie didn't want AJ to win because he was throwing challenges and had a low level of integrity or whatever. So I guess that means he's not voting for Ben, Jesse, or Morgan to win the game either. Plus, he and Noonan were okay with the hostage plan, but whatever, man. But yeah, the Brains made a smart move, put their rivalries aside, and voted for Paulie. Unfortunately for them, or unfortunately for AJ, Paulie played his idol, which led to AJ panicking as all of the Brains voted for Paulie, forcing him to play his idol. It was so close, like JLP literally had his hand on a vote, and all of that for it not to matter, as Paulie negated the majority of the votes. AJ got 1 vote and Noonan got 2 votes. AJ didn't need to play his idol, but I agree with the idol play 100%, and it's what Max should have done. If your alliance's votes are on Paulie, then none of them count, and at that point, anything can happen. He didn't need it, and playing the idol is going to be controversial. It is going to be the reason why Karen doesn't trust AJ anymore, but like, that was just too close for comfort. It's a 1 vote difference. But now I have to talk about Noonan here, where I'd say it was somewhat surprising to see her get voted out here, as she was not just a big player, but she seemed to be competent, which is something that I can't really say for all of the other big characters that got voted out so far. But the thing is, despite probably being the best player eliminated so far, she wasn't that competent. She rallied an opposing side for the Nash vote, but like, that's about it. According to Nash, Morgan and Kate had that side wrapped around their fingers, and when listening to Ursula's exit press and Noonan's exit press, it kind of seemed like Noonan wasn't necessarily running that 6-person group like how the show tried to portray. Also, before even receiving that information, the thing that made me say that she's probably not that good of a Survivor player, like not as good as the edit is trying to make me believe, is when she couldn't get over the Ursula drama to make a blindside happen and potentially take over the tribe. She couldn't even hide that she didn't like Ursula, which just isn't good gameplay. I thought that she and Polly were going to be the best two Brawn players on the eventual end of season player rankings, but now I believe that the highest she can go is 4th place behind some assortment of Polly, Kate, and Morgan, which isn't what I was expecting, but that's the edit. They made me believe that she was so good. Anyways, yeah, Noonan had a fun exit saying that she beat Nash the Rash and Rich the Itch, and everyone will remember Noonan from the niche. And considering her big edit for a pre-merge exit, I think she's going to be back on Survivor one day, so good for Noonan if that's the case. Now getting to episode 11, it shows the aftermath of the previous tribal council, with Karen being mad at AJ for not telling her about the idol, and Paulie trying to lead the charge against AJ now that his game is looking shaky and he's potentially losing allies. Now, in this whole idol situation, argument, whatever, it's tough to pick a side. On one hand, I agree with AJ's decision not to tell anyone about the idol because this has been a season where absolutely no one can keep secrets, and he learned that firsthand all the way back when he tried to get Allie on board with voting out Logan. It's a hidden immunity idol, and it's always better when no one knows about it. Sometimes, like from a gameplay point of view, like it can be situational sometimes, but definitely from an entertainment point of view, it's better when no one knows about it because it creates exciting moments and blindsides. Also, he didn't lie to Karen about the idol. He just didn't tell her about the idol, and it went to waste anyways. But also, I see Karen's point of view as well, where there's all of these rumors going around about AJ, and now he takes out an idol out of nowhere, so you just don't know what he's capable of. He's a volatile ally, and that's not safe in Survivor. So I would say that this is like a gray area type of situation where it doesn't have to be like black and white, right and wrong. Like they both brought some good points to the table, but ultimately AJ's going to be on the losing end of this because of his chaotic gameplay up to that point. Next, going over to the Brains tribe, Morgan finally gets a confessional talking about how the OG Bronze are calling the shots, but she and Kate realize that staying Braun strong makes no sense, which is news to me. Kate even said something similar when Jesse was trying to form this mega alliance with everyone on the beach, which reminded me so much of what Z tried in the new Total Drama Island seasons when he tried to make this 7-person alliance with everyone left in the game and vote out the host just to get voted out after he said that. But yeah, Jesse has this obsession with big, boring alliances. At first, it was the anti-Nash group on the original Brawn. Then it was the swap Brawn monolith that got Max out. Now it's a mega alliance with everyone on the beach. This Brawn tribe has got to coast way too much and barely have had to really play the game like that so far and make new connections. It's been tribe strong and big alliances. That's something that has to be said. Like the Brawn tribe definitely had it easier than the Brains, and I'll try and find a way to fairly factor that in when it comes to the player rankings, but I'm not sure if it's really going to matter that much. But yeah, speaking of Kate and Morgan wanting to call the shots, I thought that's what happened at the Max vote. Kate said vote for Max, Ben said what the split was going to be, and it happened. Maybe Morgan didn't get the most say, but Kate seemed to possibly be the biggest part of the Max move, which makes it confusing, though admittedly funny when she called Jesse an absolute goose. But it's like she got her way there. Jesse didn't get his way. Like he wanted to keep Max. Maybe it's not that the guys controlled the votes, but it's more so because the guys have dominant personalities, so I can understand that. But yeah, Kate didn't like Jesse trying to be in charge, and she finally got her intro package 11 episodes into the show. Finally, it's the Kate breakout episode. Her intro with the DJ and dancer stuff didn't surprise me. Like I already knew because of Instagram. Like this person was questioning me, asking why I liked Kate, saying we don't know her. And it's like, while you may not know her because you're only watching the show, that's not the case for me. I liked her since episode 1. I just think it's so cool that she's a DJ, and I saw like parts and snippets of their performances and I like it. Also, she's a nice person, fun person, so while it's unfortunate that the show waited like 11 episodes to give her a proper introduction, I didn't necessarily need the show to tell me who to like, I would say. But yeah, the women clowned on the Mega Alliance, then later on, Kate and Morgan approached Zara and Laura about protecting them here on this tribe, then joining what they have with their original brains connections when it's merge time. So they made the Girls Gone Wild Alliance, Kate's idea. Now, I have to say how I feel about this alliance. I know that last week I was sort of complaining about these 5 OG Brawns just staying together no matter what because that led to some boring TV, but it is good gameplay to take advantage of the majority. So I'm not a hypocrite to question Kate and Morgan wanting to flip to work with unstable brains players where they'd probably be at the bottom of whatever they got into, or potentially with all of that tension they could just skate by for a couple of rounds, like never know. But I'm looking at the possibility that they're flipping to the bottom of the brains when they already have a solid Brawn alliance. Maybe it's because they didn't want to go with the Mega Alliance at merge. Like that's the only reason I could think of for why they wanted to flip. Their plan was to vote out Jesse, but I'm not sure about that. Surely there has to be a way to have the Girls Gone Wild Alliance have the Brawn Alliance for some extra protection and somewhat play the middle, then get rid of someone like Miles. Maybe don't get rid of a Brawn, but you can still work with Zara and Laura and build that trust, especially since they were ready to send Miles packing. I like that Kate and Morgan are attempting to build connections and strategize. Really nice for them because Zara and Laura seem surprised that they were coming to them to strategize. So it's nice that they're building connections, but instead of playing the middle, they're committing to a flip where their spot in the brains is uncertain. They're relying on Zara and Laura, people that were on opposite sides of the Coven fallout. Like, I don't know if that's something that you can put all of your trust into, but just have to see how it plays out. Getting to the immunity challenge, it was this challenge where they had to use these sticks to hold up a trough of water above their heads. Brain lost the challenge very quickly, which brought up talks of throwing, which could have been real considering that Jesse talked about throwing challenges and picking off the brains in the previous episode. But after this challenge and in an unseen on TV scene on 10 play, no one actually admitted to throwing the challenge. So I guess they just weren't that good at the challenge. I mean, like, crazier things have happened, I would say. Like, I have seen crazier things happen in these types of TV shows. In Big Brother Canada 11, an HOH comp lasted for like 11 seconds, something like that. So anything can happen. But yeah, if Jesse threw, it was a bad idea because he didn't have the numbers. He was trying to tell the plan to the group, but Kate and Morgan weren't feeling this. Like, they didn't want to vote Laura out, and they told Laura and Zara about this and assured her that if they just vote for Jesse and maybe get Miles in, they win the day. And with that, like, that's the end of the Kate breakout, and the rest of the episode transitions into Laura being paranoid because she didn't want to receive votes. She even took Kate to the side to reassure her that the plan was happening. And all of this talking and going off in groups got the guys to feel sketched out. So Jesse made this Hunks alliance with him, Ben, PD, and Miles that Miles was never really going with. But yeah, they said they're gonna vote for Laura, and Ben is going to get Morgan to flip on the revote. First off, it was so funny how when Jesse and Ben were talking about getting Miles in on the plan, he was right there and could probably hear everything that they were saying. Let's get Miles in on the alliance. Hey Miles, and like they told him the plan like he wasn't already there listening to them. Next, what made Ben think that he could flip Morgan on a revote? It's kind of just like an editing thing. Like, I wish I knew more about the tribe dynamics because it kind of just came out of nowhere. The next 13 or so minutes of this episode revolve around Laura finding what's framed to be an advantage, and she told Zara about it, and like there was a lot of drama. The editors left it unclear, and I really thought that it was a Raymond type advantage when Laura told Zara to vote for her, but it was a one-person tribe swap, which Laura told the whole tribe about to get in front of Zara telling everyone about, because Zara was about to tell everyone before Laura. And you know, just like that, everyone knows about the twist. Because it was a hidden clue, I'm thinking that JLP wasn't going to tell them about the tribe swap, which would have been more interesting, but that was not the case. And this clue, this advantage, kind of tanked. There was a Jesse plan in place. Maybe Kate and Morgan could have flipped on Laura because she was being paranoid, but this tribal council was about Zara and Laura campaigning to go to the Brawn tribe for what ended up being a one-episode tribe swap, just like with Rich. There was the classic point about not wanting Logan and Laura to get back together, which the hunks minus Miles were pitching. Like they wanted Zara to connect with Kristen, someone that they've been working with. Then there was the AJ factor. Kate and Morgan didn't want Zara to reconnect with AJ because she wouldn't get rid of him. They didn't show the votes, so based on the conversations, I'm guessing that Laura and Zara voted for Miles because like those were shown. Kate and Morgan voted for Laura, and Ben, Jesse, PD, and Miles voted for Zara. So Zara gets to leave this Brawn-dominated camp and go back to her graduates, minus Miles. And Laura said that she wouldn't have done that to Zara when like she was actually planning to. But I think Laura was talking about how she wouldn't have blown up and like hijacked an advantage if Zara got it, which would make more sense. But yeah, that's the episode. Nani Lim. I don't like how Zara hijacked Laura's advantage. I definitely like Laura more. Like she's more rootable, but I've got to say, Zara outplayed Laura here. Like it is what it is, and now Laura's stuck on a tribe of 5 bronze and 2 brains. Never should have told Zara about the clue because like that just gave her time to plan ahead. Never should have revealed the clue to anyone. I feel bad for Kate and Morgan the most because they were looking to really shift the game and they had the numbers to make something happen, but this twist ruined everything, and now this Girls Gone Wild alliance is dead, at least for the time being. And Laura and Zara don't really owe them anything since this alliance never voted together. Like they never saved them from danger. Now, was it a good move to flip on the Brawn? Debatable, like I talked about. But it's unfortunate when the Bronze finally decided that it was time for a flip. This twist comes in for what's only going to be a 1-episode tribe swap. Even if they kept the twist, I felt like there was still a scenario where Laura tells no one, Girls Gone Wild votes Jesse to the Brawn tribe to get picked off by the brains, and they're solid. Also, this move could have backfired on Kate and Morgan and could have fractured what would have been the 4 remaining Bronze left on the tribe if they voted Jesse out of the tribe. This could have been Laura's big move. I like stuff about this episode, like it's the Kate breakout episode. She's the main character until she wasn't about halfway through, and it just switched to the Zara, Laura, and Miles show because a brain is probably going to win this season. And there were some interesting plans going on, but the twist ruined it. And even if they still had the twist, Laura letting everyone know about it just completely ruined it to where there just wasn't going to be an exciting and chaotic outcome. So that's what I have to say about this episode. Definitely didn't reach its full potential. Now getting to episode 12. It starts off with typical aftermath, Zara being happy to be back in the Brains majority, back with her allies in Karen and AJ, and Laura being upset at how that situation played out when it didn't have to play out like that if she didn't tell Zara about the clue. But yeah, Zara got to reconnect with her graduates, which couldn't have come at a better time for AJ because Karen was mad at him and Zara is Karen's #1 ally. So AJ thought that she could help with their relationship. I've got to say, I'm surprised that Zara wasn't mad at AJ because he came up with the hostage plan that could have put her in danger. But it's so funny how this Logan and Laura thing is bringing people together when they probably shouldn't be wanting to work with each other. That's not the main reason why Zara wanted to work with AJ. Like, she seemed unbothered by the hostage stuff, but voting for Logan was discussed. And it's crazy how this plot point has been talked about in all 3 of these episodes this week, when I just don't see Logan and Laura as these dangerous players, especially since they lost Max and Allie. But that's their chat. Then over on the brains, I thought that I wanted to highlight Kate saying that now that the Jesse plan failed because of Laura, she's going to try and like manage that relationship because information can spread. I like it. That's smart. Like, that's something nice to say. But the conversation kind of ended up being about how they're sensing that Braun Strong won't last all the way through when it's merge time. Jesse doesn't technically know that Kate was going to blindside him, but he got a feeling and made like a contingency plan counter alliance before the vote. So this conversation was kind of whatever, but at least they agreed on Zara being the merge vote out. So that's something, keeping that door open potentially. More interestingly, Miles found an idol, which is absolutely perfect for him because it's hidden, unlike the first one. And although he doesn't know when the merge will be, this idol basically guarantees him the merge. Like, I feel like you gotta play it in a 5-2 minority. Even though the dynamics aren't like that anymore, and like even though Miles wasn't in the Hunks Alliance and probably siding with the women, it's still nice to have that idol. Getting over to the reward challenge, it was this one where they had to slide down a slide and like battle to put a ring through a pole. I'll talk about the fun before I talk about the serious. The clinching round was Zara versus Laura, which was exactly what the show needed after all of that drama and Zara lying to everyone about like them both finding the advantage. And after a certain event, Laura had to actually like tell Logan that Zara hijacked her advantage. But yeah, this was a really fun matchup, a much needed matchup. And since I said that I sided with Laura more than Zara, I was delighted when Laura won and clinched the Spaghetti Shack reward for her tribe. Nice revenge, all for the bad. Going into this episode, it was very easy to piece together that this injury happened to PD because the next time on Survivor implied that the injury happened when it was Kaylin versus PD, and there was a shot that showed everyone except for PD, and like there looked to be these people consoling Kaylin, who has now been involved in 2 serious situations involving contestants getting injured, which it clearly isn't his fault. Like, he's just trying to go out there and compete to the best of his abilities. Good thing for PD is that nothing got torn. He just injured his bicep and could stay in the game if he would like. He just couldn't use his right arm, and JLP said that he couldn't compete in some challenges, which seems a bit unfair because since he sat him out in this immunity challenge, that meant that the other tribe had to sit someone out as well. But this close to the merge, I guess it's just like whatever. Like, he's not going to be impacting team challenges anymore, like anyways. So I guess that's why they decided he could stay. Also, the schedule could really be messed up with 2 medevacs. Anyways, backtracking to the Spaghetti Shack reward, it was one of those ones where they had to eat one at a time, and I'm assuming that they had like a limited amount of time because everyone was rushing, like stuffing their faces and like looking for idols and such. The funniest back-to-back stretch happened where Miles and Kate were last, and like Miles went in there and was stepping all over the spaghetti and found a clue saying look in the shelter, but he thought it said shelf. Then after him, Kate goes in there, and it's such a funny contrast because with Miles, it was like idols, 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 intense strategy. And when Kate got there, she was like, but the meatballs. She kept on telling everyone to save her some meatballs, but it seems like Jesse, Ben, and Laura were the only ones that got to get some meatballs. Now, to try and be fair, Kate sits out of a lot of challenges, and although she gave a good effort in this reward challenge, she still lost, so maybe it evens out a bit. But Jesse didn't even compete in this challenge, and it seems like he got the most meatballs. Honestly, I agree with Kate, that wasn't nice. They should have tried to divide it up evenly, or there should have been some extra meatballs. But I understand this aspect of like your decisions will impact the game. Like, I understand that aspect of Survivor. That's what makes it such an interesting reward. Also, I've got to say, the least she could have gotten was the meatballs because that reward was nasty, with everyone like eating sloppily, having their hands all over it, like the food was falling out of their mouths back into the plate and Miles stepped on it. Kate got a bad deal, and although she was nice to take the rest for PD, like you'll probably be better off without that. But yeah, Kate seems very nice, very genuine, so I believe that she would have saved some meatballs for everyone, which makes it so unfortunate that she had to go last and had to hear Jesse bragging about eating all of those meatballs. Staying with this tribe, Miles found basically a knowledge is power advantage. It's from the International Survivor version that I don't talk about. Basically, if you know that someone has an idol, you can steal it at tribal council by asking if they have an idol, and if they have one, they have to give it up. I'm skeptical because one thing that I like about Australian Survivor is that it feels like old school Survivor. Like it doesn't have an abundance of advantages until now, where like at a point there were like 5 idols in the game, and like now there's this knowledge is power advantage. But also part of me wants to finally see this thing get played right, and preferably be used to take out a player that I either don't like or just have a scenario where it leads to some good television. I think Miles watches international season, so hopefully he can capitalize on this advantage. Like I'm rooting for him. Then getting to the immunity challenge, they had to walk on this balance beam and stack these blocks. Nothing to really say other than Clutch Kate won it for the Brain Tribe, sending Brawn to tribal council. Then on Brawn, Logan found an idol and told Karin and Kaylin about it, which could be bad because Kaylin has been one of the main advocates for keeping AJ this week. Like what if that information gets to AJ, and what if AJ tells Miles at the merge when Miles said that he's planning on working with AJ? Like yeah, this could probably play out badly for Logan, but just have to see. But yeah, basically all of the talk on Brawn was Paulie first. Definitely Paulie because he's a snake oil salesman and they got to preserve those brain numbers, but also make it a close vote on AJ, like a 4 Paulie 3 AJ split, so AJ will like chill out and stop thinking that he's so untouchable. That was Karin's plan. AJ tried to get Kaylin in on this Logan plan to protect against idols and such, and he didn't want Laura and Logan teaming up with Morgan and Kate, which is actually the first good reason that I've heard for why Laura and Logan could be threats, because Laura has been working on the Morgan and Kate relationship, but this Logan plan never got off the ground. Then they went to tribal council where Paulie was probably going to be voted out as Kristen wasn't playing her idol for him. But since Ben decided to leave the game, they called off the vote, and that was that. Everyone makes the merge next episode. I usually talk about every eliminated player, like say if I like them, say if I don't like them. But with Ben, he just had no edit. Like for the first 6 or so episodes, I only knew him as the challenge guy, and I don't even think I heard his voice. I'll just say that it's good that sort of a nothing character gets taken out here, and all of the characters that I've been made to care about made the merge here, so that's a positive. But yeah, that was week 4, and I've got to say, it definitely wasn't the best week for sure. I don't know if I'm going to make a rating every episode of video for this season, but these episodes will probably rank low, like D tier, low C tier, like something like that. I love that this is the Kate breakout week, but that's not going to make up for everything. There was basically only one legitimate round of gameplay that wasn't tampered with or a quit. This stuff ruined Kate and Morgan's plan to try and flip the game and make it more interesting by voting out Jesse. Also, while I like that Paulie stayed, on the other hand, that's still a vote that got ruined by a quit, and it only works out somewhat for the OG Brains because an OG Brawn quit, so they didn't get as screwed over here and actually enter the merge with the numbers like they were going to anyways if they got to vote Paulie out. But yeah, I want to say that these episodes are complete filler because this stuff that was discussed in these episodes could come back around for sure. Like I'm sure they weren't highlighted for no reason at all, but immediately right now, this stuff didn't play out in the votes, which kind of makes it seem like in the moment, none of this stuff matters until more is seen. It's like there was a lot of interesting ideas that were discussed, but none of them truly got off the ground, I would say. Also, the PD injury just adds a somber tone, and with him only being able to use one arm, I would think that there's still a possible chance for a medevac to happen. Like, never know. I still love Australian Survivor, but this wasn't their best week, I've got to say. Now, since I don't make weekly power rankings, I just wanted to highlight some players for some good or potentially bad reasons. One of them is Miles, because this was amazing for him. He got swapped into the minority, but he made it to the merge in a position where firstly, he survived long enough for the Brawns to actually consider turning on each other, so that's giving validity to this jungle rat type of strategy that he's talking about. Just hang around and like make it to another day no matter what, even if you have to throw your allies under the bus. So that's impressive. And now he's going to the merge with an idol, a knowledge is power advantage, a possible brains majority that Laura talked about wanting to utilize in the next time on Survivor, and he has a good shield in AJ. Miles made it through a tough spot in his game, and now he could potentially be a nice player at the merge, so I'm going to be looking out for that. Lastly, it's my pleasure to talk about Kate. DJ Chaos Kate finally getting her intro package this week, which I was excited to see, but I am confused as to why she got it at this point. I think if she were set up for a win, then she probably would have got her intro package in episode 1, or like at least week 1. Like they would have set her story up from the beginning. So she's probably not set up for a win, but maybe they set her up to be a big player at the merge. So that's why they gave her an intro package here. That's a possibility, and Miles already said that she's social and could be good at those individual challenges. Also, I don't think that she's being set up for a downfall, because unlike someone else that's been getting a spike in screen time, Jessie, Kate's content is sort of neutral. Maybe like she's supposed to be rootable, while with Jessie's content, it's more negative. And he lost his #1 ally in Ben, and the women already wanted to turn on him. So despite having jumps in screen time, their edits are different. I think that she's set up to be a big character, but it's also worth considering that she might just be getting a spike in screen time before she gets taken out relatively soon. Like, never know. But regardless, I like that she's finally getting content now, but I wish that it was sooner. She gave so many fun moments this week, like seeing that Jessie was an absolute goose, that there was the Girls Gone Wild Alliance creation, and her celebration dances. And at one of the rewards, she was combing her hair with a fork, and there was the whole meatball saga. She's iconic, and Survivor AU's Instagram is finally realizing this and making memes and such. But it's like they could have done this from the beginning. Like, this is someone that's been on their show since episode 1, but they finally started pushing her like halfway through the season. As someone that's a fan, it's upsetting that there wasn't more Kate content at the beginning. Like, they probably ruined or lessened her chances at getting a return when she's bringing good moments and she's possibly one of the best players in the game right now. But hey, I'll take it now, and hopefully Morgan is next in line to get a spike in content. I like both of them. But yeah, I just wanted to highlight the fact that I'm excited to see Kate finally getting an edit. Gameplay wise, however, she got more to say, but like I said, I don't really know if I agree with all of their decisions, and nothing like really happened this week. I like the fact that they were trying to branch out, but I don't know if it was really the time to flip on Brawn at that moment, when they could have had both. They could have had the Brawn majority and Girls Gone Wild. Also, I don't think Laura and Zara owe Kate and Morgan anything, because ultimately they didn't save Laura and Zara. They both have stronger alliances on Brains, and they're on different sides. Also, if Kate and Morgan were brought into something, they'd most likely be at the bottom. I could see them floating in the game until they're eventually taken out along with the other Brawns, which would be unfortunate, but considering the Brains majority and like their bad edits, their lack of an edit, that might be a likely option. But never know, just have to let the game play out. And yeah, that's all I have to say about what was a down week of Australian Survivor. But with all of these storylines, like Kate winning Jessie out, AJ versus Karen, Laura versus Zara, maybe there's a possibility for some dynamic gameplay, like break up this tribe strong mentality. So that's what I'm hoping for. And yeah, that's all. Stay strong, stay brutal, because above all else, it's anything to win.
I won't let you down, Bruce. I'll keep fighting. Always.
Alright, lock in because today I'm going to be giving my thoughts and recap on Australian Survivor Brains vs. Brawn II Week 5, which I'll say it now, it was a better week than Week 4, for sure. So yeah, enough wasting time, it's time to get in here. Right away, it gets into the merge reward challenge where the winner gets to go to this cocktail party and take people with them. Some interesting gameplay or gameplay in general happened in this challenge. Really shouldn't be considered interesting, but it's going to be eye-opening for one person. But yeah, when AJ tapped out of the challenge, he talked to Kate and tried to get to know her since they hadn't met. And what was perfect for AJ was that he wasn't annoying Kate. He could talk to her for as long as he wanted. I like this play, especially since AJ has lost or is losing the trust of people like Logan and Karen, so it's time to make new friends. I like it. Very opportunistic, I'd say, but good players are going to seize the opportunity, so good for AJ. But someone that didn't like it was Karen, saying that AJ talks like ChatGPT or whatever. So it was funny to see that AJ's social game paid off as Kate took him on the reward and left Karen out. What happened was there was this like deal type of situation that Zara and Logan made with Kate where they drop out if she picked him for the cocktail party. So that's what happened. Kate picked Zara and Logan first, living up to her deal. Then she picked Morgan, Paulie, AJ, and Kristen. I've got to say, I like Kate's picks. It's a good mix of everything. She gets to meet someone new in Logan, Laura's best friend, and that's nice because, hey, maybe reignite the Girls Gone Wild thing and add Logan in there. She gets to reconnect with some of the OG Bronze like Kristen and Paulie, who she seemed to be working with at that Nash Tribal Council, but I'm not sure if they were really close because it's never really said if that was an actual alliance or an anti-Nash and Friends group because Brawn isn't going to win this season, but whatever, man. And she brings Morgan, so if there's an alliance that's made, Morgan can be included. I also liked how this assortment of people come with different stories, different narratives of how the game played out. Like someone like Logan and AJ were at the top of Brawn 2.0 and someone like Paulie and Kristen were at the bottom. So she's getting all of the information. Couldn't have made better picks. Also, it works as revenge because Jesse ate all the meatballs. Speaking of that, one of my friends, Chris D0707 on Instagram, made a meme about that situation and it's so funny. Like, I'll leave it up on the screen for a bit and yeah, go check him out on Instagram. Underrated guy for sure. Underrated comedy and unexpected comedy, I've got to say. But yeah, check them out. Getting back to the episode, something that I found funny was when Logan was trying to pitch this all-woman alliance to Kate, which was like all of them except for Zara and Karen. It's so funny how she said they made an all-girls alliance at the start, and look who's here, the entire alliance, because they stuck together when really it was anything but. The Coven has actually brought some of the most drama to this season, but I understand why Logan wouldn't want to tell the truth in Survivor, so I like it. She's playing the game. After this, there was a lot of reconnecting and meeting people for the first time, but the most important information came when AJ and Miles, the main characters of this season, I believe, they said that the potential targets are Logan and Jesse for straightforward votes. Maybe I missed something in my notes, but I am confused as to how Jesse became this straightforward vote consensus target. The only people that threw his name out there were the Girls Gone Wild Alliance, but that seemed to be mainly a Kate and Morgan plan, and I thought that Laura and Zara got sidetracked because of the whole advantage thing. Maybe Kate and Morgan put in some good work, but from the way that the show framed this, Kate first told AJ about the Jesse plan after the immunity challenge. So maybe Jesse was an easy target because, like what was talked about for most of this week, the Merge tribe was running on a buddy system and Jesse lost his buddy. So maybe that's why he was seen as a consensus target that wouldn't really ruffle a lot of feathers. Plus, Kate and Morgan already wanted to target him. But yeah, from my perspective, not the best storytelling. Then they get to this immunity challenge where they have to stand on a seesaw and keep this ball on a track. Very interesting challenge, and I've got to say, this isn't new, but I like how the game is changing. In the pre-merge, there were a lot of these physical challenges like brawls and obstacle courses and such. Now, there's a lot of these stationary endurance types of challenges, which can lead to different winners. Someone like Kate sat out of most of the tribe challenges, but she won the first reward, so I like that the game is getting balanced out some, and there's possibilities for new winners. Getting back to this challenge, it ended in a Jesse versus Logan showdown where Logan won, sealing Jesse's fate. While Jesse was trying to stay Brawn strong and use Zara stealing Laura's advantage as a way to get the votes on her, Kate rallied her girls and got the numbers on Jesse. But she wanted to be safe and grab an extra number, so she told AJ about the plan, which I think was a big risk. She went on a reward with AJ, but is that really enough to know him? She barely knows him. All she really knows about him is the hostage stuff that seems to have been pushed to the side, to try and like make new connections, which is understandable, but I feel like she already had the numbers that she needed, and she's giving a solid player in AJ a chance to counter and make a plan of his own, which happened as he tried to rally up some poly votes, but he just never quite got the numbers. Jesse leaves here in a very close vote, one where he had an outside chance of staying if he flipped his Zara vote to a poly vote, because that would have tied it. But at that point, it's a coulda, shoulda, woulda game that's not worth playing. Jesse was never going to make that play because he was never that type of player. For his whole run, he played a very boring game, always being in these big kumbaya alliances, like never going to tribal council much and never really having to draw battle lines and play the game for real, I'd say. Probably would explain the purple edits for the bronze, because they barely did anything interesting, even though at points like being in these big alliances was beneficial, I would say. But I feel like at the merge, you got to be willing to make new connections, and Jesse failed at that. He tried to stick to one group in a constantly changing game, so he was never set up for success. Also funny how Logan said, "This vote is about vengeance," which was funny in and of itself. Like, she's really becoming one of my favorites, but she said this vote was about vengeance and voted Jesse out. This is for Max, when actually Jesse was the only one fighting to save Max. He wanted to work with Max, but had to give him up to go forward with his alliance. The person that threw Max's name out there was Kate, and I give her the credit for that move. So it's funny how this all worked out, and just speaks to the good game that Kate is playing, where she made the Max move but doesn't get the backlash. I guess because Jesse is a more dominant personality. Speaking of Kate, she finally made her big move and outplayed AJ, someone that's really being hyped up in the edit. They want him to be this King George type of player, and he got outplayed here. So look at DJ Chaos Kate, man, so inspirational. Big dub. But I have to question, while it was a big move, while it was impressive that Kate was able to rally all of those votes, I have to question, was this really a good move? Jesse might have been a dominant personality, but he wasn't dominant in the game, and with no Ben, he really had no ability to make anything happen. She said that she needed to finish the job because she already threw Jesse's name out there, but why throw Jesse's name out there in the first place when they were in a nice position on Brains 2.0? Why let a Brawn number go when they're in the minority at the merge and Jesse was completely loyal to them? My take is that I don't think that Kate got rid of this big and impactful player that was going to be a problem for her, and she probably just took out one of her numbers. But I like it somewhat because Jesse's name was already out there and she didn't give him the chance to find out and plot against her. And by just voting out an easy name, she secures trust with the women that she wants to work with. I think it's a move that has positives and negatives, and the only way to find out if it was a good, bad, or just like a potentially fine or average move is to just let the game play out and see what happens. Going over to the next episode, probably the most hyped up one of the week, the beginning section is mostly all about Paulie being on the bottom. He's talking about being on the bottom. The women were talking about wanting him out next and sort of laughing about how he was complaining about no one checking in on his injury because he took a torch to the face while walking to the previous tribal council. Something subtle that could be something, could be nothing, is that, okay, they were laughing about no one checking in on Paulie's situation. Then shortly after this, the edit highlighted Kate checking in on Paulie while everyone else kind of just like said hi and walked past him. This stuff got me thinking that, one, Kate's really playing the game for sure, but also I think the edit is trying to make her rootable because up to this point, I see no negativity around her edit. I don't think she's winning because like she was a side character until episode 11, like got her intro package 4 weeks into the show, but there could potentially be some longevity for her, and I'll explain that later. But yeah, the beginning was all about Polly and how everyone has buddies except for him, which isn't necessarily true. Kalen doesn't have a buddy, but I guess like he's just good with everyone. Anyways, they get to the immunity challenge, and it's just so funny how quickly everyone started dropping out of this challenge when Polly lost because they felt so safe because he was so far on the bottom. It leads to a Kalen win, which is inconsequential, but congratulations to him. In the interest of saving time and not going through every single conversation, I'll just say that all of the talk was Polly until Laura came up with this plan. This is the buddy system episode because everyone has a buddy. When they got to tribal council, they even had everyone sitting next to their buddy. Like, it was so obvious. But yeah, Laura wanted to break up one of the buddies, which was PD and Kristen, because PD will never work in her favor. Despite PD not being a big player, I like this thought process, and I'll talk about it more at the actual vote, but she goes around gathering up the numbers that she needs just for the plan to fall through because Logan wanted Polly out and was tired of the game being dictated to her. It's so funny how this episode was all about buddies just for Laura to not even check in with her buddy before she went around telling everyone the PD plan. Because of this, she had to backtrack and say that the PD plan was off when she wouldn't have had to. She wouldn't look like such a frantic player, wishy-washy player, if she just talked this stuff over with Logan first. Also, it's worth asking, if Laura wants PD out, but Logan wants Polly out, then why are they even aligned? Why is Laura backtracking on the plan for Logan when she already put in all of this good work? She already talked about how getting rid of PD might get Kristen closer to her, which sounds smart, so why is Laura giving up her whole game for Logan here? Last week, in all 3 episodes, it was talked about so much about how Logan and Laura are best friends forever and they're gonna run the game when, first off, I thought that came out of nowhere. They barely did anything together, but also they seem to be incompatible and have different interests here. I don't like this gameplay from Laura here. I think it's either check in with Logan first, or now that the plan is out there, like, you have to go through with it. So they go to tribal council where basically it's just Polly pitching to stay in the game and saying how like being unbuddied can possibly be an advantage. And right as JLP was going to start the voting process, Miles used his advantage to take Kristen's idol, somewhat surprisingly, but also not really by the time it happened. Then he played the idol for Polly, negating everyone's votes except for his, AJ's, and Polly's, and they decided to send PD home in the last vote before jury. Now for PD, I don't have a ton to say about him. He's the last of the purple Brawn guys that I sort of predicted would get pagonged at the merge, and while it didn't happen like how I expected it to, with Ben leaving and all, and like no twist that I predicted was going to happen, and Kate and Morgan decided to flip, which I wasn't expecting, but it still happened. Like, it's still the result that I was expecting. PD seems like a solid guy, and I'll say that I'm glad for him that he left. I know he wanted to stay in the game, but he only had one good arm, and I'm glad that he could leave and like probably get like the proper medical care. But yeah, that's all I have to say about PD. No idea where he's going to be in the eventual end of season player rankings, and he just wasn't a player that the edit highlighted, even when he got his injury. Also, crazy way to go out when he told AJ and Miles that he doesn't care where the split is, just to be the split and have the majority wanting to keep him in the game. But yeah, what I left out was that while all of the Polly talk was going on in this episode, there was just AJ and Miles in the background plotting. Kalen told AJ about Logan's idol, which AJ told Miles about, which gave Miles options with his advantage. Also, there was all of this talk about simple moves and no battle lines being drawn, and wanting to pick up Polly as a number. So, it's time to question, was this big move a good move. Surface level, it's probably not, at least in the immediate future. Miles talked about wanting to make a new buddy, and while it's nice that in theory, Polly is completely loyal to Miles and by extension AJ, at the end of the day, the whole tribe voted against Polly. Miles and AJ went against the whole tribe for this and got themselves in a position where, since they just made this big move, no one should be looking at defenseless Polly anymore. They should be looking at Miles and AJ. It's kind of funny how Polly even became this massive threat in the first place. In Kate's voting confessional, she said, "You're a fabulous person, but your gameplay is tragic," which was so funny, but also it got me thinking, like, why? He's just been at the bottom and everyone says he's a snake oil salesman and there's nothing that can be done about it. Maybe it's because he flipped on Noonan, but she was a sinking ship and she was the reason why the OG Bronze couldn't take over the numbers because of that petty rivalry with Ursula, where Polly was probably the most rational player in that situation. But yeah, getting back to AJ and Miles, this is something that in theory should bring the women plus Kaylin closer together and uniting to take out AJ and Miles because they lied to everyone and are untrustworthy. The only thing that kind of makes sense is getting rid of a buddy system, getting rid of a pair of 2 votes that probably aren't going to vote your way and leaving the other person in so maybe you can pick them up as a number. That aspect makes some sense. So I don't question like why PD over someone like Logan, especially since getting out Logan now would probably ruffle more feathers than PD, but that also ruffled a lot of feathers anyway, so it is what it is. Also, I agree with the decision to take Kristen's idol because she was planning on playing it for PD, and since it was a public idol, there's almost no risk, whereas if Miles stole Logan's idol, that's a secret idol. That's a move that displays to everyone that Miles is really playing. He's dangerous and he has like all of this information. But the same thing sort of happened with this move. Like, it's a mixed bag of a move for sure. Flashy move, but probably not the best move to go all out to save Polly. What I wanted to see was maybe some more people on Miles's side, knowing that this was going to happen, so then he has that backing. But then the plan could possibly get blown up, as this was the first time I've seen this advantage get played correctly, because what usually happens is the player with this advantage tells people and gives others the knowledge and power to plan around the knowledge is power advantage. It's a mixed bag of a move, but it was entertaining and it made me like AJ and Miles. Now getting to episode 15, the episode that wasn't hyped up. Back at camp, everyone's mad at Miles and AJ. Kristen didn't even want AJ to touch her for a hug, which is hilarious since Miles was the one that took her idol, and Logan was having a complete meltdown, like it's Diary of a Wimpy Kid, the meltdown, and this stuff is going to come into play later. Kind of funny how Miles told Logan that Laura is smart and rational and will get over it, which implied that Logan isn't smart and rational, which, he's kind of onto something. Like, he's not completely wrong, because it seems like Logan's always complaining about stuff not going her way, which is sort of rational to want the game to play out in your way personally. Like, everyone should strive for that, but the complaining is probably a turn off. I'm not saying that Logan isn't smart, but like, I can see where Miles is coming from with this. But yeah, like I said, it was a questionable move because they told no one, and now everyone except for Polly is mad at them. So where are their numbers that they're going to move forward with? Why did they just put themselves on the bottom for seemingly no reason? I guess it's good that Miles basically has full control over Polly, which is only good for him, because even though people like Laura, Kate, and Morgan wanted to save Polly, they ultimately didn't and tried to vote him out. So he's a Miles number, which is good, but after the move, I just can't see where Miles's numbers, like where the Miles army is coming from. That was until he said it was time to get the graduates back together, and out of nowhere, everyone was okay with it except for Karin. So that's just confusing, but I guess. So because he has the graduates minus Karin, but plus Polly, that move, whether it was good or bad, like he got a positive outcome. Next, they went to this reward challenge, like basketball in the sea type of challenge for an American feast, which I've got to say, as an honest American, while potentially offensive, like they nailed it for sure. So much unhealthy stuff over there. And it was so funny to see Americans get singled out and dunked on like that. I also sort of like that the teams were randomly selected. For the first reward, Kate got to pick, but for the second reward, maybe you go on a reward with someone that like you would have never talked to, like you never would have worked with. So I think there should be a good balance of these two reward styles. The only thing of note in this challenge was that Morgan kept on throwing the other team's ball back to their side when she should have threw it behind them deeper onto their side, giving the other team more ground to cover before they can shoot their ball again. But whatever, man, they didn't win. AJ, Miles, Polly, Karen, Kristen, and Kate won the reward, and Miles said exactly what I was thinking. Kate has been on a bunch of rewards, which makes the meatball thing even funnier. I'm gonna have to rewatch the season again, but from memory, out of the reward challenges that they aired, the only time I can remember when she didn't get a reward was the sausage sizzle thing when she and Morgan were standing on the pegs. Anyways, the most noteworthy thing that happened at this reward was Miles telling everyone about Logan's idol, which got the ball rolling in her direction. And back at camp, the remaining graduates, Kaylin and Zara, talked about how they weren't going with this AJ and Miles split vote plan that was proposed. Kaylin won yet another inconsequential immunity challenge, last gasp, and back at camp, the war finally broke out. The Logan and Laura versus AJ and Miles war. They told each other that Kristen was the target, but no one was really believing that. It was just all out social warfare. The way I saw it, it was like this AJ, Miles, Polly, Kaylin, and Zara side versus this Laura, Logan, and Kristen side, trying to get these like Kate and Morgan votes. Then Karen was in the middle, being part of the graduates, but wanting to flip on AJ. But I question her gameplay because it's like she wanted to have this perfect position by getting Logan to burn her idol and voting out AJ, but like she's not really committing to anything. Even at the vote, she told Logan to play her idol and voted for Logan, so she's probably not good with Kristen and Logan, and there's a possibility that Logan tells someone that Karen told her to play the idol and Karen could lose Zara. I'm so confused about Carmen's gameplay here. But yeah, AJ and Miles won the day as they were able to eliminate Laura because of the minority vote split. I like Laura. I think that she was the more logical player of her and Logan, might just end up being higher than her on the player rankings. And yeah, I kind of felt bad for her that she was taken out over Logan, but also Laura self-destructed her game a lot by trying to hold on to Ridge and being paranoid about the Girls Gone Wild Alliance and changing the PD plan because Logan didn't like it, only for Logan to outlast her in the game. I liked her as a personality, but I don't think that she played an amazing game, but at least she made jury, so that's a W. All right, so I was talking about being confused about Karen's gameplay, but I'm also confused about Kate and Morgan's gameplay as well. I questioned their flip on Jesse and the Bronze, but it happened and they got themselves into a good spot with the Women's Alliance. Then, when Logan complained about not getting her way at the previous tribal council, this made Kate want to ditch her because there's too much drama around her and she wants too much control, so they flipped over to AJ's side because they like him. But to me, it made no sense because they were at the top of the Girls Alliance, then they wanted to vote out Logan, one of their numbers, and now they just flipped to the bottom of AJ's Graduates Alliance, where I don't really see an end game for them. Firstly, they're at the bottom of it, like they're not OG graduates and they're kind of just there because of AJ. Also, until Miles says otherwise, I'm assuming that Kate isn't in his in-game plans because he already tried to get her out on Brains 2.0 because she was social and could be good at the individual challenges, to which he was somewhat right because she won the first reward challenge and she organized the Jesse blindside and seems to have good relationships across the board. People want to work with her and like no one wants her out. She's a powerful player that you shouldn't take far in the game, so maybe that comment by Miles comes back around now that he's in power. Maybe Kate is good with AJ, so that might protect her some, but what are Kate and Morgan's relationships like with Kaylin, Zara, and potentially Karen? Also, because of this buddy system stuff, getting rid of the buddies, that probably means that Kate and Morgan, like one of them, are probably next up. And I think it could be Morgan because at least Kate has a relationship with AJ, probably the main character of the season, and she has a better edit than Morgan. But yeah, I just don't understand this flip. I have yet to understand any of their flips going back to the Candy vote. They were in a good spot with the Brawn guys and had power in that until they flipped to the Girls Alliance. Then they got in a dominant spot with the Girls Alliance and they won the day and beat AJ. They even got in a position to extend him an olive branch. Now they flip to the bottom of AJ's graduates where there's no indication yet that they're part of anyone's in-game plans. And last time Miles talked about Kate, it was about wanting her out. Questionable move for sure, but hey, they are surviving and I think it can get them some short-term safety over someone like Logan or maybe Karen because AJ doesn't need her anymore now that he has Kate and Morgan. Like he said, his allies are replaceable. But yeah, it's just unfortunate for Kate because I thought that when she got that episode 11 intro package that she was being set up to be a big character at the merge when really, the way that I see it, she's being set up to be an important character, a relevant part of the story, but not her own story. She's a big part of AJ's story and his dominance. Like, he put in the work with Kate and got her to ditch that Girls Alliance for him in a spot where he was 1 vote away from a tie and 2 votes away from being eliminated, and those 2 votes could have been Kate and Morgan votes if they stuck with the Women's Alliance, but they didn't because they like AJ. That's kind of how I see it. I like Kate and Morgan. Like, I think they're solid players, never seriously being targeted yet, always in positions to pivot and make moves and like be crucial votes. Also, they, but more specifically Kate, they don't wear their emotions on their sleeve and play illogically in a season where everyone makes emotional moves based on petty rivalries and makes it known who their enemies are and tries to strong arm people into moves by giving them ultimatums and has meltdowns when their plans don't go their exact perfect way and happily passes on information that no one should know about, like burning hats and finding idols and such. They're just chill for the most part. I still remember Morgan saying that Ursula was a Nash puppet and getting into an argument with Nash at that tribal council. But yeah, for the most part, they're chill, and that alone makes them top tier players on this season where no one can chill, like no one can resist self-destructing their game. But for right now, at this point in the game, it would be my pleasure to talk about their gameplay positively, but I just don't see the logic in any of their flips. I like that they have the power, like they have those options, but why? It would just be nice to have some confessionals for once. Even though Kate's getting more confessionals now, it's still not enough, and Morgan should get some confessionals as well. It's kind of like when Ben was the spokesperson for those like 5 OG Bronze and they were treated as one character. Now Kate is the spokesperson for her and Morgan, and they're basically just one character at this point, really. So yeah, I'm just disappointed that there's just no Morgan confessionals, and it kind of seems like they're just going out of their way to not show her. But yeah, all of that to say, I think they're good players, but now going forward, I kind of see them as numbers in the AJ gang and they're just waiting to get cut somewhere along the way. Could be wrong, could be completely jumping the gun and making my own version of the game and how it's going to play out. Like, never know, but that's just how I see it. I think they ruined their games for AJ, but hey, like just let the game play out, see what happens, then reevaluate with more information. Like maybe there's a backup plan, maybe they integrate more within that group next week. Like you never know. But yeah, speaking of AJ, for my standout players of the week, it's both AJ and Miles for stuff that I already said earlier. AJ secured the Kate and Morgan relationship that saved him in the end, and now they're honorary graduates potentially. Also, Miles secured the Polly relationship. Like, he is the reason why Polly at least made jury. So Polly owes him a lot. So I'm just looking at AJ and Miles's numbers, and in the immediate future, it seems like in a 10-player game right now, they have themselves, Polly, Kaylin, Zara, Morgan, Kate, and potentially Karin, but even if they don't, they still have the majority full of people that want to take them deep into the game, and they have tons of flexibility. They can even afford to chop off a buddy system like Morgan and Kate, probably keep Kate, and still keep going forward with the graduates and have the numbers. They've done some good work this weekend. I am aware and open to the game always changing, but I think they're set up nicely, so they have to be my standout players for this week. But yeah, that's all I have to say about Australian Survivor, Brains vs. Brawn II, Week 5. Stay strong, stay brutal, because above all else, it's anything to win.
I won't let you down, Bruce. I'll keep fighting. Always.
Alright, lock in, because today I'm going to be giving my thoughts and recap on Australian Survivor, Brains vs. Brawn II, Week 6. Also, I'm recording this on the day that I'm going to be posting it today, so I'm going to have to go light with the pictures and visuals this time. This is going to be more of an audio experience, but post-season, when I have more time to make these videos, I can promise better quality for sure. I already know what players I'm planning on making story videos for, so I'm excited. But yeah, enough wasting time. It's time to get in here. In episode 16, this first little opening section is about two things, which are sort of going to be these week-long storylines. Karin wants to use Logan in her plan to weaken AJ by getting out either Kate or Morgan, preferably Kate, and this sounds good to Miles. And AJ and Kaylin want to get rid of Karin because he thinks it'll open up the game so much and make it so that no one has anyone else to run to except for him. I like both of these plans, like they're both logical plans. All I would say is that maybe the Kate and Morgan plan should have been started sooner because they're so locked in with AJ, but also at the same time, that might not be so obvious on the island, despite it being obvious in the edit. But yeah, I like this self-interested gameplay, especially from Miles. They're all somewhat in a graduates alliance, but I like how they're not just like sitting by and letting each other gain power. Since Karin saved Logan, hypothetically, that's her number along with Zara, so that could be a nice voting block, and AJ, Kate, and Morgan are a voting block. And with the numbers being so thin right now at 10, 3 is powerful and will get even more powerful as the week goes on, so I like this. Next, there was an auction, non-auction, which was basically just a game, like they flip a coin or whatever. Two-Face, flip of a coin DLC, Batman Arkham Knight. Yeah, they flip a coin to uncover one of two items. If they like it, they can keep it, but if they don't like it, they get to pick the other item. It was whatever, like the rewards were mid, but there were some funny moments, like when Paulie traded in his phone call home for something to eat just to get a pickle, which technically is something to eat. Like he got what he wanted, but he was expecting more, and it's just funny because he looked so heartless for trading in a phone call home just to get a pickle, but I wouldn't say that he was heartless. It's the jury phase of the game, like there's just a few more weeks left. He's going to get to see them, but at that moment, he's got to get something to eat, so I understand it. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out the best for him. Then another funny moment was when Kate got this scroll that let her steal someone's item, and she took Kristen's lasagna and beer. It's just funny because Kate's my favorite, and I know a Kristen fan, which I've been becoming a Kristen fan myself over these past few weeks. But yeah, because these were our favorite contestants and we watched these episodes together, it was a funny interaction. Speaking of that, the guy is giving me a lot of shout outs on his channel, so it's time to reciprocate. It's time for a plug. Follow Ori Streams. I met him on YouTube, but right now he's mostly active on Kick when a Big Brother season isn't going on. That's where we watch the episodes. for the most part, every Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday at around like 6:40 or like 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, he streams. And like we play some Marvel Rivals for about an hour and then get into the episode at around 8 o'clock. I stay up till 4 o'clock a.m. to watch these episodes, so I already know what's going to happen, but it is a good hangout session. Like, watch the episode with some friends, and it's kind of what I was talking about in my second recap video. Like, this is another person that likes Australian Survivor more than, like, you know, other versions. So that aligns with my mindset. I want Australian Survivor to dominate. Like, I want it to rise to the top. So I have to try my hardest to push those channels to the forefront that are going to cover Australian Survivor mainly. So that's all. Follow Ori streams, YouTube and Kick. Getting back to the episode, the auction, game, whatever, it was mid, but like I was never really a big auction guy in the first place, so I didn't really care that it was sort of a bust. Back at camp, it was more of the same things that I talked about, just solidifying the Karen plan, solidifying AJ's bond with Kate and Morgan by telling them that Karen wanted Kate out, and Miles getting to chime in on how the Karen plan doesn't benefit him because he wants to go deep in the game with her because of her lack of endurance ability in challenges. Crazy how AJ and Miles were working together last week, making big moves and such, and now they're on completely different sides of how they want this to play out. But like I said, I think everyone here has solid plans. The one thing that Karen's plan didn't account for was a Kate immunity win. Let's go. Big chaos, Kate, man. They had to balance a ball on a beam using one foot, and this challenge was just way too easy for Kate, so she asked to make it harder. So like they had to put their hands behind their head. This kind of reminded me of Liz from Heroes vs Villains, where she asked to make the final challenge harder and still won. Like, what a beast, what a savage. Because of this increased difficulty, Logan couldn't get this spider off her shoe, and her messing around with it caused her to lose the challenge. Now my question is, JLP kind of framed this as a question, like if they wanted to make the challenge harder, they could, and Logan agreed. So maybe she didn't have to, unless it was already like a planned part of the challenge. But yeah, that got me wondering, like, what if Logan didn't want to make the challenge harder? Like, are they just gonna say no? Anyways, Kate wins when she was potentially on the chopping block, potentially going to get some votes. So she's clutch, like Michael Jordan. She had that killer instinct and some of that Kobe Mamba mentality because they went for over an hour. Like, that's so wild. She even had a victory strat. Like, look at Chaos Kate, man. So inspirational. I liked her from day one, but since she went like 9 episodes with no content, I was concerned that she wasn't really going to be a character on this season, and like they were ruining her returning chances because a lot of the pre-mergers had packed edits relative to their time on the show, while she got nothing really. But now Kate has enough fun moments for like a 4-minute highlight reel and potentially more if she wins more challenges. No one can really stop her in these types of challenges. But yeah, this win threw a wrench into Karen's plan, which was going to be a Kate and Morgan vote split, so it turned into this Morgan and Polly split. There was actually a lot of confusion going around when most of it all sort of amounted to the same thing. There was that plan, then there was Miles's plan to vote out Logan because she wasn't in the graduates, and Karen was building a voting block, her, Zara, and Logan, and like she's solid at challenges. And all of this led to Karen being upset with guys like AJ and Miles because they just agreed on the Morgan plan and now the vote is Logan. This is one of the times where I agree with Karen. Like, they literally sat there and made a plan just to change it when they're supposed to be in an alliance. It's a loose alliance because guys like AJ and Kaylin sort of have a feeling that Karen saved Logan, but they say it's an alliance and they went behind Karen's back to get the Logan plan off the ground. They are untrustworthy allies, but that's why Karen has to pivot here. Like, that's why she has to flip on them and get AJ and Miles out and actually talk to Kate and Morgan, like make something happen. I agree with how Karen feels, so at this point, like, it's time for new allies. Unfortunately, none of this really mattered all that much because it was a non-elimination round. It was this bounty versus Baron twist where because Kate won immunity, she got to pick someone, Morgan, to go to this bounty tribe with her, where like it's nicer over there. They get a breakfast and an advantage in the next immunity challenge, while the Baron tribe gets nothing and has to start over. So it's basically Survivor Fiji, haves versus have-nots, or it's like Dire Fest and Big Brochella from the Big Brother season that shouldn't be named. She'll pick one person, then they'll go to a vote. The two people with the highest votes go to Baron. Then after that, they're going to draw rocks for the remaining spots. Also, to add to the confusion, they didn't find the time to clearly explain that these two tribes wouldn't go to tribal council separately. It was just going to be a situation where everyone goes, but half the tribe will be immune. WTF. This all makes sense now, but there were so many moving parts and I just didn't understand any of this on my first time watching. I don't like it, and I'll explain more after the results of the twist, but I know Kate seemed excited, probably because of the breakfast, but she got robbed here. She won immunity, now she has to win it again. It was so funny how she was gobsmacked all while JLP was explaining the twist, like same here. But yeah, despite Morgan saying Kate doesn't have to pick her and Kate having the potential to pick someone unexpected in AJ, thought that could be a possibility. But yeah, she picked Morgan because she's an Olympian, which was funny, but also I've got to say that aspect hasn't really come into play in these individual challenges in terms of wins. It kind of reminds me of Big Brother 26 where like there was this guy named Kim, D1 athlete, but he had an abysmal comp record. Like the D1 stuff never really came into play because the challenges weren't in his favor. But here, this challenge that Kate won, I thought that could be a Morgan challenge, but I guess not. Then after this, there was like this scramble where everyone had their agendas. Karen wanted AJ split up from Kate and Morgan, and they didn't want Polly, Kate, and Morgan on the same team. Like they wanted options. So there's an easy vote no matter what the outcome of the challenge was. Also, some wanted to stay strong with the Logan vote, which is what originally was going to happen. All of this led to Polly and Logan getting voted to the Baron tribe, and with the ruck draw, the tribes were Bounty, Kate, Morgan, AJ, Karen, and Zara, Baron, Polly, Logan, Miles, Kristen, and Kaylin. There was a tie vote between Logan and AJ for Baron, which caused a revote, but Logan just never had Kate and Morgan. Like, those are firmly AJ numbers, which was a big mistake by everyone to let AJ get that close to them, especially since Logan was with Kate and Morgan in that like Coven Girls Gone Wild thing for the Jesse vote. Just mismanaging relationships, I've got to say, prioritizing the wrong relationships. Kate and Morgan probably don't have the highest win equity, but they are influential because if you get them, then you have 3 votes, and then maybe you have a friend that's 4 votes in a tribe of 10 right now. Like, there's a lot of power in saying that you have 4 votes, you just need like 1 or 2 more votes. It's just mind-boggling how no one but AJ seems to be trying to take advantage of that. But yeah, that's how the episode ends. Not to say that this stuff won't come back around, but because it didn't lead to an immediate vote out, a lot of this stuff just felt like filler. The twist can still be successful, but this episode probably won't rate high when I eventually rate all of the episodes. Next, getting over to episode 17, it takes a bit to get into the strategy of this episode because the first few minutes of this episode is like just comparing and contrasting how good Bounty was and how bad Baron was. They even had this gray filter, like color grade over Baron to make it look more depressing. It was so funny, especially the Polly of it all, because he just couldn't catch a break. He's like the Simon Me of this season, like Milo Murphy's Law. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. But yeah, for the strategy, I don't have anything to comment on or add. I've just got to say, it was so funny how Miles thought that he was the king of the rats or whatever. Then the walls just started closing in on him fast at sonic speeds. Both tribes wanted him out. This like Polly, Logan, Kaylin, and Kristen group, which is everyone on the Baron tribe except for Miles, they sort of talked about how, not their words, but they're like these misfit toys and like they've been at the bottom or like just numbers in someone else's plan. So it's time to make a move, get Miles out if they lose, which is funny that they weren't even thinking about if they won because the twist put them at such a disadvantage. Then on Bounty, it was so funny how they edited Kate and Morgan and Zara and Karen talking about how they both wanted Miles out and the other pair just doesn't want to work with them. Like, just have the conversation, which eventually happened, but that was so funny. Like, the editing choices that were made in this episode was so funny. Then there's something that I think was a misplay. Kate told AJ about the Miles plan because she wanted his trust, which AJ actually agreed with, like getting out Miles because he was ruining his game. I mean, just look at the Kristen stuff from last week where she got mad at AJ after the idol shenanigans, even though Miles took her idol. So AJ said that like he sort of wanted Miles out, but actually he was trying to play this hedge game of not wanting Miles out, but wanting to keep him in the game as his partner, but create some distance from him to show people that like he's willing to work with them. I like Kate a lot as a social player, but strategically, I'm not sure. Like, I've never been sure about her going back to the candy vote. Never been sure about any of her decisions outside of the Max move. I think it was always a bad idea to tell AJ about the plan because Miles is his guy, and the last time she told AJ about a plan, he made a whole counter voting block to try and get Polly out over Jesse. It didn't work, and she probably doesn't even know that happened, but even without that context, I don't know if I agree with telling someone that you're gonna vote out their best friend. Then I think it was even more of a mistake to frame it in a way where the Miles plan was already said and done without even talking to AJ. Like, she basically said the numbers were already there instead of acting like it was a plan that she came up with and like after getting the okay from AJ, she can rally up the numbers. I'm not the biggest fan of this play, and I'll talk about it more later. Oh yeah, before I get to the immunity challenge, the only talk that wasn't about Miles was Kaylin using this opportunity to form a bond with Kristen. He is getting more screen time this week, talking about his strategy, but I don't have much to say about this like Kaylin and Kristen stuff right now. It's good gameplay, but I need to see more to have thoughts. So next, they get to this immunity challenge where, shocker, Bounty wins because they were hanging on to a pole and Bounty got the advantage of starting up top while Baron had to start in the middle. Paulie gave it his all, but at the end of the day, he was up against Kate and Zara. They're really good at these types of challenges, and they had a breakfast and an advantage, so like that was never happening. So because of this result, this twist was pointless. This twist was unfair to Kate and the Baron tribe. First off, Kate had to win immunity again. Glad that happened because she would have been screwed over here had she lost. But also, there was no way Bounty was losing because although it didn't pan out, the person that just won the immunity, Kate, she got to handpick someone for her team, so she can just pick Morgan, the Olympian, which although it didn't really pan out, like it was still a factor. Like it could have increased their chances of winning. But not only that, they also get breakfast and an advantage in the challenge. If you lose, like you might as well just wear a paper bag over your head. Charlotte Bobcat settings, man. Like there's no good reason for Bounty to lose. I like that because Kate gets to keep her immunity that she should have had anyways, but because she won again and the Baron tribe had absolutely no chance, this whole twist just felt like filler. Like this was so predictable. They need at least 2 non-eliminations every season, and like Zen got medevac, so they needed a third. So I guess they just had to like slap this together, but it was a waste of time, I've got to say. Also, on the topic of challenge fairness, I didn't see this as a huge talking point. Like I'm not involved enough in these conversations, but On the Survivor AU Instagram page, I have seen complaints dating back to the previous immunity challenge. They're just standing there. Such riveting TV. If it's an endurance challenge involving balance or being lighter, then a woman is going to win. And in this challenge specifically, it seems like the footholds were unfair because, hey, Polly just has bigger feet than Kate and Zara, and the footholds seem to be the same size for everyone. So Polly already had all of the Baron disadvantages, and he had that working against him as well. Now, here's what I have to say. I actually see their point. If it's like a balance on something type of challenge, then that's for a woman to win for sure. But also, I think back to the pre-merge and look at all of those like obstacle course and brawl type challenges that someone like Kate just couldn't compete in because it's like a foregone conclusion on what would happen. I'm going to rewatch every episode this season soon for the rating every episode video, but off the top of my head, I think Kate only competed in one brawl, which was like the PD injury episode when she and Logan were trying to put this ring through a pole. These post-merge challenges have always been slanted more towards women or lighter body types, which makes it laughable when people talk about like getting rid of guys at the merge because they're going to be like big challenge beasts. Probably not. But also, the pre-merge challenges have always been slanted more towards physical players, men. So my thing is, there should be some balance. Don't front load the season with physical stuff and backload it with endurance. Just have a mix, and that can totally change the strategy of the game. It's just an idea. But getting to the footholds, that's something where I think they could make it more fair, like individually measure everyone's feet and craft footholds that will suit them. But that just seems like a lot of extra work, extra effort. So I don't know, but it is like a solid idea worth considering, I would say. So yeah, back at camp, the strategizing revolved around Miles' idol and like trying to figure out a good split target. The reason why I say that Kate misplayed was because AJ told this stuff to Miles, letting him know to play his idol, which happened. I've talked about Kate's smart, subtle moves before people jumped on that wave when she started getting a bigger edit. Way better player than the edit gives her credit for. Potentially a top 4 player on this season, mainly because of her social game. Amazing player. But here, I think that she's the sole reason why Miles didn't leave, someone that she wanted out, and this is something that could potentially be used against her in a final tribal council scenario. And it kind of goes back to what I said last week about, yeah, Kate is probably going to be a big character, like important to how the season plays out, but she's going to be important to AJ's story, which is somewhat coming true. Sometime in this week, in one of these episodes, AJ said that the Brawn girls are good shields and they trust him. And right here, he's using them, using that relationship that he built with Kate to get information from all sides and let him save his #1 ally, Miles. Yeah, the AJ and Miles friendship is weird this week, with AJ wanting to distance himself from Miles and leave him out of votes, which is going to be coming up, but at the end of the day, he still saw Miles as a valuable enough part of his game to save him when he could have said nothing and Miles would have left. Now, was Miles really leaving? Did he really need AJ to tell him to play his idol in such a small group of 5? I don't know. Like, I'd like to think that Miles would play it, but like that's not how it was presented on the show. But yeah, all of that to say, massive credit to AJ. It will somewhat be discussed in the following episode, but in this AJ, Kate, and Morgan relationship, I think it's working out better for AJ than it is for Kate and Morgan, and it just gives him so much power in this game. Anyways, when Miles found out about the plan, he talked about having an idol and not necessarily like strong arming, but he definitely tried to dictate a vote on Kristen, and he tried to get Logan, Polly, and AJ on board for this. Kristen is not necessarily a big threat, like a strategic powerhouse that everyone's going to lose to at the end, but every vote doesn't have to be about that. I agree with Miles wanting Kristen out because whether she's a GOAT or not, she's playing a mighty good game of Survivor, being so well insulated and someone that no one wants to get rid of. I don't think anyone has implied that Kristen is a GOAT, but she can easily take up a final 2 spot, and even right now, she can take up your place in an alliance. Like, she makes you expendable. Whereas if they got rid of Kristen, everyone's going to have to like make new friends. I probably don't love the way that Miles went about it, but I love the idea to get Kristen out. That's a very smart play. Logan seemed down, Paulie seemed down, but AJ wasn't, because for this whole week, he's been somewhat against Miles. AJ thought that he could work with Kristen and that if she goes, then they're on the bottom, which I just didn't see his argument. Like, to me, Miles made a better argument for why Kristen should leave. But at this point, it doesn't matter because AJ isn't playing Miles's game. But also, AJ not feeling this plan didn't really matter because based on how the votes played out, all Miles needed was 3, himself, Logan, and Paulie, and they were in. This, however, got ruined when Paulie was told that he was to split, and he just started spiraling. Like, he had a meltdown like it's Diary of a Wimpy Kid. It's so funny how he was just going around to everyone telling them not to vote for him, which they made him seem unhinged for this, maybe, but it's actually reasonable with Miles having an idol and all. I think the misplay here was, okay, he's telling everyone not to vote for him, but give them another name to vote for. Like, that's what I would say. And all of this paranoia about the split ruined Miles's Kristen plan as Logan and Paulie ditched it and just went into self-preservation mode. It's so funny how for most of this game, Paulie has been called a snake oil salesman when he's just been a normal guy, at least like in the edit. And he's really been on the bottom for most of his run. Like, he's not really in power to be this snake oil salesman. Then the one time that he actually acts like a snake oil salesman or whatever by not telling Kristen that the vote was on her when she pressed him, that's the round when his game comes to an end. Ironic. That conversation didn't end his game, but it was funny. But yeah, tribal council happens, Miles plays his idol. Come on. You guys didn't think you could take down the jungle rat that easily, did ya? He negates all 5 bounty votes, and Logan, Kaylin, and Kristen's Paulie votes were enough to send him home, with Miles not getting his way. Now, I have to talk about Paulie. I thought that he was going to be a good player. He was a big player, he got a big edit, but I don't really think he was a good or amazing player. Like, I don't think he played a good game, which is unfortunate because I felt like he was set up so nicely on early Brawn. What I think is that he could possibly be a good player, like very social, good personality, but this specific game this season played out badly for him, like a worst case scenario. I believe he was the most rational person in the Noonan and Ursula drama. Like, if they stuck together, then they possibly could have run Brawn 2.0. He could have gone into the merge with a buddy, which has sort of been the meta in this merge phase. Maybe you get targeted like PD and Kristen, or maybe like Kate and Morgan, they see you as a block and they want to work with you. Paulie just didn't have that option going into the merge, which made it almost impossible for him to gain traction. Even when he got a buddy in Miles, Miles already had a buddy, and he said that Paulie was expendable. He only picked him up because he was on the bottom, and in theory, he could be his number. And then the snake oil salesman stuff just derailed Paulie's whole game, which wasn't necessarily true, at least like from the edit, but massive credit to AJ for outplaying Paulie with that and getting everyone to believe that. He's playing a great game of Survivor. But yeah, I would say that Paulie had an entertaining run on this season, and yeah, I liked him as a character. Fun TV for sure. Now for episode 18. The start is just typical Karen being mad at AJ and Miles because she thought that AJ told Miles to play the idol, and this is yet another one of her plans foiled by AJ. But instead of targeting AJ, she's back on this Kate and Morgan plan, and AJ and Kaylin are back on this Karen plan. So they're exactly where they began at the beginning of this week in terms of targets. At this point, I just want to see Karen vote AJ or Miles out instead of trying to weaken AJ by getting out Kate or Morgan. But my guess is she doesn't have the numbers for AJ because he's so well insulated with guys like Miles and Kaylin. And if people still believe in the graduates, Zara won't turn on AJ, Kate and Morgan won't vote for AJ. So there's just not enough numbers to get AJ out, which is why she has to go for Kate and Morgan. That would make sense. Also, before the reward, it was another Kaylin and Kristen segment talking about how they could be partners, and Kaylin talked about his strategy and like how he has 3 buddies in Miles, AJ, and Kristen. I already said I don't know how to feel about Kaylin's strategy other than to say that it's good, and I only highlighted it because This episode is a big breakout episode for Kalen. He had always been chiming in when necessary, like he's relevant to the story, but in this episode, he finally jumped over Kate and Zara in the confessionals, and the fact that he's getting this content right now, like peaking right now, that makes me think that he's an end gamer and like they have to show his strategy, show his story more. Just my take on it. I like the reward challenge. It's this one where they had to like hold on to a rope to balance a track and like stack these blocks and knock them over like dominoes, but it was in pairs, which I liked. What I didn't like was that this challenge was held with an odd number of players, which meant that Logan had to sit on the bench and didn't have a chance to compete for reward, which is unfortunate. She's one of my favorites. But she made the most of this opportunity by helping AJ, directing AJ when he dropped one of his blocks. Not saying that's what got Logan picked to go on this reward by Kristen and AJ, but it definitely didn't hurt. And yeah, like she's playing the game. I respect it. AJ and Kristen also took Kalen because he was also on the Baron tribe and hasn't really been to much rewards like that. So I like these picks. I thought they were going to like have to pick a pair, but it worked out better this way. At this reward, the new Barry's alliance got formed between AJ, Kalen, Kristen, and Logan, with Kate and Morgan as these votes that they plan to bring in, and they aim to get Karen out. One of the reasons why Logan wanted Karen out was because of the idol shenanigans, and that was what I was concerned about when I was talking about that move. Karen is so indecisive. It's like she wants Logan to be safe, but also she doesn't want to openly flip on the graduates. She wants to have all of these options available to her when I think like she should have just committed to one, because now both sides don't really want to move forward with her. It's like she'll save Logan, but it has to be her way. She didn't want to tell Logan way before the vote and give her a chance to strategize against the plan, which is why Logan would feel burned by Karen and not see her as a true ally. A true ally would give her a chance to flip the plan. So I don't necessarily know if Logan going for Karen is in her best interest, especially since AJ explained better how if they get rid of Karen, everyone will come to him and Kalen. But I understand for sure why Logan would want Karen out, and the plan before this immunity challenge was a 3-3-3 plan. They're leaving Miles out, so Miles, Zara, and Karen vote for Kate. Then the 6 of the Berries and Kate and Morgan split on Karen and Zara, then vote Karen out on the revote. Makes sense, solid plan for AJ, that is, and Kalen. Like, I don't know if it's good for anyone else, but yeah. After this, there's this immunity challenge, 3-part, 3-stage elimination challenge, where surprisingly there was no reset, like no wait time after they got done with the stages. If you got past the first stage, then you don't have to wait for the others to catch up. Like, you can just start the second stage. No easy chance to catch up, so if you had a bad start, then you're basically done. Mixed feelings because it is different from what I'm used to, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. I'm open to it, especially since you can just skate by on this challenge by being bad, but like just good enough to qualify in the first 2 stages, then turn into God mode on the puzzle. It's different for sure, and like I don't really have strong feelings about it. Something else that was different or out there was Kalen using JLP for strategy. I'll just say it. Kalen won. He beast moded through this challenge, but when he got to the puzzle section, he asked JLP to like not let them know where he was in the puzzle because he didn't want them to know that he was good at puzzles, which is interesting. It goes back to his strategy that he talked about in episode 2, and like I forgot exactly what he said, but there was this like coconut bar and like he wanted people to like underestimate him or something along those lines. Even in this week's episode, he told AJ that he wants people to think that like he's not all the way there because that works for their strategy, something along those lines. I like it. Like he said his game plan at the beginning and he's staying consistent. But it is questionable, like should he really be able to use JLP in his strategy? Also, why should Kalen get updates about how well everyone else is performing but not vice versa? I like Kalen, but it is questionable. Probably didn't matter anyways. He was light years ahead of everyone. That is, until he was missing a piece, but Kate suggested that it was in the bag, which it was. So look at Clutch Kate, man, so inspirational, always coming up clutch, even in challenges that she can't even win. That's the second assist this episode because Logan directed AJ to where the block was and Kate suggested looking in the bag. So look at all these assists, looking like Magic Johnson out there. Also, hey, going back to the immunity complaints, they said that all of these post-merge immunity challenges are just like standing there and they're more suited towards women. Well, hey, this is one that Kate and Zara performed badly on. Like, this is your window of opportunity to take one of them out. But were they the main vote for tonight? No. So yeah, that's on the players. Never know if you're going to get a challenge like this again. Not saying I wanted them out, definitely not. But if they were to be voted out, this would be the round, because the next round and the next round and the next round, like, you're probably just going to be standing there like balancing on something or whatever. It's just that no one wanted them out bad enough, because while they were both supposed to receive 3 votes, Karen was the main target here. The 3-3-3 plan was on until, out of nowhere, out of left field, Kristen said that she trusts Karen and can't work with Zara, so she's flipping her vote, meaning that Zara would leave, and a good opportunity presented itself when she became part of the Karen side of the split, 4-3-2. This was because Miles had a thing, and like, he didn't want to get in the way of AJ's thing, and like, they were talking about things and such. But Miles's thing was that he told Logan, instead of going for Kate, he would flip his vote to Zara, which means Zara gets voted out, 4-3-2. So they had to flip Kristen's vote to the Karen side to counteract this. It sounds so confusing, and it was, especially on the first watch, but like, I understand it now. I like that AJ's looking out for his own game by not including Miles in on the vote, but the way that he went about it was so suspicious, like saying that he'll tell Miles the plan at tribal council. Like, that should have been an instant like alarm bell. And it seems like at this point AJ has more options. Like, he's willing to distance himself away from Miles, while Miles still thinks that they're this like dynamic partnership and kind of getting left in the dust. Anyways, this was originally about Kristen, and this configuration enabled her to make a big move. She could flip her vote to Zara and save Karen. I like this for Kristen a lot. She's been social, she's been included in things, but this is finally her time to make her signature move that sets her up greatly for the end game. So it's ironic how at this tribal council, she told Karen that like she messed up the plan, when honestly, although true, I think Kristen messed up the plan here by telling Karen about the vote split before tribal. She took a page out of the Karen playbook by telling Karen about the plan, but this was like right before tribal council, and she gave Karen no chance to plan around it. She'll save Karen, but it has to be her way, and Karen will lose an ally in the process, literally straight out of Karen's playbook. So while Karen going to this tribal council and like playing Russian roulette or whatever, and like trying to gather up these 5 votes of her, Kristen, Kaylin, Zara, and Logan to take out one of Miles, AJ, Kate, or Morgan, that literally got her voted out because that changed the plan. But I don't necessarily blame Karen a lot, because she was being given a plan. A plan was being dictated to her, rather than this being her own plan that aligns with her interests, where preferably she would keep herself and Zara in the game. Would have had a chance to make a counter to this if Kristen told her before, which Kristen admitted to tipping Karen off, which is just bad gameplay from Kristen. And just like that, the Berries alliance is probably over, if it even was like a real deal alliance. But yeah, Karen gets voted out here, and I have to say, although she got a really big edit and was like this decoy winner Valeria type of edit, even though I didn't see Valeria as having a winner edit or a decoy winner edit, but that's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, despite Karen getting a massive edit, I don't think that she was that amazing as a player. Now, she probably makes the top 10 players of this season because, like, well, she made it past the final 10, so that has to count for something. And even if I were to mix it up, like having a lower placement like Laura above Karen, which I probably wouldn't, but like just as an example, even if that were the case, this season's cast is so bad gameplay wise that I can't imagine Karen falling outside of the top 10. So she's good there, but I don't think that she was an amazing player. At the beginning, she was safe with the Coven, and the graduates won the day at the Mad Max Tribal Council, where Allie went home. But then after the AJ idol play, everything that she had to say was about AJ and Miles. AJ and Miles. She doesn't like AJ and Miles because they're ruining her plans, which is so valid. But she barely did anything to get them out, really didn't have the numbers. So despite getting a big edit, I kind of feel like she's a bit of a confessional gangster somewhat. Gonna talk a big game in the confessionals, like they're gonna give her a lot of confessionals, and having that constant presence would be a trick to think that she's an amazing player, but no, I just don't see it that way. She couldn't get out AJ and Miles. She couldn't secure the Kate and Morgan voting block. She couldn't even secure the voting block that she was working on her own with herself, Zara, and Logan, just because of the way that she saved Logan. She thought that Kaylin was on her side when he wasn't. She tried to bring together this 5 at Tribal Council, which is Kristen's fault why it had to happen that late, but since it happened that late and they didn't get a whole day to talk about it, that 5 was never voting with her, which just shows that she was left out somewhat. She didn't have the strongest connections. Then there were the questionable decisions, like organizing this 4 Polly, 3 AJ split plan to put the fear of God into AJ, someone that she wanted to work with, when that should really just drive AJ away, get him to look for new allies. And I already talked about the Logan idol situation where I wanted to see Karen commit, either tell Logan way before, which will be more appreciated, or don't tell her at all. Her game was an interesting game. Don't know if it was necessarily amazing, but she was fun TV, so I'll give her that. As for the person that gets credit for this Karen move, it's tough. Guys like Kaylin and AJ said Karen's name at the beginning of this week, and Logan said Karen's name at the reward and tried to claim credit, trying to talk to the jury. Also, Kristen was in an interesting spot where she gave Karen the information that led to the live tribal council, which got her eliminated, which means that both Kristen and Karen played a part in Karen's downfall. I think this is one of those unique votes in Survivor that's not black and white and one person can't take the sole credit. There were a lot of factors in this Karen move, so it's a tough one. I'm not really going to make that call here, but in terms of the people that benefit the most, I definitely think it's Kaylin and AJ. Speaking of AJ, for my standout player, it has to be AJ, and just AJ this time, unlike last time when Miles was up here. Miles' game took a hit this week. Out of nowhere, he's just a target and had to play his idol. Then he has AJ trying to leave him out of the votes and never got his way this week because Karen left and Kristen stayed in the game. He also lost Polly, which he said that Polly was expendable, but he burned his advantage and idol to save Polly just for him to leave a week later. Meanwhile, AJ on the other hand, he's working with Kaylin. Miles still thinks that they're tight. Zara still tells him the plan. He has or had the berries. Kristen flipped, but Logan was in there. He has Kate and Morgan on lock in a position where at this tribal, there were talks about shields and such. Karen saying that Kate and Morgan are AJ shields, which Kate basically said AJ might be the shield. That's kind of what I got from what she was saying. But the thing is, on the edited TV show, they haven't really expressed that. They haven't really said that they're using AJ as a shield. They said that they're going with AJ because they like him. Meanwhile, AJ said that he's using Kate and Morgan as shields and isn't going to final 5 with them intact, if I heard that correctly, saying that he'd be dumb to go to the final 5 with them or something along those lines. The AJ, Kate, Morgan friendship works better for AJ because he has numbers, while all Kate and Morgan have is AJ because they ditched the coven and Girls Gone Wild thing for him. And I like this strategy because if they're still targeting buddies, Kate and Morgan are next or have to be taken out sometime down the line. One of them has to go before AJ. So AJ is connected to just about everyone and got what he wanted at both tribal councils. Miles stays safe. He was able to warn Miles to play his idol because of the information that Kate gave him, and Karen left, someone that he saw as a strategic person that could rally an opposing side. Now everyone left, just these floating numbers that are connected to him in one way or another. AJ's dominating the game, and it's crazy to see how far he's come. At the beginning, he was somewhat on the bottom of brains, or not in the best position, because he told Allie about trying to get Logan out, and that was a big mistake. Now he's controlling the game and everyone wants to work with him, so that deserves some applause. I also wanted to just mention Kaylin. Bigger edit this week, he got his way as well with Karen going out, and he's getting closer to Kristen, and he shed more light on his strategy about playing in the background and such. So those are my standouts. I also wanted to talk about the edit and a point that I've been seeing since a certain person won Australian Survivor. I look at conversations, I look at videos, and I can't trace it back to one person, but I have heard cases for why AJ won't win, which I could get behind. He has a decent amount of negativity to his edit, and he probably has too big of an edit to where he'd be an obvious winner. He's probably getting a George style edit right now. But I wouldn't say that means that one of the under-edited lower confessional players like Kate, Morgan, and Kristen are going to win, and they're going to be just like Liz, which is a comparison that I've seen going around some. I ruled them out all the way back in week 2 when Paulie and Noonan were the only ones getting real content on original Bronze. I didn't want to make a whole video on this, so I'll just address it here. Just because Liz won with a low confessional count, that doesn't automatically open the doors for other players with low confessional counts to win as well. First off, out of this OG Brawn group, I believe that at this point in the season, Liz had a few more confessionals than the highest confessional getter out of them at this point, Kate, so there's that. But despite the low confessional count, I knew Liz's story, and I always knew where she stood in the game, and she got to chime in at important moments, and even when she didn't get confessionals, she still had screen time and was in those important conversations. But yeah, back to the story aspect, I knew all of Liz's story. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Kate and Morgan literally have plot holes in their journey that they didn't get to explain all that much or at all. There's actually a new plot line that emerged from Paulie's Jury Villa segment where Laura told him that Kate and Morgan didn't like him or whatever because on day 3, something like that, he and Noonan suggested Kate and Morgan should be next, and like they held on to that. That would have been nice to know. Like, I feel like that would have been important when explaining the dynamics of the season, explaining Kate and Morgan's story. Could have given more context as to why Kate called Paulie's game tragic. But hey, that along with some of Kate and Morgan's other moves that I talked about, they're not in the edited version of the season, or they're not highlighted that much because they're probably not winning. Also, back to the Liz stuff, she had a low confessional count, but she was always going to get a low confessional count because it was a half new player, half returnee season where players like Simon, George, and Nina were coming back for some redemption. So they're going to take up a lot of screen time, along with a winner in Haley. Shawnee's going to command a lot of screen time, and Jordy was a huge character on the season prior to Heroes versus Villains. These guys all needed their screen time, whereas in most seasons of Australian Survivor, the winner, they might not get the most confessionals, but they're at least somewhere around 100 and they're a top confessional getter. I'll put a few confessional charts on screen, but like, yeah, I've got to say, that's consistent. That's something that I'd bet on. Australian Survivor winners get coronation edits. Like, that is the status quo. Liz is a very rare exception, and she has a good reason to be an exception for the reasons that I just explained. It's because of this, that's why like there's only 3 real contenders for me, which are the top 3 confessional getters at this point: AJ, Miles, and Logan, and maybe potentially Kalen, because while he doesn't have the most confessionals, kind of like Liz, at least I knew of his story since episode 2. Whereas with Kristen, Kate, Morgan, and Zara, they have low confessional counts and they don't have a clear season-long storyline, so I have to write them off. That's not saying that they're bad players, they're amazing players, like they made it to the final 8, but based on the edit, based on the status quo, I don't see how they win unless their edit just picks up drastically within these final 6 episodes, which can happen, but they just wouldn't have a season-long storyline. I like all of them. Like, I want Kate or Morgan to win. If one of them won, they'd probably be my favorite winner ever, but I don't want them to win with this edit because it's not good. If this is a winner edit, then it's an edit that doesn't really show their story. I've learned more about their story from exit interviews and Jury Villa than what's actually been shown on TV. So that's all it's about. I just don't think they're gonna win. I just think the Liz comparison for under edited players is a bad comparison for all of the reasons listed earlier. But hey, anything can happen. I wrote like half of these players off, but with new information, I can change my opinion. So I'm just gonna let the season play out. But yeah, that is all I have to say about an eventful week of Australian Survivor, Brains versus Brawn II. Stay strong, stay brutal, because above all else, it's anything to win.
I won't let you down, Bruce. I'll keep fighting. Always.
Alright, lock in, because today I'm going to be giving my thoughts and recap on Australian Survivor, Brains vs. Brawn II, Week 7. So yeah, just like that, it's time to get in here. Back at camp, it was all Karen fallout. Like most of this early section was all somewhat related to Karen, with Logan trying to take credit for the Karen move, which is going to be a big storyline in this episode. Then there was Kristen trying to patch things up with AJ and Kaylin, to which Kaylin said in confessionals that the berries were over. Then there was Zara feeling on the bottom because she just lost her final two, which Miles had to pick her up and give her sort of this pep talk about playing from the bottom, which inspired her to get the graduates back together. In this beginning section of the episode, I feel like Zara was the standout and Logan and Kristen tanked. Logan claiming credit to the jury in sort of a sneaky way is fine, but openly going back to camp and claiming credit isn't fine, especially since this is just playing into AJ's hands. Like she's creating a quote unquote resume that will get people to question taking her to the end. Also, Kristen played badly, but I already touched on this in the previous video before the fallout. There was just no reason to be all loyal and literally admit that she told Karen about the plan, because that just shows that she's untrustworthy, and in the end, she lost her buddy in Kaylin and she lost the berries because of it. The only gameplay that I liked here is Zara trying to get the graduates back together, which throughout this episode, she went around having these one-on-one chats with the graduates members. It's been commented on, like there hasn't really been a solid big alliance. The game is fluid, like they're in voting blocks. Like your enemy one round could be your best friend the next round. With no solid alliance, if you can lock down a majority alliance this close to the end game, then you're in a really good spot. So I like Zara's thinking, and I think it's her only real play because with the limited players left in the game, she's the closest to the graduates. I also think that going graduates is a good play because it takes AJ away from Kate and Morgan and you open up more space for you to survive. So I like this play from Zara. Next, they get to the reward challenge where they had to balance on a platform at sea for an overnight IKEA reward, which Kristen won. Her picks were funny because she picked Morgan and Logan, and I remember earlier in the season there was this sausage sizzle saga where Logan was dictating, didn't want the bronze to get the snags. Then in the next episode, there was like this comfort type of salon reward where Morgan didn't want Logan to go with them because she didn't let them get the snags in the previous episode. Now they're going on something similar, like it comes full circle. I thought that Kristen's picks were somewhat interesting because she picked Logan and Morgan when Morgan and Kate have been this tight pair. Like they've never really been split up in this game, but actually it makes sense because Morgan and Kate are just going to follow the same plan. So you don't need to bring both of them. Like that's redundant. Something that I also want to point out is how in every reward, the people going on the reward versus staying at camp seems to be somewhere near half and half, or less people go on the reward. The only time I think it wasn't that way was the first reward challenge, the opening challenge of the merge, when Kate got to pick the majority to go to the cocktail party. I'll fact check that when I rewatch the whole season again for rating every episode and player rankings and player story videos. But yeah, if I remember it correctly, she got to take 7 out of 13, and that was a big advantage to take the majority. So the game basically has to wait for them. Like there's no majority back at camp. Here, it was a 3 reward, 5 camp split, which even though the people going on the reward literally got a reward, I think that the people that stayed behind also got somewhat of a reward as well, or an advantage as far as the game goes, because hey, that's 5 right there. That's the majority. They can just come together as a 5, then there's nothing that the 3 people on the reward can really say about that to prevent it unless they have like good connections. But if not, then they're just sitting ducks. Although this didn't happen exactly, like no 5-person alliance, because of the limited picks and all of the graduates being left behind at camp with Kate, this gave Zara the perfect opportunity to go around to each and every graduate and pitch graduates reuniting, which eventually happened as everyone in this post-graduates alliance agreed that it was in their best interest to go forward together. It was a very advantageous camp reward split for the people left back at camp, But ultimately, Kristen didn't help herself by literally admitting that she was going to flip the Karen plan, which exposed that she was somewhat working against AJ and Kaylin. Then she didn't even take them. She didn't even go very strong with this reward. She went Logan and Morgan, which I said that taking Morgan is basically like taking Kate as well. And this let AJ see how Kristen was trying to form this Kristen, Logan, Morgan, and Kate group. So I don't think that Kristen was as screwed over here. I just think like her bad gameplay caught up with her. I thought her picks were all right, like try and form an alliance at the reward, solid idea, but it gave the graduates time to form again. So maybe in hindsight, like take AJ and Kaylin, something like that. I don't know. I usually like to recap and give my thoughts on these episodes chronologically, but the fact that they went to the postgraduates formation before the reward, and the reward seemed to be like a shorter section, that just screamed that whatever Kristen was trying to get to happen, like it just wasn't going to happen. They weren't the main characters of this episode. Also, it exposed that there's no winner in that group, but that's not breaking new ground. Like the Bronze were never winning this season. I had a question starting in week 2, but week 3 and week 4 solidified that they're not winning. When Noonan left and the 5 Bronze made the max move, but they got like no content, and the only real contender left was Paulie. They're just not winning this season, and I will be shocked if that happens. Anyways, for their plan, it was funny how Logan and Kristen were talking about getting out Kate when Morgan was right there. But also, if you never float the idea, like if you never make an attempt, then that's a failure, and they need Kate out at some point because it evens the playing field in terms of challenges. But ultimately, they settled on Zara because she flips and she's untrustworthy. I guess. Would have rather seen them target AJ, but they still thought that they were in the berries, so that's why that never happened. The only other thing to say before the immunity challenge is that it showed this flashback sequence of AJ putting ideas in people's heads about voting out Logan, which I don't have much to say about, like other than it's good gameplay. Also, Miles found an idol. Perfect. But he told AJ, not perfect. It's a bad idea to tell anyone about your idol, but he told AJ. I know they reconnected in this episode and talked about having to distance from each other and such, and they're still locked in, but at the end of the day, AJ is someone that was undermining Miles all last week, trying to keep him out of stuff. Also, last week, AJ told Miles when to play his idol, and it was a correct idol play. With all of AJ's connections, he can probably create a similar situation. Then, when they get to a final tribal council or something, AJ can say that Miles only played idols correctly because of him. This is just giving AJ way too much power, and I don't like it for Miles. Next, it's a 2-part immunity challenge where the first part is in teams and the second part is individual. Carry a person through an obstacle course, then the individual portion is throwing sandbags at a target. In this challenge, Kaylin dropped Kate, and because she had her hands and legs tied, she had no way to brace herself. Poor Kate. Also, no confessional after this, but I guess AJ threw the challenge at the rope part because he didn't want Logan to get a shot at immunity. Smart strategy, but poor Logan. But I read Logan's interview on 10 where AJ has kept on telling her that he didn't throw the challenge, so I really don't know what to believe. But anyways, this left the door open for Kaylin, Kate, Miles, and Kristen to advance, and when they got to the throwing part, Kate just had no chance. Laugh out loud. I think this challenge wasn't made for a small woman. Like, I remember pre-merge, whenever it was like throwing something, it would usually be Ben and Jesse. Like, yeah, I think this was made for a strong guy to win. This was such a Kaylin challenge, so I wasn't surprised when he won. Alright, so I listened to podcasters and YouTubers covering this show, so this isn't a completely original thought, but prior to even listening to any recaps, I thought that the challenges in this episode should have been flipped. The more individualistic reward should have been immunity, and then the team challenge should have been for reward. Now, based on my thoughts on the challenge being made for a physically strong man, was Logan really going to win the second part? I don't know. Like, I don't think she was going to be a lock to win, that's for sure. But I think with her group, it was possible because I don't know how good Zara would be, and AJ and Morgan are bad at challenges. Wouldn't bet on it, but it's possible. But I didn't like that Logan didn't get a real chance to compete for individual immunity because of team performance. Although very smart, I didn't like that the possible challenge throwing, which AJ told Logan that he didn't throw. Like, we'll see. Hopefully it comes out in exit press or deep dive, something like that. But even if he didn't throw, I didn't like that in the individual phase of the game, Logan had to rely on a team. And although this didn't happen here, I don't like helping in individual immunity challenges. Individual immunity challenges should be exactly that. Individual immunity challenges. And that's all I have to say about that. Anyways, back at camp, when it became obvious to Kristen that Kaylin and AJ weren't on their side, they first tried to pitch this Kate and Morgan vote split, get the graduates to split their votes to Kate, to Morgan, so the Brawn women and Logan could vote out Zara. For Zara, to Kate, to Morgan. But no one was buying any of that, and the postgraduates were willing to go to rocks for the most part. I have to point out some bad gameplay from AJ here. He wanted to get Kate on side as a 5th vote. A constant theme throughout this week is this Kate and AJ relationship, and AJ possibly putting himself in game losing positions because he wants to tell Kate the plan, keep Kate and Morgan on side. In the same way that Kate telling AJ about the Miles plan was a misplay, AJ telling Kate about the Logan plan was a misplay, especially since they're going 4 strong. Like, if there's an idol in play, you flat out lose, or like you have to split your votes and bank on the other side splitting their votes, but like that wasn't happening since they were going 4 strong, so they lose. At the end of the day, there was no idol in play, so it doesn't blow up in his face like the Miles plan failed for Kate, but it is still bad gameplay because you're telling the other side the name that you're voting for in Logan, and you're giving them the power to plot against you when you already assume that they were tight 4. Maybe if he put more time into Kate in this round, told her the plan a bit earlier, tried to get her on the same wavelength as the graduates, then she could have actually flipped. But based on what was shown, that wasn't the case. It was just like one conversation. It's not even that calculated. Like, in the next episode, there's going to be a decision, and Miles said because he has the idol, the other side probably doesn't have an idol, which is smart. But it seems like none of that went into AJ's decision making, so it's a misplay. So anyways, they went to tribal council for deadlock, and when the possibility of rocks was on the table, they got 5 minutes to discuss what was going to happen before they went to rocks. It's going to be revealed later why it was even easier for Miles and AJ to win this debate, like in a certain Jury Villa segment, but even without that context, they made solid points that were hard to disagree with, like Miles saying in a rock scenario, it's 3 versus 2, so he and AJ have a lesser chance to go home. Also, although I still think that AJ telling Kate the plan was a misplay, it somewhat works in his favor here because he was able to talk to how fluid the game was and how they're in voting blocks and how this graduates 4, although the audience knows it's a locked in 4, they shouldn't believe that it's a locked in 4 because the game has been fluid and they can get rid of Logan here and not necessarily be in the minority tomorrow. Like, the game isn't playing out like that. Everyone's willing to work with each other, and AJ has shown that with his partnership with Kate and Morgan for this whole merge phase. Also, he joined the Berries with Kristen in the previous episode, so he laid down some nice groundwork for this pitch. These were some amazing points that were brought to the table. Meanwhile, Logan, apparently she didn't actually give up like how the show tries to make it seem. I'll put up this tweet by Miles and Logan, but at the end of the day, she only needed one person, but she couldn't get Kate, Morgan, or Kristen to go to rocks for her, which ended her game here. Kind of funny how a lot of Logan's game was me. I'm never heard. My moves never get made. This Karen move is my move. Even when Polly was having a terrible time on Baron, probably the worst time out there based on the edit, she made it all about herself and how she's been so wrong in the game, which could be true, but it was so funny how it was happening while Polly was having a moment. Then, although she said that she fought hard for Kate, Morgan, and Kristen to go to rocks, in the edit, it didn't seem like she had that same fire that she showed with other stuff. And they made it seem like it was a situation where she was giving them the choice, like, hey, you don't have to lay down your game for me, but good luck if you think you can beat those four, like type of thing. Regardless of how it actually played out, I think the reason why she couldn't get Kate and Morgan to go to Rox is because of a reason that'll be explained later, but also this wasn't a real deal tested alliance. I bet their intentions were for it to be a real deal alliance, but they're just coming together on the fly, while the graduates, at least they voted together that one time, and there's just way more trust within that group than this Kristen, Logan, Morgan, and Kate group. Like, if this were Morgan on the chopping block, then Kate probably goes to Rox for her, but they're not going to Rox over Logan, someone that they ditched the Girls Gone Wild coven because of. I think not going to Rox was actually bad for all of them, Kate, Morgan, and Kristen, especially with the bird's eye view and hindsight, knowing that this Graduates 4 is going to stay strong going into the next episode. But I think it was even more of a mistake for Kristen because Kate and Morgan probably think that they have AJ, like they worked together for like a couple of rounds, while Kristen and AJ only really worked together closely in the Berries Alliance in the previous episode, and now that's over with. But yeah, that's all I have to say about Rox. Now I have to talk about Logan. I think she was a solid player actually, which I was debating, but just talking through her game, I like it. Very well insulated within the coven, very powerful at the start when AJ wanted to get rid of her for being this social butterfly, which showed to be true as when AJ told Allie about the Logan plan all the way back in like episode 3, Allie went straight back to Logan to tell her what was going on. Like, Logan was just so well insulated. Then there was a point in the game when it looked like her game could fall apart after she was on the wrong end of the Mad Max Tribal Council, and at the swap she got split up from her best friend Laura and went to a tribe of Graduates and Rich, which both AJ and Rich have been wanting her out. I'll have to go back and see like just exactly how this played out, how much Logan herself was involved in ensuring her safety, which the rewatch should be starting next week. Like, I want to have watched all of the season again before the finale. But yeah, the most impressive part of Logan's game was surviving this swap when she really should have been gone with all of those graduates on Brawn 2.0. Survived the Rich round, the Ursula round, the Noonan round, and in the unexpected Ben round when he left the game, Logan would have survived the Polly round. He was getting voted out there, or AJ if the split plan failed, if the split was actually real. She survived all of this while she and Laura were being talked up as these best friends that when they get back together, they're gonna run the game. So that's amazing. She was even able to get into this Girls Gone Wild coven thing with Kate and Morgan. But her game takes a hit after the PD round where she was mad that she didn't get her way, and this made Kate and Morgan ditch her and Laura because Logan was causing too much drama or whatever. She even had to use her idol to survive, but she lost her best friend Laura, which is her fault. But she's able to like stay quiet, not create too many waves until after the Karen round, where she wanted to claim all of the credit, which led to her elimination. I think she's a decently competent player, but the only thing that holds her back are her emotions, how she just has these meltdowns when things don't go her way, which I hyper focused on. That is going to be a reason why she's not like the best player on this season, but I was thinking about having her like below Laura, maybe below Kristen, when now that I just talked through her entire game, she might have a shot at being a top 5 or a top 6 player, so that's nice. Also, I liked her as a character. She brought some good entertainment, like some good one-liners, always knew what to say. So yeah, I enjoyed Logan's run on this season for sure. One of my favorites. Now getting to episode 20. The story for the early portion, and really for this whole episode, was getting Zara to flip. The guys are locked in. Like, the next 3 eliminations are already set in stone. It's going to be Kristen out first because Kaylin can't trust her, and Kate and Morgan will follow her to the jury in the following rounds. And they're going on lockdown, so if the Brawny girls had an idol, they wouldn't know where to play it. While on the other hand, Morgan and Kristen were pitching to Zara about how they're a strong 3 with Kate and they can take out Kaylin, someone that's in everyone's final 3 and a challenge beast. So he's just never leaving the game and taking up someone's spot. So yeah, this episode had a big Zara focus where she was weighing these options in her head because she was the swing vote in the middle, and it was interesting because at least in confessionals, she had her doubts about the boys. Unfortunately for the Brawn women wanting to make a move, their plan got crushed as Kalen won his 5th immunity. A small moment that I liked that I wanted to point out was when AJ asked JLP for the record on immunity challenge wins. Zara passed it off to Miles, like, come on Miles, you know this, and let him have a moment to like nerd out. That moment kind of reminded me of Big Brother, where they only get Julie Chen Moonves for one night a week, so for the most part the players host the comps and the game feels more player driven. Not saying I don't like JLP as a host, but I like that Zara gave Miles that moment to show off. So back at camp, somewhere down the line, the Brawn girls decided that it's going to be AJ that leaves, but they're in the minority, so they can't really make that happen. Then for the graduates, it's the same Kristen plan, lockdown plan, straightforward vote, but that just can't happen in Survivor. Here comes AJ trying to get everyone on board for this 3-3-1 plan, like get Kate and Morgan in, put 3 votes on Kristen, 3 on Morgan, then Kristen's vote goes to waste, and this way they'd be protected against an idol and get out Kristen or Morgan. He even got Kaylin to agree with this, while Miles and Zara wanted to keep it simple, and this was most of the conflict for this pre-tribal section. I didn't understand AJ's plan at first. Now I understand it, but he's relying so much on Kate and Morgan voting his way when, yeah, he said the game is fluid, but they voted against his alliance in the previous tribal council. In this plan, I suppose if Kate, Morgan, and Kristen just put all of their votes on someone like Miles, then like Zara, Miles, and Kaylin put their votes on Morgan, and AJ just sticks to the original Kristen plan, which in this universe, Kate and Morgan didn't vote with him, then it's a 3-3-1 tie where AJ is the one and can just be the deciding vote on the revote. His plan makes sense, I guess, but now that I just talked through it, it gives him so much power on the revote. He came up with the plan, and if it came down to a deciding vote, he's casting it, which he is graduate strong, but that has to scare someone like Miles. Like, his fate is in AJ's hands, and that could be another thing that AJ could use over Miles in a potential final tribal council. I don't think that Miles was thinking about all of that, but yeah, I understand AJ's 3-3-1 plan, but assuming he doesn't get the votes, he's getting the most power in this situation. This plan makes sense now that I talked through it, but when you're sleep deprived on an island, it probably wouldn't make that much sense. That's why I side more with Miles here. Like, just keep it simple. You don't need a bunch of votes flying around and like a revote and such. If the Brawny girls have an idol, the graduates lose the day if the Brawns play it right, but I like Miles justifying his decision to just go with the 4-strong plan because he already found an idol. Maybe they planted another one, but it's unlikely. Plus, Kate, Morgan, and Kristen are not known as these advantage finders. The only time they had an advantage was when Kristen got one at that one challenge in the pre-merge at the swap, but that was somewhat like out in the open, like not looking through a jungle. So these are both decent plans, but I like Miles's plan a bit more because it's simple, and the more people you involve, the higher chance the plan has to go wrong, and that could stir up paranoia, and he already has the idol. Like, just keep it simple. But AJ kept on trying to push for the plan to go through, and although he didn't outright tell Kate and Morgan that they're voting Kristen out, probably to have that plausible deniability if this backfires and they tell the graduates that AJ is scheming, although that didn't happen, he said that he doesn't trust Kristen, which he thought that was all they needed, but like, they just didn't understand. Morgan even stormed off from this conversation when AJ wouldn't give her the name, which lowered my opinion of Morgan as a player, along with something else that happened later in this episode. But yeah, this stuff also lowers my opinion of AJ as a player as well, because this is 2 straight episodes where Kate is AJ's weakness, and if she or someone in her group had an idol available to them, then this could have blown up AJ's game. He's trying so hard to keep Kate and Morgan on board, to have options when he gets to the final 6, despite saying a few episodes ago that he wants to split them up before 5, which makes sense because with 5 left, someone can just latch onto their voting block and call it a day. Plus, they're probably taking each other to the end, so you really shouldn't let them get to 5 together. But yeah, keeping Kate and Morgan as potential options, like, that sounds good in case something goes wrong, and it would give AJ the most power, like the most options in the final 6. But sometimes, like, you just gotta make your bed and lay in it, man. Just because the Brawn girls and Logan in the previous episode didn't have an idol and AJ was able to win the day, that doesn't mean that I think he played those rounds perfectly. I think this is bad gameplay that's giving the other side a chance to plan against him. It's also bad gameplay to be the most chaotic player in the game and continue to push this crazy vote split plan when Zara already said no, and they need to keep her on side, and this chaos actually made Zara consider flipping if the confessionals are to be believed. These back-to-back episodes really lowered my opinion of AJ's game, always wanting to have his cake and eat it too, which sounds nice to have all of these options, but it's annoying his alliance members that he actually wants to go deep with. So at that point, unless it's for jury management, like just make your bed and lay in it. Anyways, they go to this tribal council where the Brawn women were on the bottom, pitching for a flip. I think they were mainly targeting their talk at Zara, but the postgraduates decided that the deck was stacked in their favor, so there's no need to make a big move, like just because. A flip would be a big move and provide shock value, but there would be very little substance to back it up for any of these postgraduates. Miles was the star of this tribal council. He had a perfect counter for everything that Kate and Morgan had to say, looking like Batman in that one fight against Deathstroke in Batman Arkham Origins, like when he was just blocking all of his sword strikes. I think Kate was making all right points, believable points, especially if someone was on the cusp of flipping. Her best point was when she mentioned the big move aspect, probably one of the last chances to make a big move for your resume. But when she was talking about like, what if they're on the bottom of that alliance, and if they flip to them, they'd be leading the alliance. It is what she has to say, but Miles had some good counterpoints about how even if they're at the bottom of one four, if they flip, then they're going to the bottom of another four, because Kate, Morgan, and Kristen pitched themselves as a type 3, so it's a sideways move, and once they give them a name for this vote, they'll go along with it to get the power, but then at the next vote, they're at the bottom of a 4-person alliance with 3 strong Brawns, and they're just waiting to get picked off. Kate had an alright point, said what needed to be said, but Morgan put up a bad argument. She asked why should she give Miles a name when he hasn't given her a name, but the thing is, they're not in equal positions in this game at this point. Miles is at the top, Morgan's on the bottom. Miles doesn't need to give her a name because he already has a name and doesn't need Morgan to advance further into the game. Morgan's in the minority. She needs Miles more than Miles needs her, so she needs to pitch a name to him, because if she doesn't pitch a name, it doesn't affect Miles one bit. He's just going to pick them off in a row unless they can bring him a plan that he likes. Also, makes no sense for Miles to pitch Morgan a fake name and potentially blow up his game if that name gets out and causes paranoia. Like, no, he already has a name, his alliance agrees with it, he has all of the votes he needs, that's that. Morgan didn't pitch Miles a name because apparently he's a ghost and he was never going to work with them, but that's giving up right there. She probably could have made something happen if she pitched a name to Miles, but it just seems like Morgan is unwilling to play from the bottom for like the first time in this game. Kate and Morgan have played just about all of this game at the top. They voted for Candy at the first tribal council, which won the day, but it was a plurality vote. The majority of the tribe voted for Nash and Ursula, but they didn't have to take repercussions for this. Like, they didn't have to play from the bottom. They were able to join the 6 with Noonan, Polly, Ben, and Jesse, and ever since then, they're always in the majority and always get what they want for the most part. They got a fortunate swap, which they took advantage of in the max vote. They might not have got exactly what they wanted at the 1-player swap tribal council, where at first, like before they knew it was a swap, it was the Girls Gone Wild Alliance trying to vote out Jesse. Then they didn't get to send Laura over to Brawn, which the Brawn guys forced Zara over there. But whatever, they didn't go back to tribal council and made the Jesse move at the merge. Even when they seemed to be left out of the vote at the PD vote when Polly got saved, according to some of Polly's exit press, they were actually somewhat in on Polly getting saved and being brought into a 6 with themselves, Polly, and the big 3, Miles, Kaylin, and AJ, which I don't know all of the details right now. Like, definitely want to hear more about that. Then, for the rest of the way, they latched onto AJ, and even though Miles negated their votes with his idol, like, they still voted with half of the tribe. They played the majority of this game in the majority, which is good for them from a player rankings point of view, but now they're on the bottom. They, and more specifically Morgan, seem to not really know how to play from the bottom that effectively, which lowers my opinion of Morgan's game a lot and could potentially create some separation between her and Kate on the player rankings. Like, I doubt they're going to be right next to each other despite playing their games together. Also, another thing about this debate and being on the bottom, not that I hate Morgan, I've actually probably been the biggest Kate and Morgan fan this season, but it was funny to see Miles in a position of power, shutting down all of Morgan's points when earlier in this season, she was part of the challenge throwing when Miles was so helpless and on the bottom, and according to Exit Press, the OG Brawns just weren't strategizing with the brains. So it is funny to see how this stuff comes back around within the context of Survivor. No hate at all, but it is crazy how the game flipped like that, and it just shows that even when you're on the bottom, even when you're in a bad spot, you just have to survive, make it to the next day. You never know what can happen in Survivor. But yeah, anyways, there was a little bit of intrigue when Kate, Morgan, and Kristen made their last stand and tried to get Zara to vote for Miles, but that was never happening, and Kristen was voted out. Funny how this episode started off with Miles pole dancing and they blurred out his privates and he was talking about how the girls didn't have the cojones to go to Rocks or whatever, but right here he showed that he had the cojones to trust in his alliance and not play his idol despite being one vote away from going home and seeing Zara and the women talking. The jungle rat survives. Now for the big debate, was this the right move for Zara? Well, from an edit perspective, she's at the bottom no matter what, but just analyzing what she had there on the island, it's still tough, and there's always the chance that she didn't actually think she was on the bottom of the guys group. Kaylin's a challenge beast, but also, despite not winning one this week, Kate's good at challenges. She was Zara's main competition at a point, so no matter what, Zara isn't the best challenge performer wherever she goes. Morgan and Kate are a tight pair that will probably take each other to the end, even though they probably shouldn't because they played similar games and it would be hard to differentiate themselves. But even though Zara might not technically know all of this stuff, Morgan and Kate haven't voted for each other in this game yet. Morgan and Kate have never been on opposite sides of the vote. They're always voting together. Kate picked Morgan to go on the first reward and to the bounty tribe, and they literally celebrated out in the open when they got to be on the same tribe at the swap. They've done everything together, so you just have to assume they're taking each other to the end. Kristen is also an OG Brawn, so that has to be in Zara's head. And even though they haven't really been working together like that, they were working together for the past 2 rounds, this one and the Logan round. So I guess Zara would have to assume that she's at the bottom of that. Zara has no friends in that group. While on the other hand, the edit highlights it, but from certain exit interviews, people didn't realize that AJ and Miles were that tight. So maybe Zara saw more room to get in between that. In terms of win equity, the edit makes it somewhat clear that she's probably not beating Miles and AJ and possibly Kaylin, even with the Coven jury, but is she really beating Kate, Morgan, and Kristen? That's where she might have had a better chance, but I don't think it's a slam dunk. Kate played a good game, Morgan played a worse version of Kate's game. Kristen, I thought she was likable and everyone wanted to work with her, but after watching a Jury Villa video, I don't know how to feel about her. Don't know how to feel about Kate and Morgan's jury chances either because of the reactions to what got revealed in Kristen's Jury Villa, and no one really leaves the game talking about how amazing Kate and Morgan are playing. But yeah, truly, I don't have an answer for which move was better because I see it as an inconsequential sideways move. Whichever move had the most positives, it didn't really matter that much because the odds weren't stacked in Zara's favor. The way I see it, Zara is drawing dead at this point, probably wouldn't win whichever way she went. I think it was the most logical decision for her to go with the graduates that were literally just about to go to Rocks for her, while in the Karin round, Kristen wanted Zara out and Kate and Morgan voted for her, and literally in the previous round, they all voted for her. Also, in Kate's pitch, she said that if one of them gives them a name, they'd be at the top of their alliance, but when Kate pitched to Zara, she just chose Miles instead of letting Zara pitch, which even though Zara agreed to her face, That contradicts Kate's point and just shows where the power is on that side. Not with Zara. She has a longer history with the graduates. She has a more recent history with the graduates. I can see why she went with the postgraduates. At the end of the day, it's not a big deal because she's probably not winning either way, but she could have decided the winning side. And I'm thinking of a whole nother reality where she picks the other side and that results in Kate, Morgan, and Kristen getting big edits throughout this season instead of AJ and Miles, and Kate and Morgan would be propped up as this dominant partnership that ran the game, which was close to happening if they won one out of these previous 2 rounds and they got the numbers. That would be fun, especially since Kate and Morgan are my favorites. But that didn't happen. Zara built a better connection with the guys. The Brawn girls got outplayed. They're probably out next. Could be back to back. It is what it is. The possibility that they'll be out next is why I won't go on about how I think all of the graduates misplayed by not trying to get Kate out to limit AJ's options. It is a misplay to leave his voting block in the game because he could possibly have 3 votes in a 6-player game right now. But AJ said he wasn't taking Kate and Morgan to 5 and kept them in the game to be shields, so whatever. I've already gone through enough. I won't get into that. Now I have to talk about Kristen. I thought that she could be a GOAT, but she was actually a sneaky good player. Now, it wasn't a good idea to be so attached to Nash and friends early on, but at the swap, despite not being in power, she was able to keep a low threat level despite having a public idol, which is insane. Unfortunately, she had to lose PD because Miles stole her idol with his advantage, but she recovers nicely, never seems to be a legit target, willing to work with everyone, solid social player. The only thing missing from her resume was a big move where she took control of the game and shifted it in her favor, which could have happened at the Karin vote, but she had to mess it up and tell Karin, which got Karin to blow up her game like it's both of their faults. If Kristen said nothing, then Karin's still there and she just blindsided AJ and like she can possibly take over the game. But that didn't happen, and from that point on, Kristen's game goes downhill. The Berries got crushed because she admitted to Kaylin and AJ that she was going to flip the plan. She chose the wrong people for the reward, didn't even try to remain Berry strong, and didn't go to Rocks when she probably should have been the main one demanding Rocks because unlike Kate and Morgan, she didn't have an AJ protecting her. Because she didn't go to Rocks, her side lost the numbers. Easy elimination in the next round. Even if they went to a rock draw and lost, I think that was a chance worth taking. I'll have trouble ranking Kristen on the player rankings. It's a steady game, but she wasn't able to make that big Karin move that would have cemented her as, let's say, like a top 7 player of this season. And she played a horrendous final 3 rounds where the first 2 rounds were horrendous, and that put her in a position to be a sitting duck in the 3rd round, her elimination round. Mixed feelings on her as a player, but she brought a lot of positive energy to the game and at Jury Villa, so I like that. Speaking of Jury Villa, it's time to get into that. 2 big things happened. Paulie didn't even let Kristen get time to breathe. Like, he went straight after her, calling her a snake and such, and blaming her for ruining his game. Remember Miles versus Kate and Morgan looking like Batman Arkham? That was Kristen here as well. I love how she didn't fold and had counters for everything Paulie was saying, even going back to OG Brawn. Basically, a TLDR just to get through it fast is that Paulie was never trying to work with Kristen, always trying to dictate, especially on original Brawn when he was in power. Tried to get Kristen to burn her idol when he had an idol of his own on Brawn 2.0, and on Baron, they said they'd look out for each other, tell each other if they heard their names, and Paulie didn't tell Kristen that he was in on Miles's plan to vote her out. Like, yeah, it's a good watch. And I'm glad that Kristen held her ground and shut Paulie down on every single point. I just feel like it was the wrong time to have that conversation. Like, let Kristen relax a bit. She was so happy to be at Jury Villa, then that all got crushed by Paulie and she ended up leaving dinner early. Good thing Logan shut it down at a point, but the faces that she was making while all of this was going on were so funny. Then, the other thing that happened is that Kristen revealed that she, Morgan, and Kate didn't know how rocks worked. Kristen thought that it was going to be a fire-making challenge between Logan and Zara. So that's another reason why they didn't go to rocks for Logan, because they didn't know what the concept of going to rocks meant until JLP explained it to them. I just want to mention that, like, although it's not the exact same thing, they used the rock draw to decide some of Bounty versus Baron. Kate and Morgan didn't participate, and it wasn't as convoluted as like the two people you voted for are safe and everyone draws rocks, odd rock goes home. But at least like the concept of drawing rocks, like random chance, was there, like they saw it. Also, to make matters worse, the one person in that group that knew what rocks were, Logan, she didn't tell Morgan and Kate about rocks earlier because she fought so hard to get them on her side, and if she told them they'd have to risk their game for her, then she thought like they wouldn't go for it. So some blame has to be placed on Logan as well, because if she told them before, they're either flipping to another plan so you lose anyways, or at least they have some time to come to terms with going to rocks. Learning about rocks at tribal council is the worst possible time, so yeah, misplay. Also unfortunate that they didn't know how rocks worked. It should have been explained like before they started the game, or maybe it was explained, I don't know. Or their mindset was that it was such a rare scenario that never happened in AU, so it probably wouldn't come into play. But yeah, that's why the rock draw didn't happen. I think the player rankings are sort of solidified for this season, but overall, that makes me think a little bit less of Kate, Morgan, and Kristen as players, like overall in the grand scheme of things. Not knowing about rocks affected their strategy, and if they knew about rocks, they probably could have won that vote. I see it as a big deal, but it's not enough to just like tank them in the player rankings. Like they're still going to be wherever they were originally going to be, but man, that is unfortunate, I've got to say. For my standout players of the week, it's tough because there's a very clear big three, you know, like the Trevor, Michael, and Franklin of this season, Miles, AJ, and Kalen, but I don't think one of them played a clearly better game than the other this week. Miles got his plan to go through at the Kristen vote, but should he and Kaylin really have been voting out Kristen here over Kate and Morgan? That's just leaving AJ with so many options. Also, I didn't like that Miles told AJ about the idol. Kaylin swept the immunity challenges this week, but like I said, should he really want to vote out Kristen here over Kate and Morgan, especially since she was his buddy at a point? And for AJ, despite not getting his perfect way at the Kristen vote, I think the week played out better for him. He still has Kate and Morgan potentially, and he's in the middle at the final 6 and can choose his pathway if he wants. Like he can stay graduate strong, or with Kate and Morgan, that's 3. That's enough for rocks. And if he can bring a Kaylin over, they would win the day. So AJ has options, but in back-to-back rounds, he gave Kate a chance to completely blow up his game, literally told her the votes were on Logan, and he tried to tell her the votes were on Kristen without actually saying the votes were on Kristen. Like he said he doesn't trust Kristen, but Kate didn't pick up on that. All Kate needed was an immunity idol, and she could have flipped the game because AJ is misplaying, trying so hard to keep Kate and Morgan on side when he's not even going with both of them to the final 5 according to him, so one of them is about to get cut anyways. Also, AJ's convoluted plan could have potentially got Zara to flip, so that's not a good look. I think all 3 of them played good but flawed games this week. Zara probably played not the best but the least flawed game this week, where she got the graduates back together, so that's nice. Like they were willing to go to rocks for her. Big swing position at the Kristen vote where she got to choose how the game played out, and although Miles and Kaylin want her out at 4, it seems like she's at least going to make it there, whereas if she went with the girls, that's less stable. Like there's a higher chance to get cut before final 4. Really, the postgraduates won this week, so they're all the standouts. As for how I see the game playing out, I think Kate next because she's just a better player than Morgan and more likely to win challenges. Also, she has that connection with AJ that Zara, Kaylin, and Miles should look to break up. I think the only way Kate makes it past 6 is with an immunity win, because why go for Morgan over Kate? That's likely, unless AJ can make something happen. But also, might just have to get Morgan out because she seemed to be unwilling to work with people. Not the biggest or most imaginative strategist, which is backed up by Logan's exit press. Like she just wants to stick to one plan. Don't want to misquote Logan, but it was something along those lines. Meanwhile, Kate is more willing to strategize and like mix it up. Just seems to be a more active player than Morgan. That's enticing if one of those graduates were looking to make a big move, because I don't know if AJ, Kaylin, and Miles should go to 3 together. Like they are their toughest competition. I was thinking if Kate goes at 6, then maybe Morgan could potentially have some longevity, be used to like make a move, maybe get taken to the end. But like I said, she doesn't really seem to be willing to strategize with anyone. And if Morgan went at 6, I'm thinking that's because Kate won immunity. So that would mean that Kate just follows her out the next round if she doesn't win immunity at the final 5 because she's a challenge beast. I think one of them leaves next week, but it really could be both of them because there's a graduates alliance. Kate and Morgan are the most under-edited players left. They don't have a losing finalist storyline, so it's probably going to be them next. We'll see. But yeah, that is all I have to say for another good week of Australian Survivor. Stay strong, stay brutal, because above all else, it's anything to win.
I won't let you down, Bruce. I'll keep fighting. Always.
Alright, lock in, because today I'm going to be giving my thoughts and recap on Australian Survivor Brains vs. Brawn II Week 8. So yeah, just like that, it's time to get in here. I'll just say it like it is. Episode 20 was all about which one of Kate and Morgan was going to go. In terms of the edit, there was some trickeration, like trying to make the audience believe that a few things could potentially happen, but they were just never really going to happen, at least for this vote. At first, it was Miles talking about how if the graduates were to break, it would be because of him, and he floated out Kaylin's name because he's a challenge beast, he's in everyone's late game plans, which takes up his spot in the end game, and he's a jury threat, apparently. But Survivor can't trick me. This was all a setup to an obvious Kaylin immunity win. He's a challenge beast, actually broke the record with this win, so there was already a good chance that he'd win it anyways. But whenever Survivor edits someone to be like an obvious vote out before the immunity challenge, then I'd be shocked if that person didn't then go on to win that immunity. So while the Kaylin plan, like, it had a bit of legs to it, Miles was down, Morgan was down, and by extension, I guess that means Kate was down. Also, Miles had a nice chat with Zara about jury threats, and Zara questioned if Kaylin would want to go against her in endurance, so it seemed like she was somewhat down as well. That's 4. That's enough to get Kaylin out, but that was never happening because of the edit making it so obvious that Kaylin would win. Then speaking of Kaylin, they tried to make it interesting when Morgan and Kate saw Kaylin as the most likely person to flip because he didn't have a big resume. But this Kate and Kaylin conversation was so late into the episode before Tribal Council, and Kaylin didn't even get a confessional to explain his thoughts, so that made it very unlikely that he was actually going to flip. Really, the vote was between Kate and Morgan. On paper, it should be a simple vote, like they played similar games to each other, seemed to have relatively the same connections. AJ wanted to keep them together so they'd be easy targets at 6 and 5, so just agree on one and be done with it. Simple vote. But of course, that wasn't the case. Despite playing their games together, I'd say that Kate was better than Morgan by a good margin, and everyone else seemed to agree with that. Miles said that Kate's a jury threat while Morgan's a goat, and AJ had similar thoughts. Also, Zara said that Kate's a social butterfly and her main competition in endurance challenges. So it seems like they all agreed that Kate was the better player, but they disagreed on how to go about the elimination order. Miles and Zara had similar interests. Just take out Kate now, bigger threat, and Miles wanted to drag Morgan further into the end game. That's a very simple plan, like just take out the big threat now, don't risk them staying in the game and gaining momentum. While someone like AJ, he's not worried about Kate, like he probably thinks he can beat anyone, unlike Miles and Zara, so he wants Morgan out so Miles can't flip on the graduates at 5 and carve his pathway to the end with Morgan. If Kate's there at 5, like you just have to vote her out, while if Morgan's there at 5, you risk someone seeing that as an opportunity to flip on the graduates and take Morgan deeper into the game because she's a GOAT and can't win challenges. So despite having contrasting levels of win equity and threat level, they're both threats in their own way because Kate can win challenges and like win the game, or Morgan can get taken further into the game as a GOAT, which takes up someone's spot in the final 2. While it seems simple to get rid of Kate here, like bigger threat. I like AJ's thinking here and him already getting ahead of Miles's plan. Unfortunately for him, no one's really having any of that. He's been getting close to Kate. Every time Zara asks him to vote Kate out, there's always a reason why AJ doesn't want to. He always tries to flip plans at the last minute, like just chill for a vote. He dragged Kate and Morgan there to get split up at 6. Like, why should it matter which one goes first, especially if they're postgraduate strong and they're just going to get rid of both of them this week anyways? Plus, if Kate stays in, she's more likely to win a challenge, which would force the graduates to have to turn on each other. So that's a strong reason to vote her out now. It's AJ's fault for why no one in his alliance is really down for this, especially Zara, because this Kate and AJ pairing has been inseparable. And if she stays around, then that's just giving AJ more power at 5. I think Miles and AJ's reasons for wanting to get rid of Kate and Morgan respectively are a bit more strategic, while Zara's a bit more on the emotional side, with AJ like always flipping the plan and making things complicated. But I also can't really blame Zara at all for needing to get Kate out here, because Kate is the person that was prioritized over her closest ally in the game, Karen. Like, when it was Kate's time to go, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there's this Karen plan, and at a point, you believe that she's just going to keep on getting dragged through the game. Even going back to the swap, when Miles floated Kate's name out there, Zara and Laura seemed on board, and they could have got her out because they potentially had 2 idols that they could use. But Max maxed it up and thought that he was tight with the Bronze, despite them literally openly throwing a challenge. Every time Zara has wanted Kate out, someone always has to barge in with their master plan. So I understand the frustration and just wanting to get her out like right now before anyone can come up with another plan. Also, Kate is Zara's biggest competition. They're both good at similar challenges. It's just that so far, Kate's been better. Also, if it's true that Morgan's win equity was actually that low, then this is totally Zara's best play, because she's taking out her biggest competition in challenges, and potentially, like, in terms of being close to AJ, she has a GOAT in Morgan left in the game, and there could potentially be like a winning pathway there for Zara. So because AJ couldn't get Kate to vote for Morgan, which, by the way, that was such an AJ GPT moment. It was so funny when Karen compared him to Chat GPT, and it definitely showed here. Like, he was kind of expecting Kate to react positively to being told that she has to vote out her best friend in the game, instead of treating this situation with like a bit more care. But yeah, because of this, he needed at least someone on his side. So he tried to get Kaylin, which he understood what Miles could be planning, but he still sounded like he wanted Kate out, which, although he doesn't have all of the information available to him, since Miles was planning against Kaylin, it was suboptimal play. Like, yeah, AJ and Kaylin should want Morgan out so Miles can't flip on them, and Zara and Miles should want Kate out because they can beat Morgan, possibly. Kaylin's the only person that's not playing optimally here, besides Kate and Morgan. Kate saying that she wouldn't vote for Morgan to save herself, and Morgan basically giving up her game for Kate. I was actually confused on which of Kate or Morgan was going, because I thought that Kaylin was sort of on the fence. Plus, there was this talk that Kate had with Kaylin before Tribal where she told him that Miles was coming for him, so it could have been Miles. But he didn't elaborate on that in confessionals, and in the most recent conversation that he had before that one, he was wanting Kate out, so I guess Kate leaves here. But there was a late night immunity challenge at Tribal Council where Kate was able to secure her safety and impress the jury along the way, which is always nice. Clutch Kate. Look at Kate, man, so inspirational, such a challenge beast, such a beast at this game in general. Now, Kaylin wasn't able to compete in this challenge because he already won immunity, which I think is a bit questionable. Like, yeah, he can't wear 2 necklaces, but shouldn't he be able to compete and maybe pass the necklace to someone else and like be able to protect his plan for the night? I'm kind of thinking of like Big Brother, where in the US version, the head of household also gets to play in the POV competition to have a chance to protect their nominations, like make sure they don't change. Like, maybe Kaylin should have had that chance here, like to have the opportunity to keep the necklace out of Morgan and Kate's hands, because I believe that Kate was getting voted out here, and this twist screwed up Miles, Zara, and Kaylin's plan. Now, was Kaylin really going to win this challenge? I don't know, like probably not. Like it was more of a Kate and Zara challenge anyways. Also, there's complacency that goes along with having that necklace. Like he probably wouldn't be as hungry to win another necklace because he's already safe. Also, like it's Australian Survivor. Stuff like this happens. Like it's just part of the game. So it's tough to say that it's unfair because it's probably the second most fair out of these 3 nighttime challenges that I've seen in these 3 recent seasons of Australian Survivor. I don't know what their schedule is or like how planned out this was, but I kind of think that this challenge was implemented here to potentially stop a steamroll. I think that the postgraduates were so tight, like they were just going to pagong everyone, so they had to throw this immunity challenge in here to make it interesting. That's my guess. Like, I don't think that this was something that was always in the plans to happen here. But the thing that goes against my thoughts is that with how the numbers were, 4 versus 2, an extra immunity necklace would be no good really, especially if one of the 2 didn't already have immunity prior to going into this challenge. So the best way to make the graduates sweat a bit, like maybe force them to turn on each other or get voted out, is instead of going with the heroes versus villains model, they should have went with the Titans versus Rebels model where they were competing for 3 votes. It was an unfair and unpopular twist, but if they implemented an immunity challenge to help Kate and Morgan, then this wasn't the one, unless they had it at like 5 with one of them left and the graduates were still together. If they wanted to help Kate and Morgan, they should have used the Titans versus Rebels model. So yeah, I could be completely wrong, but ultimately I think this immunity challenge was last minute and it was meant to like add some intrigue, like stop the season from being a steamroll, but it didn't help much because there was no way for Kate and Morgan to both win unless one of them won immunity prior to the challenge. I just wanted to talk through my thoughts on what probably happened, but impromptu or not, planned or not, I don't really care because I'm rooting for Kate anyways, and it seems like she saved herself from getting voted out here. So big dubs, clutch Kate, men. Unfortunately, that forced the graduates into voting out Morgan here, and the challenge probably ruined Kate and Morgan's plan to make a big move. If Kaylin wanted to make a move on Miles, then he, Kate, and Morgan would probably win the day with their 3 votes because it seemed like Miles and Zara's 2 votes were going on Kate and AJ's 1 vote was going on Morgan, like unless he changed his mind or they all came to an agreement to vote out Kate before Tribal and like it wasn't shown. But because Kate won immunity here, that takes 2 Kate votes, flips them to Morgan votes with AJ already being there, so that's 3. And Kate, Morgan, and Kaylin are 3 voting on Miles, so that's potentially rocks, or even if they agree to something, that still blows up Kaylin's game. Like he had absolutely no incentive to flip after Kate won that challenge. And it's kind of unfortunate for Kate because for these past 2 tribal councils, she's been pitching like, hey, make a big move, which the way that she was pitching at this tribal council was so funny with all the theatrics. But yeah, she wanted them to make a big move, but her winning here prevented the possibility of Kaylin making a big move. But yeah, Morgan gets voted out here 4-2. Right here, I would usually talk about her game overall like I have for every other player, but this week actually gave me the perfect opportunity to talk about not only her game, but also the game of someone that she was closely aligned with, which, yeah, it's obvious the person that was the next one voted out. But yeah, I wanted to talk about their games together, so I'll save it for near the end once I finish talking about episode 22. Before getting there, I just want to say, like, whoa, Miles played this round so badly. I get that he has to talk up Kaylin before the immunity challenge, like, you know, put ideas in people's heads. And I think it was all right to tell Zara, but not Morgan because she's on the bottom. Like, they're looking for any way to break up that alliance, and Miles just gave them ammunition. But not only that, it was more egregious that after the immunity challenge, Miles told Kate that things probably could have been different if Kaylin didn't win immunity, and Kate used that against Miles. Also, at this tribal council, while he ultimately said that he'd want to see one of the Brawn girls go home, he was saying some questionable stuff, like something along the lines of they're going to get to a point where Kaylin winning immunity might be an inconvenience for people that want him out, and he might envision himself getting to that point maybe like later down the line. Just why? Why would you put it out there that you might want to target him? You haven't even made it past this vote yet. Then to add to his bad round, Kate stayed, but that wasn't really on him. He could have won the challenge, but the fact that there was a second immunity challenge, like that wasn't on him. Just hats off to Kate, but that means that he's not getting his perfect way with Morgan staying in the game. So it's just like a bad round that's not really playing out like how he wants it to play out. Even without the Kate stuff, this round is still bad for Miles because of the Kaylin of it all. Telling the wrong people at the wrong time that Kaylin could be next, and then floating the idea of targeting him later down the line at Tribal Council. Like, yeah, that's not the cleanest level of gameplay. I think he's being edited like a potential winner, especially given the confessional count. Like, it's really only Miles and AJ in the running. But man, if this is a potential winning game right here, then it's rough, I gotta say that. Not that I'll hate his game if he's the winner, like it has some holes in it for sure. Now getting to episode 22. I would say that this was the more interesting episode of the week, especially since Kaylin didn't win immunity here. Zara won immunity, finally, in a challenge that, while not the exact same, it was a stacking challenge like the one that they had at the second immunity challenge from the previous episode. So I thought that Kate would be the favorite, but that wasn't the case. Zara gets a dub, and I'm happy for her. Like I said, she and Kate are good at similar challenges, and this time Zara finally beat her, so that's a big moment. Like, I love a good rivalry. But Zara probably didn't even need it because, like I said last week, Zara's probably not winning, might not have a winning final tribal council combination, and the guys at least wanted her at 4, so there's that. Like, she probably just makes it through this vote anyways. Really, this whole episode was about sort of the implosion of the postgraduates, or at least some of it was driven by paranoia. In this episode, everyone had a different plan for how they wanted the final 5 to play out, and basically they all wanted to split the votes and be in a power position if it came to a revote. AJ was graduate strong and wanted Kate out. He took her as far as he wanted to take her. Plus, going to 4 with the graduates is in his best interest because he thinks that he played the best game. So it wouldn't really matter like what person he sits next to. Kaylin was sort of on the fence. He wanted to stay graduate strong and get Kate out, but because AJ put ideas in his head about Miles going after him, Kaylin wanted to put a vote on Miles to catch him in a rat trap just in case he tried to play his idol for Kate and vote him out. Kate was just like a vote. She didn't really have a preference as long as she made it to another day, and she just went along with Miles telling her to vote for Kaylin. And surprisingly, Miles didn't want to get Kaylin out. He wanted to get AJ out as a big move. Get Kate to vote for Kaylin, so Kate's the target at 4, then go to the final 2 with Zara, where she'll probably win the final 3 challenge and take Miles over Kaylin. So it was interesting because with this setup, everyone's voting for someone different, which Zara knew, so that meant that she got the deciding vote. Since Zara had the necklace, she found herself in an interesting spot where she could vote out anyone except for possibly Miles because of that immunity idol, and she seemed to actually be working with Miles somewhat in this round. Now, what I think should happen is that they should vote out Kate. Don't know if it should be like right here, don't know if it should be at the final 4, but all of them needed her out of the game. I don't know what the win equity actually looks like. I'd really like to learn about that in exit interviews and like post-game deep dives and such. But yeah, everyone left in the game talks about Kate as a social butterfly and a threat, so I'm assuming that they'd all vote for her. The jury was happy when she won immunity, and all of the graduates have burned people on the jury, whereas you can make a case that Kate somewhat burned people or was a reason behind their elimination, but not to the same extent. Like I mentioned one time, Paulie said in an exit interview that Kate and Morgan never wanted to bring him back in at the merge because of a pre-merge situation, and that contributed to him being on the bottom, which he was bitter about being on the bottom, but so far he's only mad at Kristen. More recently, he was proud of Kate for winning immunity, so I guess that's water under the bridge, and he just had a better relationship with Kate, so I guess that never really mattered, but I wanted to point that out as a possibility. Also, Kate, Morgan, and Kristen didn't know how rocks worked, which led to Logan's elimination, and Laura seemed to be frustrated that they didn't know what rocks were. So I don't know if Kate was actually this massive jury threat that was going to beat everyone at the end handily, and like she never burned anyone, but the graduates burned more people than her, for sure. There's no incentive to take Kate to the end because it looked like the jury was rooting for an underdog. And if Kate was able to outwit the graduates alliance that controlled the end game and end up in a final 2 seat, that along with her being more likable than anyone left, I mean, it would be hard to not vote for her. Don't know if Kate should leave at 5, but they definitely should get her out. And the way I see it, it's better to get her out now because, hey, she's a challenge beast. Like, what's stopping her from winning at 4? Also, they say she's good at fire, and if she can get someone on her side at 4, someone to vote with her, then she can go to a fire making challenge. Then she'd probably win the final 3 endurance challenge that they were trying to keep her away from, and she probably has a good chance to win the game. So by not getting Kate out here, I think you're just playing with fire and banking on someone else winning the final 4 challenge and like no funny stuff happening at that final 4 vote. Kate is Zara's biggest threat in challenges, so that's why she should get Kate out. So that's a valid reason. Now, why should Zara go along with Miles's plan to get AJ out? It takes out a big player. It's a big move. Miles's move since he suggested the idea first, but it's something that Zara could potentially claim if she ended up in a final tribal council without Miles. Also, it separates Kaylin and AJ, which is always nice to separate a potential final 2. Now, why should Zara take out Kaylin here? Despite Kate being her biggest competition in similar challenges, Kaylin is an immunity beast, and this might potentially be like the only round where you can take a shot at him without that necklace. Also, she and Miles already decided that Kaylin is a jury threat and everyone's going to take him deep into the game, so he's taking up someone's spot in the end game. That's a valid option, just got to make sure Kate loses at 4. Now, why should Zara get out Miles here? There's no reason. They agreed that they were lesser jury threats on the board, so if you get rid of Miles here, then you actually don't win because you agree that AJ, Kaylin, and Kate are jury threats and you're leaving 2 challenge beasts in the game, just decreasing your chances to win one. Miles is the jungle rat of the season. Like, he might be able to spin that into a nice underdog story, but you don't get rid of him now. You make a big move, so then maybe your resume is better than Kate and Miles's resume, and you can have something over them at final tribal council. So with just about everyone up for elimination except for her and Miles because he played his idol, Zara decided to vote out Kate here because she was her biggest competition and they had similar skill sets. So Kate leaves and she had an iconic exit. So funny. I think it's a solid move. Any move but voting for Miles was a good move because she needs Miles and he just played an idol. So if she would have voted for Miles, then she would have backstabbed him even more than she sort of backstabbed him with this vote by not siding with him to get out AJ. Zara takes out a threat here, someone that can beat her in the final 3 challenge, but now the question is, what is her pathway to the final 3, especially with Kaylin there at 4, a bigger challenge beast that wants Zara out at 4, like doesn't want to face her in endurance challenges. Also, while I think it was a solid move, this probably wasn't the big move that the jury was looking for because the postgraduates, although they didn't vote together here, they steamrolled. If she got out AJ or Kaylin here, that could have possibly shocked the jury and maybe her win equity goes up. But despite having all of the power which she could speak to, despite that, I don't think this move would increase her win equity if she got to a final tribal council because Kate was such an easy vote on paper. All this move accomplishes is just getting Kate out, which is nice if she can make it to the final 3, which could possibly happen because Miles voted for AJ, like all eyes on him now. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the next round. But here, I want to talk about Kate and Morgan, my favorite players of this season. I know Survivor fans are really into the preseason, like they look at the cast and bios and make their winner picks before the season starts, but I've never really been into any of that. All I saw before the season was the cast picture with all of them together and promos, but that's it. I didn't like go through the cast and like try and learn about them. I just waited for the season to start. Ever since episode 1, I was all in on Kate and Morgan. I like their personalities, and they were big swing votes at the candy vote. I like what they had going, and I thought they could go far together, and that's what happened. I thought they'd be better. I thought they'd be like a bit more dynamic. Like, I was kind of upset that they ended up being numbers in AJ's game, but it is what it is. And like, they had some fun moments along the way, like Morgan just letting Nash have it. And there was the meatball saga and Kate being a challenge beast. Like, that was all fun. Now, for which one of them is a better player, I've already said that on multiple occasions and talked about it in this video. It's Kate. She's the social butterfly. It's unfortunate that their edits were so small, especially for being key in-gamers, but if you just pay attention to the edit, then you can see some of those subtle moments where Kate comes off a bit better than Morgan. I'm not going to list all of them because I've already talked about them, and at the end of this season, I'm going to combine all of these recaps into one big video, so I'm not going to list all of the moments, but just to say one, Morgan just went off on Nash for throwing the challenge, while Kate said something similar, but it was in a much nicer way, and like she even said it wasn't about not liking him. If Nash actually had an idol, I could see Kate being able to work with Nash after that tribal council, while Morgan can't because she closed that door while Kate didn't. She has a better social game than Morgan. That was actually the reason why Miles wanted her out on Brains 2.0, because she's social and outgoing. Also, she was the main one with the connection to AJ, and the jury seemed to really like her, so yeah, she's just the social butterfly. She was also way better at challenges than Morgan. I think at the end of the day, Kate's better at challenges, Kate's better socially, although I think Morgan is alright socially, but I just don't know how to feel about their strategy. I question just about every one of their decisions except for the max vote. They made the candy move just to flip to Noonan's side for the next round. Really would have been nice to have some confessionals, which to be fair, I think Kate got like 2 or so confessionals in episode 1 and Morgan got like 2 or so confessionals in episode 4, but that's just not enough. Then later on down the line, Morgan said that staying Braun strong made no sense and Kate wanted to have a say in things, and like Jesse was trying to be the boss, but Kate controlled the max vote and Jesse had to give up Max for his alliance. That's confusing. I really don't know why they said that staying Braun strong made no sense. Maybe there's more information because a lot of their journey was left on the cutting room floor, and I learned more about them from Exit Press than in the edited show. But yeah, they make the Girls Gone Wild alliance with Zara and Laura and pitched one of their own numbers in Jesse, which yeah, he wants to control stuff, but he's a number for them. Like, why not try and get out Miles here? Because you still keep your Braun alliance and Girls Gone Wild, and you have so much flexibility in the middle of those two groups. Then they get to the merge where they actually make the Jesse move with this Girls Gone Wild coven that they formed, which, like I said, it's a big move, but since Jesse was a number for them, like, was it really a good move? Then they continued the Braun pagonging by voting out their Braun allies before jury, which I think was a big deal, sort of. The Jessies, the PDs, like, those are the people that you've been with since day one. Like, they've just known them for longer and they seem to have good relationships with them. So it's unfortunate that they couldn't get their Braun numbers on the jury and like sort of seemingly enabled that. Like, they were just fine with ditching the Brauns. Then after the failed poly vote, which ended up being PD, because Logan was causing too much drama and they liked AJ, they decided to flip on this Girls Gone Wild coven that they tried so hard to create, and they only utilized it for the first 2 votes of the merge. They gave that up to basically be AJ pawns for the rest of the game. Even when Kate wanted to make a move against AJ by trying to get Miles out at the Bounty versus Baron twist, that's an amazing idea to try and weaken AJ like that, but she kind of showed why she was an AJ pawn, because AJ used that information to save Miles, and because of that, I'd say that this AJ, Kate, and Morgan alliance was working out better for AJ, especially since AJ had in-game plans with the graduates while Kate and Morgan put their games in the hands of AJ. Then there was the rock draw fiasco where they didn't really know how rocks function, and because of that, it led to them not going to rocks and getting pagonged. Logan, Kristen, Morgan, and Kate all went out in a row. The final 5 vote was interesting, but Kate would have had a better chance to stay if she had her allies like Kristen, Logan, and like Morgan and such. They probably didn't know about the graduates. Like they probably thought that the game would continue to be fluid. So maybe that's a case to give them some grace in that situation. But also, Miles and AJ were willing to go to Rocks for the 4 that they were in, which was a sign that the game wasn't going to be fluid anymore, and they probably should have went to Rocks there, but they didn't know how Rocks functioned, so that was never going to happen. But that right there is when they lost the game. I think that Morgan is a good social player, while I think that Kate is a solid challenge beast and an amazing social player, but I just don't know about any of their strategies. Like that's by far the weakest part of their game, unless there's more information that comes out. Maybe the strategy part of the game is something that could get better on a potential return for Kate. Elephant in the room, Morgan was so under-edited throughout the whole season, got no confessionals in her elimination round, didn't get final words or a jury villa segment, and she left the game. Not going to speculate, not going to put anything out there. I just hope that she's okay, and like that's all I'd like to say about her at this time. Speaking of getting no confessionals in their elimination round, Kate also got no confessionals in her elimination round and got a very quiet edit overall in that episode, which was unfortunate because she was so much fun throughout this season. Like I'd like to see her return to Survivor. Like I said, she was fun TV. Also, she's amazing at challenges and has one of the best social games that I've ever seen. She's possibly a top 4 player on this season, and if she learns the strategy more, she can possibly be a legend, which I already have her as a legend in terms of Survivor characters, like personalities, but I'm talking about a legend gameplay wise. So I'd like to see her back on Survivor, but also it doesn't have to be Survivor. Like I'm open to anything. I'd absolutely be excited to see her back on my TV screen one day in anything because she was just that type of personality and she had so much aura. So hopefully that can happen. But yeah, before I wrap it up, instead of predicting what will happen next week because it could go either way, instead of that, I just want to rank the final 4 and say what I would think about each of the final 4 if they won. If Zara went on to win, I think she'd be the weakest winner of the bunch. Now, I like how active of a player she is, stealing Laura's advantage to look out for herself, getting the graduates back together, all good. But she's sort of been a follower for most of the game, like kind of Karen's right-hand woman, kind of following the graduates. And she's burned people on the jury like Logan and Laura. So I don't think she'll win a jury vote, especially with no big moves, which is something that Kate harped on. If Zara manages to win, I wouldn't hate it at all. Like her game isn't awful, but she wouldn't be a strong winner. In third, it's Miles. Despite him getting a big edit, I don't think he's that amazing as of right now. Now, finding idols is part of the game and he's amazing at that, but his gameplay is so sloppy and gets him into positions where he has to use idols, like when he was annoying everyone on Brains 2.0 and when he was apparently getting cocky or whatever at the Bounty versus Baron twist and both sides agreed that Miles was going home. Also, I will say he has some amazing logical plans, but no one's jumping on board with his plans, like when he wanted Kristen out at the Bounty versus Baron tribal and when he wanted AJ out and Zara didn't go along with him when they're supposed to be a final 2. Also, he's just openly saying Kaylin winning immunities might be a problem and he might want to make a move to get him out, but now isn't the time. And he gave desperate people on the bottom ammunition to use against him to try and get Kaylin on their side. And he told AJ that he voted for him. Based on the number of confessionals, Miles has a top 2 chance to win this season, and the jury seems to potentially like him. Like they were laughing and seemed to be impressed when he played that 4th idol. But I've got to say, if he goes on to win, he's going to have to really impress me in these final 2 episodes because so far his game is so sloppy. And second, it's Kaylin. He said his strategy at the beginning about not wanting people to see him as a threat, like something along those lines, and he played it perfectly. Everyone thinks they're in with Kaylin until he goes behind their back and blindsides them, like in the Karen round. Also, he's an immunity challenge beast, securing his safety round after round and keeping the immunity necklace away from the players that aren't in his alliance, so he can have a smooth pathway to the end. So if he wins, he's probably the second best winner out of this final four. It's just that he probably doesn't win because his confessional count is small, and I don't know how everyone on this jury feels, but Karin doesn't think too highly of him, so he might not have the best jury chances. And in first, it's AJ. While sloppy at points, he's controlled this game. He got people to go along with the hostage plan. He painted Polly as a snake oil salesman. He locked in with Kate and Morgan and used them as votes until he didn't need them anymore and could go to the end game with his graduates. He played a dominant game, and out of this four, he would be the best winner as of now, barring a complete like LeBron 2011 meltdown in the final episodes. He's the best possible winner, but I'm also unsure if he even has a legitimate pathway to the end because Zara and Miles seem to somewhat be working together. I don't know if that's true after this vote, but they look at AJ as a jury threat and he thinks Kaylin's taking him, but honestly, I don't believe I've heard Kaylin say that he's taking AJ to the end. Also, AJ isn't good at challenges, so I don't know what his pathway to the final tribal council is, so I'm interested to find out. But yeah, that is all for now. I really can't wait for the finals. Stay strong, stay brutal, because above all else, it's anything to win.
I won't let you down, Bruce. I'll keep fighting. Always.
Alright, lock in because today I'm going to be giving my thoughts and recap on Australian Survivor Brains vs. Brawn II Week 9, the final. Just like that, it's time to get in here. In episode 3, the postgraduates celebrated and Zara decided to reveal to everyone that she was the mastermind behind the final 5 vote, just throwing Miles under the bus and explaining how Miles was coming for AJ and she was never coming for Kaylin even when he didn't have immunity, which guaranteed her final 3, but like, why? I think it locks her into the final 3 if Miles doesn't win immunity, like can't risk keeping Miles around with all of that scheming, but also I think it locks her out of the final 2 if she can't win the final 3 immunity challenge because that's a big move that Zara can speak to. So I don't really know about this gameplay. Good gameplay for the short term, especially since a few episodes ago, they seemed to agree that Zara was going at 4, so she's making it to another round. But I don't know if this is the best long-term plan. To me, it just follows the theme of just about everyone on this season being a bit too chatty, a bit too loose with information, a bit too braggadocious, wanting to let everyone know about their big move and how well they're playing, which eventually leads to their elimination. We'll see. Next, it was so funny how AJ talked to Miles and he said that he tanked his own game, and now AJ gets brought to the end now because everyone thinks that Miles is a kid and played a dishonorable game, and he's just telling him as a friend and being honest. Like, what? It's kind of funny because this is the exact same way that Ali was talking to AJ earlier in the game when he was on the bottom, when he tried to overplay with that Logan move. Nice callback. Such a chaotic pre-merge. Gonna be a fun rewatch when I eventually rewatch this season soon. But yeah, AJ saying that he gets taken to the end now isn't exactly wrong because this is the first time that I heard Kaylin say that he's taking AJ to final 2 and Zara said she's taking AJ to the end. Like, that's why she didn't want to go along with Miles' plan. This works out well for AJ because he's probably beating both of them at Final Tribal Council. That's why Miles wanted to make a Final 2 deal with Kaylin, and I think something that worked out well for Miles here is that although his Final 5 move was a fail and he showed that he wasn't graduate strong like that, at least he didn't take a shot at Kaylin while he was vulnerable, which shows that he didn't want him out of the game. That move might not look good to everyone, but to Kaylin, that's convincing. Like, he can work with Miles. Plus, the chaos that Miles caused made him look like a good option to sit next to at Final 2. So I believe that helped him with getting this Final 2 deal off the ground. Would have been interesting to see if Kaylin would stay loyal to the Final 2 deal here, but he got forced to for this round because Miles won immunity, which was much needed with AJ and Zara against him and Kaylin sort of on the fence but probably more loyal to AJ. This put Zara in danger because AJ and Kaylin were unbreakable and AJ was concerned about getting voted out of the game 2-1-1. If he voted for Kaylin and Kaylin voted for Zara, then Zara and Miles could team up and vote for AJ. In the moment, I thought it was too much loyalty to Kaylin, but that's actually a smart plan from AJ. Didn't like the 3-3-1 plan at the final 7, too complex for my liking, but this here is actually some good strategy because he's voting with Kaylin and he's at least guaranteeing himself a fire making challenge. Now, Zara and AJ weren't good at fire making, which is actually going to play into the decision making. Miles can either take the final 2 deal with Kaylin, not betray him, go along with AJ and Kaylin to vote Zara out, probably the person that he thinks is the easiest to beat and might take him to the end, or he can vote with Zara, give her a chance to make fire, in which, if she won, she could probably win the final 3 endurance challenge and take Miles to the end. Big decision, but Miles decided to vote out Zara, and I like this decision. First off, don't force a fire that you're not in because that's possible resume points that you don't get. Also, Miles was banking on her to win a fire making challenge, which just wasn't likely, and even if she won, she just betrayed Miles at the final 5 votes, so it's not a guarantee that she takes Miles to the end. Also, I think by not going to an unnecessary fire making challenge, this somewhat maintains Kaylin's loyalty, shows him that Miles wasn't locked in with Zara and he actually wants to go to the end with Kaylin. So while I kind of wanted to see a fire making challenge, I like this move. Now I have to talk about Zara. I said that she would probably be the worst winner out of these 4, and I still believe that, although I have seen some exit press by now and people have defended her game. But basically, the way I see it, nice spot with the Coven, nice spot with the graduates when the Coven broke up. She got swap screwed going to a Brawn heavy Brain tribe, but she and Laura were able to be included in Girls Gone Wild and they increased their longevity. Zara also increased her longevity by stealing Laura's clue, advantage, whatever, and outpitching her to go back to the brain heavy Brawn tribe with all of her graduates except for Miles. While I was rooting for the witch, like there's no doubt that Zara just absolutely outplayed her there and was a more cutthroat and more opportunistic player, which just makes her a better player in the end. Then at the merge, I kind of feel like she was coasting. She's Karen's right-hand woman until she gets eliminated, but then she gets the graduates back together, which although she might not have had the most win equity in that group, maybe going with that Kristen, Morgan, Kate, and Logan group could have been better for her winning chances, or having a mix of them and graduates could have been nice, although she probably has a tougher time beating anyone in the graduates. Like, at least she's getting to 4, and if Miles doesn't win immunity here, she's getting to 3, the challenge that everyone wanted to keep her away from. And if she gets to final 2 and talks about how much control she had at the final 5 vote with a big move and a Coven jury, like anything can happen. That's why the Kate move wasn't even a mistake for real, because Kate had to go at some point. Like nothing was stopping her from winning this final 4 challenge. Nothing was stopping her from making deals and possibly getting in a fire making challenge, which Zara said that Kate was good at fire making. Then if Kate wins that, she's in the final 3 and the favorite to win that challenge. And Jury Villa could potentially be misleading. Like I don't know if Kate just beats anyone in like the final 5. I don't know if like them rooting for her means that she was going to win, but she's a competent player, so like she had a shot to win. Kate flat out needed to go and her vote out kept on getting pushed down the road, so I like that Zara capitalized on that opportunity. Also, Zara stays if Miles doesn't beat the biggest challenge beast in all of Survivor. I think she would have had the worst winning game out of the final 4, but it actually is an underrated good game. She could probably be in my top 5 players for this season in the player rankings, so well done. In episode 24, I'll just get straight to the immunity challenge. Like a lot of the content outside of the tribal councils and the challenge was sort of just like recap content and the players explaining their journey and such. In the big final immunity challenge, despite AJ trying to make deals and such, Kaylin was able to win his 7th immunity challenge, just putting that record even further out of reach. And AJ thought that this was good because a constant theme throughout this episode and these final few episodes was that he thought that Kaylin was taking him to the end, but that wasn't all the way locked in. Actually, at Tribal Council, Miles and AJ were pitching which one of them played the best game, which I didn't think that Miles downplaying his game in front of the jury was amazing, but hey, like it's a solid argument to take him to the end. 26 votes against him, sloppy gameplay, while AJ's been the biggest threat. In the end, AJ just kept on telling Kalen to go with his heart, and he voted out AJ here, which could have been shocking maybe a few episodes ago because like they seemed really close, but also this makes sense because Miles got in between them. Like he convinced Kalen that AJ is the biggest threat and they made a final 2 deal together. But yeah, now I have to talk about AJ. I didn't think that he was going to be long for the game. Not only was he not in that Coven alliance, which was a big focus early on, but he tried to go against the Coven, which sort of blew up his game and could have got him voted out. And even when he stayed, he was kind of getting made fun of by Allie for being on the bottom. But he was able to survive just long enough for the Coven to implode and the graduates to form, which they won the Mad Max Tribal Council, where Allie went home. Then he got a favorable swap, 5 brains, 4 brawn, where although I didn't like the way that he played it, like why are you targeting brains? Why are you telling Rich that you're going to leave him on an island voting with the bronze when he wants backing? Like they really could have worked together. Also, the hostage stuff was questionable because if the other tribe throws, then your graduates, Miles and Zara, are at risk and you're making everyone mad because why should those bronze work with you when you're threatening to vote out their allies if they don't throw challenges? But despite this, he's able to make it through. Played an idol when he didn't need to, but like why take the risk? Yeah, Karen got mad, but to me, that was kind of irrational because like AJ said, it's a hidden immunity idol. Then he probably survives the poly like AJ split vote had it actually gone to a vote. Then at the merge, he made friends with Kate and by extension Morgan, and that group kind of ran the early merge, especially at the Laura vote. They ditched the Girls Gone Wild Coven to go with AJ and put their games in his hands, while AJ didn't have to put his game in the hands of Kate and Morgan because he had other allies. The Kate and Morgan friendship worked out better for him because he was able to use the information that Kate gave him to save Miles, get him to use his idol. He used Kate and Morgan as votes until he didn't need them anymore and was willing to draw a line in the sand at the final 8. And while I think he played suboptimally at the final 7 and final 6, all but telling Kate and Morgan the target for those nights, which if they had an idol, they could have really wrecked AJ's game, but hey, that wasn't the case. AJ picked the winning side, the side with the most loyalty, the side with the challenge beast, the side with the advantage finder, and he had the most win equity out of that group. AJ's only flaw was not being good at challenges and being too good at the game, which locked him out of the final tribal council. So yeah, regardless of the winner, I think that AJ was the best player of the season. Next, it's the final tribal council, where basically Kalen's pitch was that he set records with immunity, only received 1 vote against him, downplayed his threat level so he could receive information and blow up people's games, and even when he went on that immunity run, he was always somewhat safe, and since he took out the biggest strategist in the end, that makes him the best strategist. While Miles talked about playing a riskier game than Kalen's, like yeah, he might not have hit on all of his moves, but when he hit, they were home runs, and he played from the bottom with a smile, and it takes a lot of skill to use advantages right, and he rode dragons to the end and got them to destroy other people's games, then used one dragon to slay another, and Kalen just coasted, while Miles survived in every possible way. Then they got to the questions, which I'm not going to repeat all of them. Like I sort of summed up their pitches, sort of summed up like what they had to say. I feel like Kalen's pitch was kind of logical, but also sort of game body and emotionless, especially when he talked about running this experiment a bunch of times and he would always get near the end. It was a safe game, which to me is a smart game, but the jury wasn't looking for that. Also, they probably didn't think that he had that cutthroat mentality because at the previous tribal council, he took the guys away from everyone for a chat and cried when he voted out AJ. So it's tough to really claim that move, like it was all part of his plan. While Miles, on the other hand, he really tugged at the jury's heartstrings and really talked about like being on the bottom, and he was so self-aware, especially when it came to Logan's question about what they would have done differently, where Miles said that he would have played a better social game while Kalen thought that he played a perfect game. And while Miles didn't play the perfect game, potentially a more flawed game than Kalen's game, he played a more interesting game, a riskier game, and still got to the end and probably just had a better story, a better narrative than Kaylin, which the jury seemed to buy into. So Miles wins 7-1, with Kaylin's only vote being from Kristen, and yeah, I've got to say, very predictable outcome, especially since Miles was like the narrator of the season and had like 80 confessionals, while Kaylin only had like 20 confessionals. Never thought that AJ was winning, but when he went out, it just had to be Miles. But yeah, that's how it ends. Now I have to talk about Kaylin. I liked his game. He downplayed himself at the beginning, never seen as a threat, which is why he only got 1 vote throughout the whole game and 1 vote at Final Tribal Council, so maybe that was a flaw in his game. But yeah, everyone thought that they were in with Kaylin until he's sending them home, like in the Karin vote. He's always in on the plan, always floating ideas out there, and it actually worked. Like, I believe that he kept AJ safe on Brawn 2.0. Paulie before AJ. Like, Kaylin was covering for all of his craziness. Then he turns into a challenge beast where, yeah, he didn't necessarily need those immunities, but that's better. That just shows that he can be a beast and be so well insulated that no one really wants him out or has the numbers to take him out, like at least until the final 6th round. And because of his immunity wins, he kept the necklace out of the hands of people that he wanted to vote out, which ensured that he could always get his way, especially since he was aligned with Miles, the advantage finder. So they could vote out anyone that they wanted. That's why I'll never be one of those immunity wins don't matter, like this isn't the challenge, it's all about the social game type of fans. No, it is part of the game. It takes effort to win an immunity challenge. Like, how about you try and win one, especially like stranded on an island, sleep deprived and malnourished and all. Plus, impressiveness is subjective, but one thing that's not debatable is that it clearly mattered because he kept immunity away from everyone outside of his alliance, which allowed the graduates to steamroll. Hey, it allowed the graduates to have a higher chance at coming out on top in the potential rock draw at Final 8, with Kaylin having the necklace and Zara being immune if it went to a rock draw. Then it's just Miles and AJ versus Kate, Morgan, and Kristen. The immunities clearly mattered. They clearly impacted the game, and winning 7 of them isn't like easy. Like, that's nothing to just like shrug off. So I have to applaud that for Kaylin. I've tried to be very nice this season, try not to get heated, try not to go on rants, but I just hate that argument and how it always comes up in like every competition show. This argument only comes from people that probably aren't the most athletic and can't see themselves winning challenges. Like, they can't relate to the people that are winning these challenges, so they downplay that aspect of the game, which is understandable to want to see yourself in a person, but that doesn't mean that you just like erase a whole aspect of the game and act like securing safety and keeping safety away from others is just nothing because it's not social strategy. It's a literal pillar of the game that was being talked about in this final tribal council. Anyways, back to Kaylin. He probably played his way into an unwinnable position at Final 3, probably could have taken AJ out at 4, but then that leaves Zara in, the endurance threat, and with a big move at the Final 5 that she can speak to, so it was probably going to be tough for Kaylin to beat anyone in that Final 4, potentially even like from the Final 5. Even when he got to the Final Tribal Council, I feel like there was a chance that he could win, but not only did he not play like the flashy game that the jury was looking for, I don't think he convinced them and got everyone to understand that like he actually didn't really need a big and flashy move. Like, why make a big move when the deck is stacked in your favor? Why make a big move when it can blow up your game and you probably don't even make it to Final Tribal Council? Why add extra adversity to your journey just because? Like, that's just making a big move for the sake of making a big move. All shock value with no substance to back it up. I like how Kaylin said that he made small moves that led to the end result because that's repeatable and he wouldn't get the blame, but he didn't like drive that point home, and like that wasn't what the jury was looking for. He probably wins more games of Survivor than Miles. Like, I have him as a better player than Miles, but this jury just wasn't feeling his game. I felt like they wanted a big move and a story, and he just didn't have that. Maybe if he got Kate or Morgan or Zara to the end, he might have had a better chance, but that's not what happened. Like AJ said, he took 2 shields to the end that took all of the hits for him and survived on their own, so they overshadowed him. Now, I don't think that Miles was a shield because like he was a good player necessarily. I thought that he was a shield because he was a chaotic player, someone that took the heat off of Kalen because of his bad gameplay at points. But hey, the jury didn't see it that way. So yeah, I think Kalen played a less flawed game than Miles, but I can also see why he lost because he didn't have a good final tribal council performance. Like he didn't have any big moves or an exciting narrative, which the jury was looking for. Now I have to talk about Miles. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Big dubs. Miles was hyped up as a big character in the promos, and I thought that he could be gone in the pre-merge. But he was able to escape Kent's poison and the hat burning saga because Kent and Indy blew up their own games. Like they were nice shields for Miles. Got to join the graduates for that one crazy vote. Now, he got swap screwed and he was being annoying and he had to play his idol, which he miraculously found in the challenge that they were throwing. But yeah, even though he secured his safety, no one went along with his plan to get Kate out. But I don't think that's horrible and like a huge misplay on Miles's part. She was a good player. The Bronze were never breaking up, like at least it seemed that way at that point. Max was going after him, yes, because of sloppy gameplay where Ali told Max that Miles said his name, but like yeah, the Kate vote was never happening at all. Like he just didn't have enough luck with the swap, like just didn't have enough rational players on his side, when I thought that would have been an amazing move to get Kate out right there, especially considering how important of a player she was. And they could have got her out right here with their two idols if Max wasn't so tunnel vision on the rivalry and so ready to flip on the brains, which was probably a bad play for him. Now, I think a flaw in Miles's game is that Laura and Zara got brought into something Girls Gone Wild earlier than Miles, and Miles was only brought into the Hunks Alliance as a last resort. Like they never really wanted to work with him. But he was safe regardless because if it was a regular vote, then like Jesse goes home, and because of the twist, Miles was never going anywhere. And even after that vote, Miles was still safe because he was never with the Hunks 3 and probably would have sided with what was left of Girls Gone Wild and made it 4. Also, although it didn't really like lead to much, I thought it was good gameplay to expose the brain dynamics and like market himself as a free agent and like try and make himself a more appealing option for those OG Bronze to keep. Then at the merge, a vote after the merge, like he makes a questionable PD move with like stealing Kristen's idol and playing it for Polly. But then I found out in exit press that like they were working on a 6 of AJ, Kaylin, Miles, Kate, Morgan, and Polly, which makes more sense. It's a solid move, probably the only big move that he really got off the ground, which is more than can be said for Kaylin, but like they were acting like Miles had an abundance of big moves. But yeah, anyways, then like a few votes down the road, everyone wants to target Miles at Bounty versus Baron because he's getting cocky or whatever, which forced him to burn his idol, and like no one went along with his plan to get out Kristen, which was an amazing plan, but he couldn't get anyone on board, which is less excusable than the Kate vote because the game was fluid at this point. And in that whole week, AJ was trying to leave him out of votes and distance himself away from Miles because it was a bad look to be associated with his chaotic gameplay. Then he cruises to the end with the graduates, where along the way, he and AJ took advantage of mostly everyone on that Kate, Morgan, Kristen, and Logan side, not necessarily knowing how rocks worked all the way. They threatened rocks, but also explained to the other side that like they had a higher chance to lose the rock draw. Then in the next round, I like that Miles shut down AJ's complicated 3-3-1 plan and backed it up with the logic that he had an idol. But in the next round, he gave Kate and Morgan ammunition to blow up his game by saying that he wanted Kaylin out, and even floated the possibility of wanting to take a shot at Kaylin at Tribal Council when he hasn't even made it past the final 6 Tribal Council yet. Then at the final 5, smart thinking to get AJ out. Like he got Kate to vote his way, so that's nice, but he couldn't get Zara to vote his way. Then he clutches up at the final 4, wins immunity, makes a final 2 deal with Kaylin, and cuts Zara, someone that he can't depend on to make a fire, and with her decision at 5, like he probably can't trust her to take him to the end. So yeah, That was probably Miles' best round of gameplay. Then he gets taken to the end by Kalen because he was able to paint AJ as the biggest threat. Then at the final tribal council, while he didn't play the perfect game, like he admitted that and talked about how, yes, he was helped out a lot by advantages, but also like he had to use them correctly. And he talked with so much enthusiasm, and like he had a story that really connected with the jury, and like he won them over. It's a rocky game for sure, but Miles made it work for him and pitched himself the best, so he deserved to win. And yeah, that is just about everything that I have to say about Australian Survivor, Brains vs. Brawn II. It was a solid season, fun watch, especially in the pre-merge. I wish that the Brawn tribe didn't get such a bad edit. Like there were some players that I was on the fence with. Like I could see myself liking them, but they just didn't get a real edit, which is why this isn't the perfect season. But there's a lot of players that I'd like to see return from this season for sure. So hopefully they get the call back. And yeah, like I said, fun watch. Glad that I got to watch it with friends. Like glad that I had a lot of conversations this season, which just added to the experience, getting to interact more. And yeah, hopefully Australian Survivor keeps on going up. I love it. Now, for me, my plan is to combine all of these thoughts and recap videos into one giant video. That's going to happen for sure. Like that's easy. Then everything I say after that is a plan, but like it's not a promise because I get busy sometimes. But yeah, after that, I'm going to rewatch the season and make player rankings. Then after that, I'm going to rate or grade every episode of the season, like A through F grading scale. And while I'm at it, like I'm going to grade the overall weeks as well. Then I plan on making player journey videos where I recap a player's journey and say what I thought about their gameplay, which I'll wait for more exit press, more postseason stuff to come out before I make those, like, fill in those gaps with more information. Some players had storylines that were completely cut out of the show, so I'm definitely going to wait. There were so many interesting characters on this season, so I definitely want to make a few of those videos. And yeah, once I'm done with those videos, it'll probably be time for AU versus the world, which I'm not committing to. Like, can't really commit to anything right now. Wasn't even necessarily planning on covering this season with long form videos. At first, it was just going to be either like the short form TikToks or no content at all. Like I was probably just going to watch it for myself. But yeah, like I'll check out the first few episodes of AU versus the world and like see if I like it and go from there. But yeah, that is all for now. Stay strong, stay brutal, because above all else, it's anything to win.
I won't let you down, Bruce. I'll keep fighting. Always.